Hello, everybody. So, am I coming through okay? Does everybody hear me, see me properly? Let's see what the chat is saying. Dear me, he's traveled to another dimension, says Redding 3640 Studios. In the niche of time, just in the niche of time, says somebody. Chat's flying past. Yeah, we can hear and see fine. All right, excellent. So let's just jump right into it then. I'm just going to pick up where I left off last time. So if you're watching this video, either you haven't seen the first one, or you're, following along, and you've just discovered this video way after live streaming it. I've got another video that comes before this, which is the part 1 of the tutorial. It's like 6 hours long. It's very long and expansive, and I don't expect a lot of people to watch it. But I'm just making this series of live stream videos just so that I can kind of show the process of me making a TUGS model in real time. Because I've been trying to make a tutorial where I do that, a polished one that's like 20 minutes long and really straightforward and simple, but that's really difficult. So in the meantime, I'm just live streaming the whole making of the model. And this is what we got done last time. And I show the whole process of making this in the last live stream. So that's still up. You can go and check that out if you want to. Pause it, take as long as you want getting through it. And hopefully it's of some use to you. But now we're on part 2. And so what are we going to do this time around? Well, let's think about what's still missing on the whole. So, of course, we're probably going to make a few little adjustments and tweaks along the way. Like I'll probably snip the top of this a little bit just to kind of like change the curvature and like little tweaks like that. But in terms of things we have to add, so we are going to need the splash rails, which you can see we marked out, where they're going to go last time. So basically just these 2 rails along the side of the boat. We're going to put those in place. So I'll show you how to do those today. And I'll also, before we do that, we're probably going to put the keel in place. And we marked out where that was going to go as well. So it's basically just a bar that starts here and just kind of makes its way across the boat, and then back here meets up with the rudder. So imagine the rudder continuing across here and then going down and across the front of the boat vertically. So that's what the keel is. There's also these little risen bits here and here. Let me show you what I mean by that in a picture. Let's see, where's a good one that illustrates this concept? Well, that's pretty good. All right, so you see that little black piece that's right above Warrior's name? How it kind of, you've got the white splash rail, but then a little bit above that, you've got that little risen kind of rail above it. And then at the back, you've got something similar. You've got this kind of, you can see that pretty clearly, how like it sticks up, that black bit. For most of the top of the splash rails, it's just white. It just ends right there. However, there are a few little areas at the front and at the back where the black rail comes back up. So we're going to add those as well. I don't really know how else I could describe that without just showing it to you, because that's, kind of a very specific detail. But once we put them on here, you'll get what I mean for sure. What else do we need to do? In addition to these 2 splash rails, there's also going to be kind of that V-shaped one that cuts in like this right here. You'll notice that on a lot of tugs, like on, say, like you see that on Big Mac, that kind of V shape. That's kind of what I'm talking about. And Big Mac knocked something over, so that was impolite. And let's see, what else do we have planned here? It's mainly the splash rails. We'll probably do a lot more taping on this too, because you can see how rough this is. Like, So it's very patchy, and there's still some parts that are really rough. Like you see like all those creases and bends and stuff that really shouldn't be there. So we're just going to go over everything with masking tape. We are really just going to tape over everything. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, the keel and the Splashrails. The interesting thing is that we're at an interesting point where I think this installment of the live stream is going to be a little bit shorter because like we're not done with the hull, so we still need the Splashrails and generally just the details of the hull. But we also, once we're done with those, then what I would do next is I would apply like a putty all over this and then sand it. And, I haven't given people the heads up that they need that yet. So we'll probably do that next week. And that's probably true for a few other things as well. Like I would like to start the superstructure. That would be cool. However, I use a different type of cardboard for that. And again, it's like, I want to give people a chance to actually get the right materials. So I'll probably put out a tweet tomorrow or something saying, hey, here's what you need for next time. And then the next time we'll probably do the superstructure, and we'll probably like coat this whole thing in like a nice smooth texture and all that. But right now we're just getting the shape of the hull totally finished. So that's what today's about. So the keel, Splashrails, and just overall kind of finishing everything and making it, a little bit smoother and a little bit nicer, and just getting it ready to apply all the putty and kind of smooth over everything. Because that's what I do. I use I'll just say it right now. It's all the way over there. I'm gonna have to go around the other side of the table for that. So keep in mind, I'm pretty sure this stuff is perfectly safe, but it does still seem a little bit extreme. So, be careful. If you're under 18, ask your parents about this stuff and whether you should use it. But I think it's just fine. It's Durham's water putty. So basically you mix it with water, and then you smear it all over the model, and then you wait for it to harden. And then after that, you just sand it off. And that's what I've been doing. That's what I did on Blue Nose. And it creates a lot smoother of a finish. So we're going to use this next time. I wouldn't recommend getting a huge can like this. I only got this because I know that it works for me. But, get a small can and, just to start. Or find something else like clay, or like I used to use Crayola air dry clay and smear it all over the model and do the same thing. So it really, there's a million different ways to do this. But anyway. And yeah, okay, so let's just get to work then. Let's see what people are saying. That sounds like a plan, says Useful Engine 11. This reminds me of my school art class, but this is more interesting and better, says Percy is here. Glad to hear it. Okay, so there is one extra tool, or rather one extra material that we're using today that we did not use the last time. I made a tweet about it, and it is bendy straws. So essentially, I use these for the Splashrails, but not fully. I use them for the base, and then I wrap around them. Because, here's a pet peeve of mine, and here's something I would like to urge against, is that I think people have a tendency to take something that already exists, like a toilet paper tube or something, and use that, just without modifying it. Like if you're making a model of Gordon and you use like a paper towel tube, then that's pretty innovative. I appreciate that thought, but also it is a little bit limiting because, well, what if the tube is too big or too small or it's not long enough, right? People tend to just kind of accept that it's not quite perfect and just make it fit. And that's the thing, is that when I use these straws, the important thing about them is that we are going to cut them, not just trim them where we need them, but also cut them lengthwise. So we're going to make these smaller in diameter because they're not quite the right size. And we're also going to wrap around them. So we're just using these as a base. They're just a nice, kind of circular, curved base that we can kind of line the sides with. but we are going to modify them quite a bit. So that's an important part of what I'm about to do. Is it's not as simple as just, you know, taping the straws all over. I mean, if you did do that, it might turn out just fine. So maybe, you know, ignore me. But you know, that's what I do, right? You know, I cut them, I modify them, and I'll show you how to do all that. So the keel. Yeah, I think the keel is the first thing we'll do. Oh, there's one more thing I wanted to talk about doing today. We can do this after I put the keel on, is making a base for the model. It doesn't have to be fancy, but once we put the keel on, this thing is gonna just, it's gonna list to one side. Because, you know, it won't be able to do this anymore. It won't level out. And when we do that, we're going to need a way to keep it level. And so we're going to have to put a base underneath it. Or you could just keep it like this if you like the wobble effect. It's up to you. But yeah, so Splashrails has entered the chat, says Roblox Zoran 74. Oh, dear, oh dear. Okay, so yeah, I think we'll just let's see, I'll find a good piece of cardboard. I think this might do the trick. I just grabbed a random scrap on the floor from last time. So I'm just gonna take this. I'm gonna look at the picture and figure out how kind of wide the keel should be. Like, I'm gonna find a good picture for this. Like, is that a good one? Maybe I'll look at Zach. Yeah, that's a good picture for it. So here's Zoran. And so the keel is just that black bit that goes vertically, you know, behind the bow ropes at the front, you know, along the middle of the boat. So we're gonna have to, how convenient it would be to have some sort of assistant to hold this for me. So it's that black vertical bit right there. So take note of how wide that is. It's pretty narrow. Like, you know, it's not super wide. It's narrower than the Splashrails themselves almost. Or it's about the same thickness as them. So I'm gonna cut that out. I'm just gonna cut out So I just cut out a thin strip. And I made sure to cut perpendicular to the corrugation because otherwise it's just going to split apart. You know, when you cut a piece of cardboard this thin, you want to make sure that the zigzags are on the side because that will make it stronger and it won't fall apart on you. So let's see. In fact, maybe it's time to angle this down so you can properly see the model in all of its constructive glory. A little bit further. Bear with me. It's going to be at this angle the whole time, so I want to get it right. So that will give you an idea for what we're dealing with here. I think that's a little too thick. I think it should be a little narrower. So I'm just going to trim it down some more. Useful Engine 11 says, so I have a question for you. Ever thought of spray painting your model instead of finger painting? I'm curious to know. I do kind of spray paint it with the Flex Seal at the end. Because after I put the Flex Seal on, I don't paint it. If like most of the holes are black, and I just get black Flex Seal, and that doubles as a paint for me. So I do technically spray it, but only for really big surfaces. I wouldn't want to do it for anything detailed because that's just that you don't have a lot of control with a spray can. I think it's better to paint from scratch in most circumstances, paint by hand. But yeah, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, that's only what works for me. Let's see, I think, you know, something you do want to keep in mind is, so like, I think that's about the right width right there. But I think we want to underdo it a little bit because when we wrap tape around this and when we kind of, you know, after we've painted it and after we've sprayed it with Flex Seal, you know, a lot of layers kind of accumulate over, you know, what you're making. And so things get wider is what I've learned. Like, you know, you might make the splash rails the right thickness at the start, but then, you know, by the end, because you've painted over it 10 times and you've, you know, smeared, you know, water putty all over it and stuff like that. Because of that, you know, all of a sudden it's a lot thicker than you wanted it to be. And that's because you didn't plan for all those extra layers. So you want to undershoot it rather than overshooting it, because undershooting it, you can always beef it up later. Okay, I think that might do the trick. Let's just make it a little bit thinner. Out of curiosity, has anyone actually found this tutorial series useful so far? Has anyone actually like used what I've explained here to make anything? Because I really have no clue. I mean, I know that people show up to the streams and are seemingly entertained by them, but that's about all I know. Yeah, that's a little bit narrower than we want, which is good because, you know, that will get broader. Let's see. Iron Horse Production says absolutely. Roblox Zoran 74 says yes. Bassagen says yep. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And I also hope those are responses to what I just asked. I'm not sure what the delay is on the stream. Train Freak Productions says, I haven't started making one yet, but I plan to. That's very cool. Yes, says Percy is here. Well, that's great to hear. You know, I'm glad it's actually helpful, because to me it feels like just a disorganized mess. You know, I'm literally just making the thing in front of you guys, trying to explain it best I can, but I don't know how much of it is carrying. It's good to hear that it's actually of some use. All right, so basically, I just taped the back of the strip I just cut out, and I lined it up with the edge of this cardboard, and I taped it on there so that now I can just cut out a duplicate of that, because we're going to need a lot of these Keel strips. We're going to layer them on top of each other to create the shape we want. And it doesn't have to be perfect either. It just has to do the trick. Oh, look at that. It's already ripping. You see that? How it's just, it's when it's this thin, it's very fragile. But yeah. No matter. We can easily get around that. It helps to tape around these things. Like, you see how that ripped off? You know, the skin of it, kind of. So if you just kind of tape it back together, that does the trick. So maybe it's best not to tape it on then when we're cutting out a copy, because at least with the thin ones, because that pulled off the skin of it. But, you know, usually what I do is eyeball it. You know, another way, you don't always have to tape it down and then cut around it, you know, if you want to make a duplicate. Sometimes it's good enough with something this simple to just lay that down and then kind of look at it and be like, okay, I think it's about that. And then just cut it out. You can always trim it to a more adequate size later. Malambeek says, well, I think I think seeing it in real time helps better than just seeing pictures. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I think so too. I mean, you know, I definitely showing pictures would be almost impossible to follow. Like, but you know, what these live streams is like an alternative to. Ideally, I would still be doing it in, you know, I would still be filming the whole thing, and it would still be, you know, a proper video, but it would just be cut down and, you know, more streamlined. But I suppose then you run the risk of leaving things out. I'm just kind of trimming this so that, you know, I make the edge of this flat again, because, you know, it can get a little messy. All right, so now we've got 3 of these. So I think that might do the trick, because what we're going to do is we're going to basically pile them all up on top of each other like this. And then we are going to stick them on the front, and notice how all of a sudden that's not a 2D shape anymore. All of a sudden that goes from being a thin strip to being kind of a rectangular prism, to being this big block on the front. So oftentimes that's how I make like a blocky shape, is I just cut out the same shape over and over again, and I layer it on top of itself. Like, look at that. Isn't that cool? Like, that really defines the shape of the, you know, of the hull, especially of the bow. Here, look at that. All right. So the question is that thickness quite right? So I'll get a picture that's more from the side, because I know that, like, how, you know, the width of it is right, but how far it sticks out from the hull, that's another story. It may not be exactly the same. Okay, so looking at pictures, it looks like this is about right. Yeah, I think that'll do the trick. I think what I'll do is I will flatten one of these. So right now, let's say this is this right here is 3 layers thick. So if I take one of these, and watch this, I'll just do a magic trick. I'll just take that. I've collapsed all the corrugation. It's all flat now. So now all of a sudden it is 2.5 layers of cardboard thick. So, you know, that's something that you can do if you're in a jam and your cardboard isn't really quite the right thickness. You could just flatten it, collapse it in on itself. That's also something you want to avoid doing by accident. Okay, I think that'll do it. So I'm just going to make sure these are totally straight. You know, if there's any weird, because, you know, you can see it's not totally uniform, like right there's a little bit of a bump. So I'm just going to make it, you know, as straight as I can, but I'm not going to obsess over it either. All right. Now I think we could just take these together. And there is a special way I like to do this too. Like, you just take one of these, right? And then you tape onto it like this, you know, kind of like a flag. And then you hold the other one directly underneath it in position, and then you fold this over like that and make a real sharp tape edge. Like, you see that? You see how defined that is? That's what you want. You don't want it to be sloppy and curved. You want it to really be, and you just kind of slot that in, make sure you have some pressure there. And then you just bend it back over like that. And I even kind of use my thumbnail and I kind of cut into it like that. And then notice how defined that shape is. Like, it's very boxy, it's very sharp. And that's because I applied the masking tape that way, where I really tried to make sure that it kind of has a little bit of slack around the edge, but it's very tight on the sides. And that allows it to have that kind of very sharp shape, which is what we want. You just fiddle with it until, you know, it has kind of the right look. And you do the same thing on the other side. So you just bend it over like that. You bend it over like that, and then you just end up with this very boxy shape. Like, once you paint this, no one will be able to tell that this is cardboard. They'll think, it's foam or something. They won't know what kind of material it is. And that's kind of, the point is, really, I don't build with cardboard. I build with cardboard and masking tape. Because you can't really, like, I couldn't do what I do without using masking tape. Let's see. So, okay. And so now I think we're ready to attach this. I know we've got this whole, flailing octopus part here, but we can just, we actually want that to be as loose as it is, because that will assist us. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the tape on like that, and then I'm going to put it in position like this. Or in fact, let's move it up a little bit. We want a little bit of slack, because remember, we're going to have this like risen kind of rail right here. So we want to make sure we, account for that too, because the keel should be the height of that rail. And then we'll just wrap that around and then tuck it onto the other side. And look at that. So that's attached now. You see that shape? Now, I am wondering if that's a little bit too thick now that I'm looking at it. I want to make sure I don't overdo it. If you're wondering whether something is too thick, it's best to just fix it right away, because you'll, and really that goes for anything. If you look at something and you think to yourself like, oh, that's too, that doesn't look right, but it's probably fine, and you kind of delude yourself into believing that, there's no problem, then eventually down the line you'll be like, nah, I should have just fixed that. I don't know why I cheaped out on that. That's, how I tend to approach this. So I'm just going to thin this out a little bit, just because I don't want it to be overboard. I don't, especially with the keel and the Splashrails, it's really easy to make them too thick. That's like one of the most common problems I see is people make them too thick. And, they really are quite thin and graceful. And like, this is a good example of how this really isn't like a, it's not exactly a follow along tutorial, because you may not have just made that mistake. You might have cut your keel out to be the right width. So then don't go back in and say, oh, okay, step 7 is now to go and undo it and recut it like Lemmy's doing right now, because yours might be fine. You have to make that call on your own. You have to look at it and ask yourself, does it look right to me? And if it does, then you're fine. You know, you can wait for me to catch up. And if you're way behind right now, just remember, like, there really is no behind. I'm like, I really didn't expect anybody to actually do this live with me. And, you know, if you don't feel like it's something you have to catch up with or something you have to kind of hurry along with, I mean, there's a reason. And the whole point of these videos is for me to, you know, save them on my channel. And then that way, you know, people have a place to go when they really, really want to know how I make these models, but they can't get an answer from me because, you know, I'm not active on Twitter. You know, so that's really what these videos are for. They're for they're an archive of how I do this. They're kind of a, you know, they're a time capsule of this method of mine. And, you know, I just want them to be useful to people, but don't feel pressured to keep up. Okay, I think that is better there. And I'm not showing you how to do it this time just because I'm really doing the exact same thing I did before. And it's probably better if I do not show me redoing the same method over and over again. Okay. Gotta make sure that that's level. I want to make sure it's level. I really wish I had a close-up camera and like a full body camera where you could see me, but then when I need to show you something like I'm about to, then I go to the close-up. But I'm just on the close-up all the time, essentially. All right, so that to me looks a little bit thinner than before. And it's also misleading because of this part up here. Like, you know, that's really what we're dealing with. So I think that does the trick. I think that's good enough. All right. So now, this part is pretty fun. What you do is, so I want you to pay attention to, let's see, how do I say this? So if you look at, if I line these all up like a bar, and then I grab them at the very top, you know, so all of those bits are level, right? Well, watch what happens as I slowly bend this over the hole. See, look at that now. You'll see that the one on the bottom is way further out than the two on the top. The three of them, they slowly kind of, they may be the same length when you start, but then as you slowly bend it over the hole, making sure to keep them in line, you'll notice that all of a sudden, you know, they're different lengths. You know, the top one is, you know, the shortest, and then the middle one, and then the bottom one. And that's because, you know, the top one is having to cross over the bottom two. You know, it's kind of like on a racetrack where the inside loop is the fastest. And it's the same thing here. It's like this is the inside loop right here, this bit. And then this is the second loop, and this is the outside loop. And so that's why we don't just tape all of these together right away. If we tape this into a solid rectangular block and then try to adhere it, it wouldn't bend because it doesn't have that flex. But it does have that flex here because these aren't attached yet. And then here's the fun part. We're going to attach them by taping there, 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 there. And then it'll stay in this position. It'll hold its shape because it can't go straight because we've taped it together in the curve position. So, you know, it's pretty satisfying to do that. And in all that explanation, I have removed the keel by accident. Okay, so let's do what I just described now. Basogen, is it Basogen or Basogen or Basogen? Whatever it is, it sounds cool. Where do you store your TUGS models? I just wherever I have room. On my dresser, you know, on any, you know, workbench or work table I happen to have. You know, I have a lot of autonomy in my room, so I can basically, you know, if I wanted to, you know, if I wanted to make an Izzy Gomez that was like 4 feet long, and I needed to store it somewhere, I could just store it on my bed. Like, you know, there's nothing stopping me from doing that. And it's, now this keeps coming undone because this is so tall. What was I saying? Oh yeah, if I wanted to store like an Izzy Gomez in my room, or even like if my room would just barely be big enough for this as a like a Vienna, then, you know, I could do that. I'd barely have anywhere to sleep, but like that's my choice. So, you know, I could do that if I wanted to. And you know, that's the price you pay for your hobby. You know, I'd rather be limited in space than not have these really cool models that bring me joy. So I don't think there's any workspace I could work in that would be too small for me. Like, you know, obviously it's nice to have more space. Like working in here is a dream. Usually I work up in my room, which is like just a, you know, a single workbench, and it's small and the model leans off the edge of the table. But if I have to work in that environment, I absolutely can. If I had to, you know, work on the floor, I could do that. And, you know, it hurts your back, but other than that, it's a perfectly fine place to work. All right, let's keep taping along. And we want to make sure that we keep this centered. And it helps that we drew this center line the other extreme. I tend to put it on the center like that and then fold it over the sides. Again, making sure to fold it very sharply so that you kind of maintain that shape. But, you know, I am noticing that it kind of, you know, it kind of flattens out. It kind of goes like, you know, it kind of bends right here and then curves again. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. I think I want it to curve a little bit more. But I also think I want to, like, so you have two options here. If this area here is flat, you could either, you know, trim down here and here, you know, basically cut off those two weird angles, and all of a sudden it becomes a more gradual curve. But if you did that, it would make this curve a lot shallower. And I don't think we want that. I think we want this curve at the front of the bow to be kind of sharp, you know, kind of like goes down and then cuts, rather than being, you know, really inward and smooth, you know. I mean, it's not a rowboat. It's well, then again, I mean, I don't know how a rowboat's shaped. But, you know, my point is, I think I want to take this and I want to pull it outward a bit like this so that it kind of gets a different shape. And to do that, we're just going to add another piece of cardboard in there. So I just cut out another one that's like the same width. And if I just stick that in there, then all of a sudden that's going to jut out more like I want it to. Like, you see that? Because it just became thicker in that area. And you can get away with this because, you know, when we're in the painting stage, we can just paint it like the keel is the same, you know, juts out the same amount all the way. And so we can kind of, you know, fool the viewer into thinking that this extra piece we added here is part of the whole. You know, we'll paint it black, not part of the keel, which we'll paint black as well because it's 70. But on other models it would be white and it would stick out. But anyway. So I want to make sure I put it in the right place. I'm going to move it down a little bit further. I use my fingernails a lot, you know. If you bite your nails, if you don't have, you know, nails to use essentially, or if your fingernails are really long and you can't get in there, you know, then there's always other ways to do it. Like, you know, there's times where I'll take like a piece of cardboard and to get in there, I'll like use it as a tool almost. I'll like kind of cut in there like that and kind of saw. And that does the trick too. Also, if you take the scissors just when they're closed and just kind of press on that, then that, you know, that metal kind of, you know, cuts it into shape. And that's how you create hard edges. You know, if you want a proper crease, then you just kind of, you know, press in there like that. So that's what I tend to do. I use my nails, but you really just need something that is rigid and something that's thin. And notice I'm not taping this as tightly as I could. I am taping it rather tightly, but you could tape it a lot more tightly. Like I could do that, right? And look at what a dent I've created there by doing that. You want to have more finesse than that. You want to let the cardboard breathe here. And what I mean by that is just let it have its natural shape. It wants to be there, so don't force it. Just use its natural shape to your advantage. And look at how nice and smooth that curve is. Let me make warriors, says Insane Edward. I don't know. I'm not really feeling warrior, but I did have a dangerous thought the other day, guys. I think I might actually do this. So before the first stream started, I couldn't wait to make a TUGS model. I like really wanted to make one. So I made here. So I made a second one, which really is the first one. You know, so here's the one you guys have been following, and here's the one that, you know, I made outside of the stream because I just really wanted to work on a TUGS model. And this one, I don't know what it will become, but I'm kind of thinking, I know I already made a Big Mac, but he's got a lot of flaws that I want to iron out. He looks great, don't get me wrong. If anybody else on the planet made that, I would be like, wow, that's amazing. You're so talented. But it's my model, and I get to criticize it. And there are things that I want to change about it, but I can't because I'm too far along. And so it would be really cool if I make, because I think Big Mac's one of my favorite characters in TUGS. I would like to make a Big Mac. So this might become a new Big Mac. And then I could put the two side by side once they're both like at the same stage of completion and show everybody like what I mean when I say Big Mac has errors, because it's kind of hard to tell unless you have an exact duplicate right next to it. But anyway, so I've started a second model and I think this will be Big Mac. But Warrior isn't off the table, but I'm not so interested in Warrior. I don't know why. But anyway, so there are two Harbor Tug holes in play here right now. All right. Insane Edward says, Lemmy, FFS, send to me, please. No. Make your own, Sam. I believe in you. Yeah, but it's interesting. It's like, even though Big Mac has his errors, it's like it's still useful to have, you know, a harbor tug that I can kind of show people to give them a rough idea of scale. And you know, and he's one of my models, right? I mean, maybe I will give him away someday. I don't know, but the difficulty is, firstly, do I want to, you know, give them that, right? Where all of a sudden somebody has this really cool model that they didn't even work for. And secondly, I'm just cutting out more Keel strips. You know how to do that by now. But, you know, secondly, how do I figure out who to give it to, right? I mean, like, if I wanted to give away Big Mac or Zoran or whatever, then, you know, who do I choose? Like, that would be a really crazy thing to do. But like, you know, it's interesting because I don't think I'd ever want to give away a TUGS model. And the reason is, I feel like if somebody offered to give me a TUGS model, I wouldn't want it because I didn't make it. You know, it's not my accomplishment. I just have it now? Especially if I like paid for it. I wouldn't want to like pay someone else for a model. That would just feel kind of icky to me. I don't know why. That's how I would feel. And so the idea of, you know, giving someone a TUGS model, you know, it's like, I would give it to them as like kind of a sentimental thing, you know, as like a nice gift to a friend. But I would not give it to someone if they simply wanted to have a TUGS model but didn't want to put the work in, because that to me is just, you know, lacks a little bit of character. It's like, you know, it would be, anyone can make one of these if they just put in the effort and time. And so to be able to solve those steps just doesn't sit right with me. But and of course I know people are always joking when they say, hey, give me the TUGS model, it's cool. But you know, it does get me thinking, like, what is my philosophy on that exactly? Okay, so notice what I'm doing here is I've cut out another 3 of these, and then I line it up back here, and I see, okay, it overlaps by that much, so I cut right there, right where the rudder begins. Cut, and now this will fill this gap very nicely. Now you want to make sure that the keel is totally level along, like it's a totally level thing. And the bottom of the boat isn't level. You know, it sweeps down back here and gets lower, and it sweeps down at the front and gets lower too. And so really, what we're actually going to want to do is we're going to want to cut right here from the very bottom strip. We're going to cut a piece out. And so basically, it's going to go from a 3-track main line to a 2-track main line. So look at that. So now, all of a sudden, it's kind of adjusting, right? Like over here, it's lower. So say that it's supposed to be straight from here to here. It's supposed to be totally level. The keel is. So if we want to pull that off, well, we're going to have it thicker here and thicker here because it needs to, you know, adjust for the fact that it's sloping down. Basically, you know, when you've got, if you're building a viaduct and you've got like a kind of a valley, well, the viaduct needs to be like a triangle shape that goes down into that valley to fit. And it's the same thing here, right? Where, you know, the splash rail or the keel can be the same thickness all the way here because this bit is pretty flat. But once it starts sloping down, that's when you need to start building it up to kind of counteract how it's sloping down. So that's basically what we did here. Is it's really thick here, it's 3 thick here, but then it goes level right about here, and that's when it goes 2 thick. And then we're going to be 2 thick all the way here, and then right about here we're going to go 3 thick again to meet up with the rudder. So that's what we're going to do. Hope that made some degree of sense. We're just going to tape right over that. We're just not even going to, you know, skip a beat attaching those 2 pieces of cardboard. It's not a big deal. And we'll just keep doing that. And notice I'm not taping one after the other after the other. I'm taping like, every few, inches, because, then I can kind of connect the dots later, right? Like if I tape here, 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 and then I realize that I'm slanted off to the side, I'm gonna have to take off all that tape anyway. So it's better to go quicker, where you here, 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 and then if you're slanted here, you've only got 3 pieces of tape to take off. Whereas if you're going, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, if you're very slowly and precisely and totally making the model, you'll look at it from a distance, realize it's all wrong, and have to restart. So it's better to just make a rough version overall and then tweak it later. And that's what we're doing with the keel. That's what I do with everything. But with the keel especially, I'm basically just laying the thing down, a very rough version with a lot of gaps in it, just so that we get a general idea of where it's supposed to sit. And that's, I think, then we can fill it in later and make it proper. Like, look at that. That's like, 2 full inches away from the last one, but, it gets the idea across. And that, let's see, is that level? Hard to tell. I think this one is a little bit, I'm not sure. I think this one needs to go up a little bit. Yeah, we can tweak them later. Lemmy, I'm having doubts about my TUGS anniversary live stream due to the fact that my channel is so small and no one will watch it, says Insane Edward. Why do you care if so many people watch it? The people who care will watch it. And here's the thing. I think if you want more people to watch you, you really just have to go and do stuff and not worry too much. The more you care about what other people think, the less likely something is to succeed, I think. And so, I think, just do it anyway, right? It's your channel, it's your idea, so you should do it on your channel. And, if you advertise it well and you tell people, how cool it's going to be, I think people will show up, especially, if you've got interesting stuff going on. Is this the same as the 5-hour TUGS Expo thing you had planned? Lemmy, do you have a Bachman and Rosie? Asks Insane Edward. No, I hate the Bachman Rosie. Because she's so long and tall, but also she's very disproportionate. She's super long and she's super tall, but then she's the right width, as same width as the show. And that just kills me. Like she's like Duck's size, but she should be like Thomas's size. I understand she has like the CGI proportions, but she doesn't really. She's way too big, and she just should be wider, right? At least make her wider so that her proportions are right. So yeah, I mean, she's just got a lot of weird problems that were really disappointing. Because I would love a Bachman Rosie, but not if she's like way bigger than this. Because like Rosie is a little bit bigger than Thomas in the show, but not that much bigger. Like my God, it's like. She's too immense. So notice I'm going through and filling out the gaps on the keel now. Yes, I think that'll do the trick. So look at that. That seems pretty level to me, but I think maybe we want to take that part and move it down a little bit. When I say down, I guess I mean to the right. When I say to the right, I guess I mean, I think to starboard. What's starboard and what's port? Why is one word so much more complicated than the other word? I think that more or less does the trick. I mean, that's centered enough, I think. Yeah, look at that. You see that line right there? You see how it just, you know, it starts here and it just swoops down and then goes totally level along there. Like, isn't that so satisfying to look at? Like, I love that. That's so good. It'll be even cooler when it's like in the water, so it's dipped down like that. Insane Edward says, yes, it's the 5-hour live stream marking 32 years since TUGS cancellation. Also, I'm making a Railway Series style one you pay postage. No, I'm good. Thank you, Sam. Okay, so I think we're getting somewhere with this. I am noticing that the rudder, when you get to the rudder, it dips down just a little bit right here. So I think I will take this and put it there to like even that out. And then I think I'm gonna rip off the ends so that, and then flatten them a little bit. So then it's kind of gradual, like how it thins out towards the edges. So that way it fills that gap nicely. And I'm gonna thin it out a little bit more. Sometimes this is like a sculpture, sometimes it's like building a real vessel, and sometimes it is like a puzzle. And this is a time where it's like a puzzle. Kind of fitting the right piece to the right area. Trainmaster16 says, I am listening to this while I make a Gabriella custom. I forget who Gabriella is, but that sounds cool regardless. Very glad that this is good background noise for you. I think the whole rudder is too low down, so I think I'm going to do that all the way to the edge. Like all the way back here. This rudder is going to get so soggy. Like the rudder is always just soaked when you put the thing in the water. I mean, if I spray it really well, in theory, it should be fine, but I'm not expecting that. But that's the thing, is that cardboard is resilient. So, you know, obviously if the whole thing gets flooded with water, then it won't work. But if it gets a little bit damp, then you can just wait for it to air out. You know, I mean, you have to leave a steam engine steaming, you know, in the morning for like 5 hours before it gets ready. So, you know, if you have to, like, you know, after the day is done and you're done floating your model at the park, if you have to leave it to dry for a few days and you won't be to the park again for a few weeks, then that's not really an issue. And most of the time it's just a display piece anyway, but these will float. And they will float for cheap. That's the important part. The most expensive part of this is the electronics, for sure. But if you don't do that part, the model overall will be like $20, $30, I think, max. You know, probably less than that, though. I mean, the cardboard is free, you know, as long as you get it out of the trash. And then there's the water putty. That's like, for a small container, I think it's like $8 or something. I can't remember how much exactly. And then the Flex Seal is ungodly expensive. That's like, I believe that's like $12 a can. Does the trick, but that's very expensive. And I go through like 2 cans on a model, so that's the bulk of the price right there. So like, I'd say that it's like $24. It's maybe a little bit over $30 if you use the Flex Seal. Less than that, though. I don't think I use 2 full cans. I think I use a can and a half. So it's probably like $18 for Flex Seal. That's not right. Is it? Yeah, $12, $6. Yeah, it's $18 for Flex Seal. And then it's like, well, let's just say $10 for the water putty. And the masking tape's like $3. It's like $20 or $30, you know, give or take, if I'm really rounding up. But also the water putty, you're only going to use a little bit of it. So when you think about the overall material cost, like if you were mass producing these, then that would be lower, you know. And it's nice to just kind of run your fingernail along through there, you know, just kind of create a razor sharp edge. Yeah, look at that. That is a lot more level. I think this does need to pop up just a bit, though. I think that might do the trick right there. I just cut into there, and then I separated, you know, the strip that we put on top, and then I kind of pulled it out a little bit. There we go. That's pretty good. Maybe that bit right there. Like, I'm really trying to take something that isn't straight and make it appear straight. Yeah, that's good enough for now. So look at that. That's pretty snazzy. So now you get what I mean about the keel kind of coming off here and then running along the center of the model and meeting up with the rudder. Like, it really does feed right into it like that. At least that's the way I do it. Oh, and look at that. So now, as you can see, it'll list to one side because, you know, you've got this big ridge along the bottom that won't let it sit right. So now we're going to need a stand to put it on of some kind. I guess we don't really need a stand, but it would be nice to have one. And I prefer to, like, you know, have it sit level like it's supposed to. Henry Train Nathan says, it's expensive, but we must give Phil Swift a fair chance. That's pretty good. Okay. So what now? Okay, so the stand. We're just going to take some more cardboard. And we're going to I think we're going to cut out, I think we're going to cut this into like 4 sections. So I'm just going to roughly cut out a rectangular piece. It's just barely wide enough. We'll put that aside. Like, you want to basically cut out a piece that's reasonably wider than the model, like about there, right? And then we're going to take that and cut it in half, so we have 2 of them. And then we're going to cut out a shape like that. Maybe you could see where I'm going with this, is that we want it to fit onto the model. So then the model is just going to slot nicely into this every time we set it down. And we need to make room for the keel, so I'm going to cut out a little slot there, like that. And let's see, I'll trim that even further. Okay, so look at how cleanly that fits on. That's pretty nice. So that'll go. I'm just going to make a marking for where that's supposed to sit on the model. Percy is here, asks, Lemmy, how's your day going? Pretty good. Pretty good. Making a TUGS model, so that's fun. Let's see. Insane Edward says, hey, Lemmy, I have one request for you. What's the one request? And Steam Engines United says, I'll be popping in and out of the stream for a while. See you guys later. See you later, Steam Engines United. Good to see you. Let's see. So, okay, so we need another one of these. So we'll do the same thing. We'll just, and again, like, notice how I approach this. I just cut out a really rough shape. Like, I just eyeball it, right? And then I stick it on here, and I see that doesn't fit at all. But that's okay, because we have something, right? You know, because at least it fits on a bit. Before, it would have been here. Now it's here. You know, that's progress. So now that's even closer, but it's still not quite where we want it to be. If we want it to sit right here, it would fit like right here, but it wouldn't fit here. You know, this is actually a pretty good measuring device to show how the hole changes shape. Like how low this rests. Like, look at this. Like, that kind of demonstrates what we've done with the shape. But anyway, so that's I'll go right there, and let's cut the keel in. There we go. Okay, so that right there, that'll fit very nicely. Okay. Where is that situated? All right. You know, I think I want that a little bit further in, though. Maybe more like here. So this is a pretty good indication of how this works. Just the further in you go, like the closer to the center you get, the wider the model becomes. Okay, so right there, that's a good spot. Or rather, let's put it right here. All right. So I made a marking right there, and I made a marking right there. I was going to use this, but it's a little too short. So instead, let me use this. And this time I'm going to cut with the corrugation. See, I'm going to cut across. Or rather, I'll cut with it, right? So you can see the lines are there, and I'm cutting with the lines. And that's just because it will keep it more rigid. Like, notice, you know, this way it's likely to bend, but this way it's a lot harder for it to bend. So that's a benefit to cutting with the corrugation rather than against it. You know, there's kind of different times to do each where you can come up with clever uses for either orientation. Okay. From here on out, it's pretty simple. I mean, this whole step is pretty simple, but it's a nice thing to do. You just tape that on there. And notice when I tape two flat pieces together, I always tape them together while they're flat and then bend them. That way you have a lot of nice tension when you assemble the thing. Otherwise, it's all floppy. But if you assemble it while it's flat, then it's expecting to be flat. You know, the cardboard is convinced that it's going to remain flat. So then when you bend it, it's not expecting that. It's caught off guard. Okay, so look at that. That's a pretty nice holster for the model. So this is a very temporary holster, but it will probably sit in it for a very long time. I'm noticing it's not entirely level. So let's trim the bottom a little bit. Yeah, that's good enough. Iron Horse says, I was making a new deck and it fell under my oven now. Well, be careful around your oven is all I'm going to say. Fell under my oven. Yeah, I hate when that happens, when you lose a part. These days, that mostly happens to me when it's a small part, when it's like a really tiny, component. Like if you're working on like a signal box and then you're making the steps, and then you drop like the steps and you can't find them anywhere, it's just a tiny little piece of cardboard, your floor is covered with scraps of cardboard. So it's just a living hell trying to find one of them. It's like a grain of hay in a haystack. Like, that's what it is. I guess a blade of hay. Hay is just dead grass, isn't it? Okay. So one more thing, we are going to we're going to add a bar along the center just so we stop getting this, you know, flexy motion. And we just tape it right across the center like that. And let's kind of tuck it inside so it doesn't interfere with the bottom of the model. And let's tape it too. And there we go. So now, oh, look at that. Isn't that nice? So we've actually got something to set it on. Now there's one more thing, is I think I want to, you don't have to do this, but I want to build the stand so that the model sits at the proper waterline height. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take, you could raise it up like this, you know, if I just did that, it's at the pretty much the waterline height. But I'm going to do the opposite. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut out of this part. So, you know, you'll basically take the same exact shape, but you'll just cut it again right there, right below it. There we go. And there, I think that sits level, or rather doesn't sit level, which is what we want. Let's check. So if I measure, I'm going to put that right there, and I'm going to put my thumb right where the water line sits, and then I'm going to put my pencil over here. It's a little bit higher up in the front than it maybe should be, but I think that's okay. Yeah, maybe let's trim it down a tad. And of course, remember, the way the model sits in the water is dictated not by where you draw the water line. I mean, we're going to paint over that later anyway. However, it is dictated by either how you position it on a chassis, if you're going to make a chassis like the show, or the way I'm doing it, you know, how you weight the model. So when it, you know, sits in the water, what angle does it sit at? And, you know, that's what's going to dictate it. So, you know, you can position it at any angle once you're done. Okay, look at that. So that's pretty good. Right. So now we have something to set it on, and we're not working on it, and it's not going to wobble all over the place. So that's pretty good. Let's see, what's the chat saying? I can only see like 4 messages at a time. Iron Horse Production says, I got it, we're good. Okay, okay, good. Glad you retrieved your deck. That's quite a terrifying experience, having it slip out of your grasp. Like that, you know what's worse than that though, is when you cut out the deck and then you like are looking for a piece of cardboard to cut out another piece, and you grab the deck forgetting that it's a piece you're supposed to use, and then you cut like the side of the wheelhouse out of like the deck, and then you're like, wait, where's the deck? Oh my god. You just cut the thing in half, and didn't realize that that was an important piece. Like, that's devastating. That's happened to me so many times. It's so bad. But yeah, so that happens sometimes. Insane Edward says, please check Skype. I have so many Skype messages, Sam. You don't understand. Like, I can't be at beck and call with every single person on Skype. There's like, I have like 30 waiting messages. So, you know, that's the situation we're in. Trainmaster 16 says, oh, I hate doing stuff like that. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, I hate when I accidentally cut a piece. Like, you just have a brain fart and you just destroy something you were working on for like the last 10 minutes. It's a pain. But anyway, you know, something I've been thinking of that could be kind of cool. I don't know if I would do this, but it would be kind of cool if you know how most boats, it's not just black all the way down. Most boats are like OJ, where like underneath the water line it's red. It would be kind of cool to do that on like some of the normal tugs. Like, I mean, that's the type of thing I could see like them changing if tugs ever got a season 2 or season 3. Like, you ever think about how the models would have changed over time? You know, they wouldn't have stayed exactly in season 1 condition. They would have slowly evolved. And so I wonder like what things would be different. How would the faces change? How would the models change? I'm sure that the Star Tugs and Zed Stacks would get slightly different colors over time. You know, maybe the Star Tugs would get more orange or whatever. You know, like that would be cool to see. And I think one of those progressions, I could see it being like in season 2 when they refurbish all the models, they add like red like under the water line. Like, that could be kind of a cool feature to add. Because it's a shame, you know, I love seeing the water line. It's such a pretty thing to see, like where exactly, even when you take it out of the water, you can see where it's supposed to sit. And real tugboats have that, but for some reason they don't on the show. And it would just be so cool to actually have a real representation of that. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, I'd have to try it out, but it wouldn't be bad. I mean, the Zed Stacks and the Star Tugs both have red on them as like a major element of their color palette already. So it's not like it would look out of place, really. So I don't know. That could be pretty cool. Insane Edward says 29 of them are mine, but I don't know what he's referring to. But yeah. Henry Train Nathan says, I've done that before while making buildings. Yeah, it is the plight of somebody who makes models. All right. So I think now that we've got a little stand, and this stand is just good to visualize it, right? It's nice that when I walk into the room and I look at the model, it's at like the right angle, right? I see this, and you know, that's like how it's supposed to be. If you just kind of ignore this bottom part of the model, you can recognize the shape, can't you? Like from the show. And, you know, I like that. It helps me to visualize it. Same reason I draw the water line, even though I'm going to paint over it. Because, you know, I'm familiar with how the models look out of the water thanks to the Star Tugs Trust. But also deep in my, you know, in my psyche, really what I picture when I picture Zebedee is him in the water, like he is in the show. And so it's good to be able to visualize both. And if you can just draw a line right here, then that kind of allows you to cut it off. So that's, you know, that's really good. But yeah, anyway, so what else can we do? We can drink this tea. So we've got the keel, and that's a pretty big deal. Rhyme. Oh, now let's add the little risen bits that go along here. So I'm going to look at a picture again and just figure out where they start and end. Again, another rhyme for you. Let's see. So it looks to me like looking at this, it appears that they start and like they end just like right about where the superstructure starts, more or less, and they end at the very back where like the poop deck starts. So that's about where they should be. So I'm just gonna kind of draw where that I really hope it's called the poop deck, where that is. Kind of, I want to say it's about right there. Maybe a little bit further back. Okay, so, I mean, maybe even further though, maybe more like there. Yeah, I think that's about right. Okay, so now I'm just going to cut out a very thin strip. And I'm going to go perpendicular to the corrugation again, because when you cut something this thin out, like, it will split without a doubt. This is like the thickness of one zig in the zags. So that would be pretty nasty. It would split very easily. So it's going to go right along here. You see that, what I'm talking about with this risen piece? It's going to wrap all the way around here and end at the same point on the other side. And cut another one out. Flying Scotsman 4472 asks, one day, could you do a build stream on wooden engines? I guess I could, yeah. I mean, I could do a build stream on anything. You know, I don't know. I'm still in the mindset that this is like not a very good medium for me to teach people stuff. But I don't know. I mean, it sounds like everybody likes it. So maybe I should do more of these. Okay, I think we'll start it right about there. Can I just say how happy I am that the deck is removable? You know, I'm going to take this off of here for now. It's actually good to tilt it towards you like this. Like, this is so satisfying. The deck does not come out on Blue Nose. His is permanent. And every model I've made, the deck is permanent. But this one comes right out. Like, that's so satisfying. It's so much easier to, like, maintenance, too. I can look in there and see all the supports and stuff. It's awesome. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And I just love the shape of the deck. You know, it's one of the best shapes on the whole boat. It's all about shape for me. You know, that's like what I love so much about tugboats. Is the really interesting, complex shapes that you find. Like building something that can effectively cut through water produces very interesting, very, very interesting shapes indeed. And you know what I'm noticing is that I just remembered that last time we ran into the problem where the stern kind of dips down at the back, like it's supposed to keep sweeping up, but then it kind of just dips back down. And I think the easy solution to that is when we're adding this railing back here, like we have it taut right here, but here, let's just leave a gap. Be crafty about it. And that way, that gap will allow us to kind of, jump that dip and then continue going upwards. And, kind of, that will allow us to counteract the downward kind of, positioning of the stern. So that it will look like the whole thing, is higher up in the air than the middle, like we need it to be. There's a lot of instances where I just use masking tape to just, kind of skirt the gap. it's interesting that the two types of people who are watching this are probably either people who are entertained by it and don't intend to make a model themselves, or people who were there for the first one and are following along still. But anybody who wants to start following along now, I mean, nobody's going to start following along with this stream. I mean, they may have gone back and watched the old one first, but you know, nobody's like starting today. Because if they are, like, how would they get to this point? I mean, like, I guess if they just know how to do it. But at that point, like, why are you here for me? Okay, that's an interesting shape right there. Which tug is this going to be? Asks Westy. I'm thinking it's going to be Zebedee. I still have time to change my mind until I'm done with the like the hull, because the harbor tugs all pretty much have the same hull, except for tiny details. Like these railings here are just a little bit different on Zorin. They're a little bit taller up at the front, but like mostly they're the same. So I have a lot of time to figure out who I want to make, but I'm pretty certain that this is going to be Zebedee. And you know, I think out of all the 7 harbor tugs, technically Top Hat's a railway tug, but like he's exactly the same shape. Out of all those, I think Zebedee sounds like the most fun right now, so I'm going to do him. He's just so thick. Like Zebedee might be the most unique looking harbor tug out of all the 7 in the show, because he has a few features no one else has, and you know, as I make all of those, you guys will get the chance to like see what I'm talking about. There is like, you know, like his boat deck, like the deck that his like lifeboat sits on. Most tugs that ends before the funnel, but Zebedee, it goes underneath the funnel and backs up to the wheelhouse. He's got this really long, beefy boat deck, which is so cool. The funnel literally pokes through it, and his superstructure is just so wide. He's just so beefy. He's like goes almost to the edges. It's crazy how wide Zebedee is. You know, his hull is the same, but his, you know, his superstructure, his shoulders, so to speak, are just so broad. And it's really cool. So, you know, I love that. Okay, so I basically just took a strip of cardboard and I taped that on top of the stern right there. Now I think it's not very uniform, you'll notice. It's a little bumpy on the top, but also I think it's a little too tall. We can solve those both with one stone by just trimming this. And I'm kind of, notice I'm looking at it from far away. My eye is right here, but you know, this is right here. So I'm kind of looking at it from a distance to get a sense of whether it's straight or not. That's nice, isn't it? That's nice and subtle too. It's not too over the top. I mean, it is over the top. That's the whole point of this being up here. But it is. It's not metaphorically over the top. That's a thick boy, says Wangen driver. Yes. It's interesting, like when I first made these harbor tugs, like when I first made this model in the last stream, after the stream finished and I looked at it, I thought to myself, it seems kind of small. But then like a few days later, I just stopped thinking that. Like I just kind of readjusted to it, and I was like, whoa, this is actually kind of huge. I just came back in here one day and it just felt a lot bigger, and I was like, oh, whoa. Sometimes that happens. I love this. I love the shape of this. It's just so cool. Like, I just love tugboats. They're just so cool. All right, so we've got the ridge at the back, and now we're going to add the ridge at the front. So I think, let's just get a rough idea for where it's at. I think about here, maybe, is where it kind of starts, you know, here and here. Maybe a little bit closer in, though. I feel compelled to look at the other harbor tug I started the other day, because I already did this part on it, but no, I've got to do the proper thought process. I've got to show my work for the class. I think, let's say more like there. I think that's about right. Doesn't really matter, you know, as long as like, it's like the little details don't really matter, is what I've learned. I think it's the big, you know, proportional decisions that really make or break a model. It's not, you know, it's not how, you know, how big are the portholes. It's not, you know, are the little railings on top, you know, big or small or whatever. Those things don't matter all that much. What matters is the model, does the model look too narrow, or, you know, like the whole thing, or does the model look too long, or, you know, is the head too big? It's like stuff like that, really big features that are very noticeable. Those are the things you really want to spend your time getting right. The little details, they don't really make a huge difference. A lot of people don't ever notice them anyway. A lot of people would say it's the exact opposite of what I just said, and I see merit to that theory as well. But for me, it's all about the big proportional things, you know, the shape. That's really what I care about. Okay, so I just cut out that, and notice I kind of trimmed it at the edge so it kind of bevels. That's, you know, that just kind of allows it to not be such a hard drop. You know, it kind of slides back into the shape. And I cut out a duplicate too. So we're just going to take these. Well, we're going to put them both in place up here. And I think, and they both just stayed there for some reason, magically. So that's kind of scary. So we'll just put them on the same way that they went on in the back. Iron Horse Productions asks, are you ever gonna make another episode of your series? I've been actively trying to make another episode of my series for the last 4 years, and have not been successful so far. But I mean, yes, if I can help it, I will definitely do that. I mean, it won't be called the Fat Controllers Railway. Like it'll probably be, the style will change and the name will change, but you know, it'll appeal to the same audience. I'll write the characters the same way. It'll be the spiritual successor to the Fat Controllers Railway, whatever I do. So like, yeah, the answer really is yes. I will definitely make more. I mean, I'm hoping to make. I mean, in my life, I'd like to produce hundreds of stories. The idea that I've only produced 4 is absurd. It's like, because I've written hundreds. Like, it's not, you know, it's just that I'm so obsessive that I get in my own way, and I kind of overcomplicate the projects to such a point where I just can't get them out. But I've gotten projects to like a really far along state of completion, and they've been, you know, really something. But then I just cancel them because I lose all passion for them. So yeah, I mean, I will if I can, but only if I don't get in my own way, and I don't think anyone can stop me from getting in my own way. Because it's the model work, you know. I overdo it with the model work, and it takes way too long to make the thing. So eventually I give up. But I do intend to make more if I can ever circumvent that problem somehow. And you know, that's why TUGS models are so nice, because with a series, you know, with my series, anytime I do anything Thomas, I never make a model just to make a model. You know, I make models to tell a story. And so if I have like 100 models that I need for a single video, and then I only get 60 models done, and then, you know, I never film the video, in my mind, the 60 models don't count. They're just kind of like, you know, they're half of a project essentially, because the models weren't standalone art pieces. They were just tools for a project that never got made. Whereas with this is the art right here. Once I'm done with this, I will be done. You know, when I finished Blue Nose, he's done now. It's not like he's for something. He just exists because he should exist. That's it. That's the only reason. And you know, I think all art should kind of be like that. You know, it's like it should exist just for its own sake, not to further some greater goal. You know, so yeah, I don't know. I want nothing more than to make more Thomas stories. That's my biggest dream, and I'm trying to make it happen. I'm trying to figure out how to do that, but you know, it's trial and error. I'm trying to figure out, you know, how to not get in my own way so easily. But I'll figure it out. Malambeek says, when you look at a model, your eyes are not always drawn to the little details. You look at the general shape of the model. Yeah, no, exactly. That's like, you know, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it really, you know, you really have to analyze something closely to notice all the details. If they're not there, you will notice, but it won't impact how recognizable the model is. It's better for a model to look bare than for a model to look off, like not right. You know, that's kind of what I think. However, you know, I also think, like, as long as you, like, that's the thing. Like, I'm very critical of my own models because I've been doing this so long that I kind of want to, you know, I know when something's off and I know how to fix it. However, you know, don't worry about that for your own models. Because, like, I never worry about a model being inaccurate, really. I may point it out, and I may be like, I'm not going to keep working on this because it's got this flaw. But I never stop making models and think, I can't do this. It's always, oh, I know how to fix this, and it's easier to start from scratch. Like, that's the only time I've ever really abandoned TUGS models, is when that's the solution. Like with Big Mac, right? It's not that, like, he didn't turn out right, and I was like, oh, well, all right, I'm just done. I give up, right? I didn't give up. I realized that the easiest way to make that model better was to start from scratch. And I will do that eventually. So it's not that I've given up, it's that he's Mark 1, and I'm going to make a Mark 2 at some point. You know, but, you know, I still acknowledge that Mark 1 is excellent. You know, and I think that in general, you can't beat yourself up. It's okay if you're running to the next model with excitement and abandoning the one you're working on now. That's okay. But if you're running from the model that you're working on right now because you feel like it's not up to snuff, that's not the right mentality. You know, always run towards something that you adore, not away from something you're ashamed of. That's how I think, you know, you should approach things. And I've never been ashamed of a TUGS model. I've never thought, wow, this is terrible. You know, I've always thought that they're amazing. It's just that then I envision something even more amazing, and I'm like, well, I got to go do that now. You know, and that's what I've always done. Wangan Driver. It's a very difficult name to say, but it's also quite creative. That's me. Like, for a year now, I've been making cars from different animes, and they look off, but with each model I make, it has an improvement from the other, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. No, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like you slowly get a sense for things. And the way to get good at making models is just make a lot of models and just don't stop. Just keep making more and more and more and more. You can't stop yourself from getting great at it. That's just going to happen naturally, but only if you're not looking for it. You know, I never looked to become great at making models. I just did it a lot and I enjoyed it. And that happened naturally. And it will happen naturally for you as well. But if you're seeking some sort of glory, then not the right mentality, friend. And when I say friend, I'm just referring to the general viewer, not anyone specifically. But yeah, that sounds really cool. Cars from animes, you say. That's a very interesting kind of field of model making. That's cool. Okay, well, so before we realized it, we're over the top of the hill. Okay, so now you notice how the keel goes way higher up than these bars here. So we want it to be totally flush with them. So we're just going to trim that. And we left a lot of excess because I didn't know how high up these were going to go. Now I know, and now I can properly trim it. I'm just kind of trying to bend it so that it like fits in with those nicely. And now I'm just going to tape over it like this. Just kind of tape them together. And I'm just kind of tearing the tape into small strips and just kind of binding it around there so that it attaches nicely to the pieces we just added on. It's nice and level. Like, look at that. It just comes right off of there. Okay, nice. So I think now we are pretty much ready for the splash rails. Let me just tape up the keel a little bit more first. I do want to prevent this from kind of like sloping onto the cardboard. I like it to really, kind of a sharp cut there. So I do pinch it a little bit even, like that. Just so that the tape, kind of cuts in like I want it to. Wangan Driver says the latest model I'm currently making is the R32 from Wangan Midnight. Sorry, it's hard to pronounce. That's okay. That's a problem on my end, not yours. But yeah, that's cool. That's really like a specific thing to be modeling. That's awesome. You don't get a lot of people modeling that. I haven't even heard of Wangan Midnight. Should look into that and look into how to pronounce it as well. Let's see. Thomas Reviews Latino says, while trying to make a cardboard 10 cents, I ended up making a cardboard Strasbourg Thomas. All right. Well, that's equally cool. I don't know how you end up in that position. That happens to me sometimes, though. Oftentimes, I start out wanting to make one thing and then change my mind halfway through. where I'm like, you know what, it sounds more fun to make this other thing. Like when I started making Zoran, and originally I was gonna make like I think a warrior or a Big Mac. I think it was warrior I was gonna make, and instead, once I was done with the whole, I was like, you know what, I want this to be Zoran. That sounds like more fun, and I did that. Okay, I think we are more or less all taped off with the keel now. Like, look at that. That's pretty cool. Something I like to do also is after I've got the whole thing taped in place, then I put strips of tape along the side like that. Just to kind of emphasize that sharp cut. Wangan Driver says, it's just I've been model making Thomas characters and tugs for many years now and wanted to do something new. Yeah, that's cool. Kind of going outside the box. Yeah, I understand that. And it's kind of like for years when the vast majority of my life, I was not trying to make like a TUGS replicas. I wasn't trying to make something that looked exactly like the show. I was just making, something that roughly looked like it. And then one day, the first replica I tried to make was 10 cents. And I still have that model, but it's in bad shape. I never finished it. But he looked really cool, and I was like, "Whoa, okay, I can do this." Like, wow. And so then after him, I made who did I make? I think the next one I officially made after that was Zoran, and then after Zoran, I made Big Mac. And after Big Mac, I believe I started Hercules, who's over here, but he's just a hole right now. But it's a really cool hole. I'll get back to him eventually. And then after Hercules, I started Zip because he was going to be the focus of my tutorial, but I finished the whole, but that was pretty much it. And then while I was working on Zip, because I was so bored during the tutorial, because I could only work on him during a certain part of the day for the daylight, I wanted someone I could work on whenever I wanted. And that's when I started Blue Nose, right? In the same way that I started another Harbor Tug to work on when I'm not on stream, I started Blue Nose to work on when I couldn't work on Zip. And I finished Blue Nose. He's the first one I ever fully finished. And I was very proud of that. And I'm still very proud of them. And then there's these two. This one, and if you didn't see earlier in the stream, I've started another Harbor Tug. So I have something to work on off stream. So I'm thinking that the one I'm working on stream is going to be Zebedee. And I'm thinking that the Harbor Tug that I started off camera is going to be a new Big Mac, one that actually has the proportions I'm looking for. Because I really like Big Mac for some reason. There's something about him. Look at that. Look at how much sharper that looks when I put the tape along the sides. And you can't see all the zigzaggy tape lines. Look how crisp that line is. I like that. Iron Horse Productions says, Hercules! I assume that is a response to me mentioning him. Wangan Driver says, you piqued my fanboy side at Hercules. Yeah. Hercules is definitely my favorite star tug. He goes back and forth between him and Zoran for my favorite tug in the show. He's really cool. So I definitely want to get back to him at some point. I've got the whole. I'm just going to tell you right now, I will not be able to show this whole thing on camera because it's that big. But I'm just far enough along where I can actually make Hercules' deck removable. I can retrofit that. That's good. Oh, I can show it. Okay, so here's Hercules. Look at that. Look at this beast. You don't even get a full sense for what I'm talking about here. I mean, let me, here. I'm going to put, so you understand how big this is. Look at this. Look at what I'm showing you right now. He's like enormous. He's so huge. I love it. So this hole is really cool. I gotta make a few adjustments. I think like this model, back when I was working on this, I made them differently. I added this block on the bottom so that I had somewhere to clamp like a chassis onto. And also the deck was permanent. Like I couldn't remove it. But I'm just far enough along where I think I can retrofit this to the new style. So I can tear this bit off and I can tear the deck out and put in a removable one, but then maintain the hull, which is the thing that took the longest. Oh, that's cool. He's 39 inches long for anyone who's curious. And my model is a little over 9.5 inches or 25 centimeters. So if you want to know that, that's at least if you want to make something akin to my Hercules, he is 25 centimeters wide and 39 inches long. I don't know what 39 inches is in centimeters, but that's what he is. Anyway, so Hercules is awesome. And the other harbor tug is at a weird angle, so I'm going to put him back. It's actually sitting on Hercules. But yeah, Hercules is super cool. I'll get back to him eventually. I don't usually return to projects, but Hercules broke that rule for me because he's just too immense. You cannot build that twice in your life. Like I have to use the old one and just retrofit it because he's so huge. He's amazing though, but his shape is really good. Like that actually is, I'm very satisfied with the shape. So I don't feel the need to change it. Big Mac, I'm not satisfied with, but Hercules is really something. I build replicas in L gauge or Lego gauge, but out of cardboard. Says Flying Scotsman 4472. That's really cool. That's like, I love the Lego track system and like the wheels and stuff. It's like very, and the fact that it's like all RC, there's a lot of like a cool electric Lego stuff too, but I like the RC stuff more, I think, because it's just like it's like a ready to run track and bogey system that you can just build whatever you want on top of. Like that's really cool. Okay, so is it splash rail time? Could it be? Yeah, I think it is splash rail time, everyone. So I'm gonna take, I guess I don't need to take the deck out for this. I will have to eventually to kind of press up against the splash rails. But okay, so how do we go about the splash rails? Well, first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna redraw a lot of these lines because we've kind of taped over them a few times. And I want to make it very clear where the splash rails are supposed to go so that when I put them down, I don't get confused. That's why it's nice to just draw it out. But that gives you an idea, doesn't it? We're just so lucky that TUGS got made. It could have just been a glimmer in David Mitten's eye that never actually came to fruition, but he actually made it. And it exists now. We've only got 13 episodes, but have you seen those compilations where they take every episode and they run them together? It's like 3 hours or something. That's a lot of TUGS that we have. Like, the thing is, it seems like TUGS is really short, only 13 episodes, but that's because we're comparing it to Thomas, where every episode's 4 minutes, 30 seconds. TUGS is like 15 to 20 minutes an episode. It's like it's like an official big show. It's like an animated show. So, oh, and I'm also coloring these bits here so that I can get a sense for where the splash rail ends. That's pretty cool. But like, there's a lot of, like, you realize that TUGS, I mean, think about it. So TUGS on average is 3 to 4 times as long as Thomas. So really, it's like, what does that equate to? Like, TUGS, one season of TUGS kind of equates to 2 seasons of Thomas, doesn't it? Because 26 episodes, each of them are 4 minutes, 30 seconds. So 13 episodes, that would be 9 minutes each. And so then you take the average of TUGS, that's like 18 minutes or something. Like that, we basically got, in Thomas terms, 2 seasons of TUGS, which it's not that bad. I mean, I would have liked more, but also it's nice that, you know, the book is closed on it. So now it's up to the fans what we want to do with it, and it can't be ruined. You know, it can't be. There can't be like a new official version of TUGS that doesn't match our visions for the characters. We can all do whatever we want, and nothing is wrong. You know, does Zebedee join the Star Tugs? Does Boomer ever become a Tug again? Do those things ever happen? I wouldn't want them to, but a lot of people would. And the thing is, somebody would be disappointed if the show kept going and answered those questions. So I kind of like that there are no answers to a lot of those. Okay. One more thing. I like to draw the curvature right here of where the splash rail will be, just to kind of cheat the eye into thinking that it's there. Like, you can get a sense for that, can't you? Like, it almost doesn't look 2D. Okay. So, it is straw time. Well, that looks so crisp, doesn't it? That's so cool. Just those lines going across. It's going to be even cooler once we have them 3D. So you could just paint the splash rails on. I did that for years. But it is a little bit cooler to actually make them 3D, and that's what we're going to do now. So notice the straws have a little bit of flex. They do bend a bit before they break, you know, that sort of thing. You don't want them folding. You want them to just flex ever so slightly. And so notice, you know, you can get them to bend across there. And that's what we're going to do. So I think I'm trying to figure out what is the thickness of these. If we put 2 straws in place to get an idea, you know, I think we could get away with just taping these on as is and then wrapping a few layers of tape around them to beef them up. But like I said earlier, you want to underdo it, not overdo it, because you can't chop the things down if they're too big, but you can, you know, wrap layers of tape around them to make them thicker if they're too small. So what I'm going to do, take the straw and snip off this bit. You don't really need that. You know, you don't want that kind of flexy, you know, bendy bit right there, because that's, you know, it's that, you don't want that. So we've got just the raw barrel of the straw, and we're going to cut down the straw. Like that. So then you can unravel it like a scroll. And now what that allows us to do is shrink it. Like if we kind of roll it down a little bit, you can roll it in on itself and make it even smaller than it usually is. And that's what we want to do today. And we're just going to do that by a bit. So I'm going to roll it to like a slightly smaller diameter. And then I'm going to tape it back together. And you want to, it doesn't have to be perfect, but you want to roll to pretty much the same diameter for all of them. So I basically sliced the thing, and then I rolled it in on itself. And then I'm taping it back together to keep it rolled in on itself like that. So here's what I did. So compare that to a normal straw. You can see the difference. This literally slides right into the existing straw if you want it to. As a side note, this would be a great way to do like the hydraulic pumps, or the hydraulic, like just the hydraulics on, like, say, Jack's front loader. That would be a pretty good way, like imagine that. And like on Diesel 10's claw, how it has that thing on it where it does that. Like a hydraulic piston is the word I was looking for. This would be really good for that. But that is not what we're doing today. Don't get distracted. And I'll tape over the other parts too, just to make sure it all stays the same thickness. Like, that's not so much to hold it together, that's just to kind of, and I roll it like this as well. That's more or less the same thickness all the way through. So, and now it'll bend. That actually bends better than it did before. Something about the tension, I guess. So, yeah, that'll do the trick. All right. So now I'm going to adhere this. I'm just going to follow the lines. So right about there. Just going to tape it on. I'm just going to continue to do that. Malambeek says, it's a shame that we don't make more original TUGS content. Yeah, I really agree with that. I've built enough TUGS models in other like styles that I could easily do like a TUGS series, but I don't know if I could bring myself to make a series that doesn't reflect my current like style. And right now I make models that are really accurate with a lot of detail. And the problem with that is that I could make a series with really good looking models, but that were simple, right? Nice and simple. Maybe like in a kind of wooden railway-ish style, where like they look good, they look like TUGS models, but they're simple. That way I could make, all the main characters pretty easily. I could do all that stuff. And, it wouldn't break my back. However, the problem is, I struggle to do that, to actually make it in a simpler style. But I could do that. And I know a lot of people could do that. I should make like a tutorial that's simpler, that isn't quite this advanced, of just how to make little, small, simple TUGS models, because those aren't hard to make. And, I think we would get a lot more TUGS series if people just knew how to make those. So that would be really cool. So look at that. You see that? How it's very small compared to what we want it to be eventually. But I think we want it that way, because what we're going to do, I'm just going to do all the steps on this one splash rail right now just to kind of show you, is what I do after that is I take tape and I layer it on top of itself a few times. Let's say 6 times. Let's make it 10. there we go. And I'm going to cut off the edges, so it's this really thick piece of tape that is just, you know, totally square and or totally rectangular. And then I'm going to kind of curve it just a little bit. So you've got a shape like that. And then I'm just going to, in fact, let me trim this in half. I'm just going to put that onto here like that. Now I'm noticing it's a little bit too long. You know, you want it to snugly fit around your splash rail. See, like, look at that. It's like boiler cladding almost, where it goes, it just hugs the thing. And you really want to just kind of press it in so that it really attaches properly. And we'll trim the other one as well. You see what I'm kind of going for here? You kind of wrap the tape around there like that. And then, once it's in position, you tape over it with a larger piece of tape, just to kind of confine it to its position. And there you go. So that's the beginning of our splash rails right there. So, you know, to recap, basically we take a straw, cut it, we tape it, you know, to a smaller size, and then we tape the straw onto the side of this, you know, slowly going, you know, kind of point by point, you know, bending it around the shape. And then after that, we layer like 10 layers of tape on top of each other. We bend that into like a little kind of curved rectangle that cups the straw. Then we tape that on there, and then we take a piece of tape and go over that entirely on the side, over the splash rail, and back onto the side, just so that it really seals it on there. And that gets us the shape that we are looking for, more or less. Okay. Now, I'm going to add the one right below this, down here, and see if they're spaced correctly. And they should be a little bit further apart. than they will be in the final version. Because remember, you're going to have then several layers of Flex Seal and clay or water putty or whatever you're putting on there, and then paint and more masking tape on top of that. And it's going to end up thicker by the end. So let's just take that and roll that and then tape it together so it's a smaller size. There's probably something I could use besides bendy straws that isn't as thick as bendy straws, like maybe coffee stirrers, but I know that they're a lot more rigid because they're smaller. So there we go. We've got that, and no, I guess we don't have to tape over the exposed bits here because we're gonna panel the masking tape around it anyway. So probably not a big deal. I do feel, though, that this is kind of, the splash rail is kind of attempting to make this section straight, and you don't want to let it do that because you do want to have a nice curve to it. I've taped over the splash rail, but I believe it's like the tracing for it, but I believe it's right there. And then that'll go right there. So basically these straws just form the skeleton of the splash rails. Wangan Driver says, I used to use string for the white lines on the hull. Can't remember what it's called. Sorry. Yeah, that's clever. Yeah, it's like it's kind of circular. There's a lot of it. It's like very ropey. Yeah, that would do the trick. Okay, so you can see it's a lot further apart than it is on the model. Like, if you look at that, you can see, the black kind of in between the black in between the splash rails is almost like the same thickness as the splash rails themselves. The black space in between is like a little bit thicker than the splash rails, just slightly though. Now let's compare that to what we have here. You can see if you look at the thickness of the splash rails, and in fact, this is a good time to color. It's always a good time to color. So looking at that thickness, you can clearly see that the space in between is way thicker than the splash rails, and you want it to be so thin that it's mistakable for being the same thickness as the splash rails themselves. And this only goes for harbor tugs. Other tugs are different. But I think you have to think about the fact that once you wrap the masking tape around this, it's going to become a lot thicker, and that gap in the middle is going to get smaller. So you have to be prepared for that inevitability. So you might be asking, why don't I just wrap a bunch of tape around the splash rails while I still have the separate straw and then adhere it? Well, the reason is the splash rails aren't just tubes that are adhered to the side of the model. They're a half circle, if you look at them. These are like tubes cut in half, right? Notice how we want this to kind of go and kind of intersect with the hole. We want it to, as the curve slowly goes straight right here and then touches the hole, we don't want it to curve back inward. And if we used a full tube, if we didn't put this paneling around the end, like you look over here, it curves around the outside, sure, but then it curves back inward and you've got this shadow underneath that isn't accurate to the show. So really what we want is, kind of a half cylinder sticking out of the side of the boat. We don't want a full cylinder on the side that's kind of wrapped around. It's not like a tube that kind of follows the side. It's a half cylinder. It's half a tube that is kind of submerged into the side of the boat. Wangan Driver says, once I apply it, I covered it in glue so it's not soft and flimsy, it's hard. Oh, that's clever. That's really innovative. That's like, so that's the one thing I was thinking about, is that like the splash rails would be really kind of fluffy if you use string. They might look good, but then when you touch them, they'd flex and they wouldn't be quite right. But that's clever. Like you'd actually like harden them. See, this is what I mean about there are just so many different ways to do this. And people come up with the most clever solutions to these problems. I think it would serve me well to figure out exactly like right now, this is a certain kind of length, and you can see it doesn't really fit on there. It needs to kind of be tightened up. So I think I should keep a reference piece so that every time I cut one of these out, I can just trim it to size right away. So like, I'm just going to test with this. There's still just a little bit of slack. And you really want it to hug the splash rail. I think that does the trick. Okay, so that's the official length then. So I'm going to put it on this piece, and I'm just going to cut it. And now they're the same, not length, not height, I don't know, the same span. I don't know what you would really call that. Just kind of curve it, and then you wrap it around right there. See, it's slowly growing. It's slowly turning into something. And I'm going to keep this one as reference. I'm just going to put that aside so we know the dimensions of these little, kind of panels. Now, you know what? I'm going to just layer it all at once. I'm going to just put 10 of these on top of each other. 3, 4, 5. I could do this all day. 6. You have to have patience for something like this. Not necessarily even patience, though. That's too short. It's not really patience. You just have to enjoy it. You just have to not be in a hurry for it to be finished. you have to enjoy the process if you're going to, you know, if you're really going to get good at it, I think that's pretty much right. Like, I am in no hurry to finish this. And I really am showing you guys just exactly how I go about this. Like, I'm not holding anything back. I'm not editing it at all. It's literally just, this is what I do, right? You know, you can just watch me. It's less like you're, like I'm teaching and more like you're apprenticing. Like you're just watching me do it. And eventually you'll kind of get an idea for like what I'm doing and what the hell is going through my head. So that's the idea. Okay. So this is the right thickness all the way through. And now let's just chop it into little bits. And you might ask, why don't I just layer it across the whole side? Well, it's the same reason why we had to cut the hole the way we did, where you can't wrap it this way and curve it this way. It'll have weird creases. So you're going to have to do it in segments, right? It's kind of like a, you know, it's kind of like a hexagon or something versus a circle, right? You can see the clear sides that make it up. But you kind of go, you know, this one is a little bit more rotated than this one, is more rotated than this one, and slowly you kind of until you get to the side. You know, that's the idea. And as the curve becomes more gradual, you can make the pieces longer too. I'm just kind of putting them in place right now just to get an idea for, you know, where they should go. Okay. So we're getting somewhere with this. There's a lot of pinching involved. You really want to get in there and just kind of pinch it so that it doesn't, because you don't want it to fan out. And you know, it won't look the part if you do that. So then you put the tape over it to kind of keep it in position. Splashrails are the thing. They are my personal weak spot. They're not like the hardest part of the model. Like I wouldn't say you should worry about the Splashrails. I would say for me personally, I think that is the part I'm most likely to get wrong, is the Splashrails. Like on Zorin, they weren't right. They were too thick. On Big Mac, they're okay, but I feel like they should still be a little thinner. On Blue Nose, they're good, but I think they might be a little too thin. But doesn't stick out too much on him because, you know, he's painted all the same color. I think these are pretty much right at the moment, but, you know, they're probably liable to get thicker. You know, it may be that in 30 minutes I realize, oh shoot, these are, you know, way too thick, and I'll just rip them all off and start again. But that's the thing. You kind of need to do it wrong first in order to determine what's right. Okay. I'm going to cut out more tape paneling. Two. 3. What's the chat saying? Steam Engines United says, I have also returned. And Useful Engine 11 says, all right, I'm back. What did I miss? Let's see. Someone, I can't see their name, says, can I use similar steps and just downsize it with a little bit different materials to make smaller models? Yeah, absolutely you could do that. I mean, that's exactly the hope. You know, I'm kind of making the most complicated version of this model so that people can extrapolate from it, okay, well, then, you know, the simpler version will probably be like this. If I make the simplest version, then there's things that people won't know for the more complicated one. But if I start with the hardest thing, then the easier things will kind of follow, is my hope. Or, you know, possibly it's more difficult to make something smaller because it's harder to detail. You know, I tend to, when I make a smaller model, it's easier, but detailing isn't. So, you know, there's benefits and drawbacks to both sizes. But yeah, I mean, that's, you know, I definitely want people to take these methods and use them on other scales, and even on other models that aren't even, you know, aren't even the same. Like, you know, it doesn't have to be on TUGS models. You know, there are a lot of different models you can use these methods on. You can use them on you know, on trains. You can use them on engines, on buildings, on anything. Right, because I'm kind of teaching structural methods here. You know, the same method you use to curve the side of the hull, you might use to curve a boiler, or you might use to curve a station platform. You know, like they're the same kind of methods. But also, I think the best answer to the question, you know, can I just use this? Can I downsize this and use it for smaller models? I think the best answer is, well, can you? Like, go and try. And if it works, you've discovered that you can. So even if you didn't have an answer to that question, you could always answer it yourself just by going and making it a reality. You know, I mean, if I'd asked someone, hey, can I make a TUGS model entirely out of cardboard that looks like the real show? They'd probably scoff at me and be like, no. Like, are you kidding me? But like, I can, and that's because I just never thought that I couldn't, and I did. And you know, I mean, that's, so you know, you do have to remember that you may be the first to figure out how to do something. It may be that everyone tells you it can't be done just because they haven't seen it done yet, and then they see it and they're like, oh, well, never mind then. I mean, you can break the rules, and you can break the mold. It's interesting. I can't remember who it was. Someone sent me a tweet the other day asking if the you know, the tugboat hull next, like I showed this hull and I showed the harbor tug I'm working on that, you know, that's identical basically. I showed those in one picture, and that person asked, is there, you know, or is the one on the right like an ocean tug hull? And there's two things that I think were interesting about that. One is that they said an ocean tug hull, not like Hercules' hull, but an ocean tug hull, as if there's any ocean tug in TUGS besides Hercules. But beyond that, it's also the fact that like the two models were identical, and yet they thought there was a difference between them. And that's interesting how that works. Like, the eye can be tripped so easily. All right, I'm going to start with the, I'm going to start working on the bottom splash rail now. Oh, I think that may be just perfect looking at it. Like, look at that. It's like, there's still, the middle space is just a little bit, is clearly bigger than the splash rail space. Like the, you know, the space in between is thicker than the splash rails themselves. However, you know, I think it will become the perfect thickness once I put all the, you know, all the layers on top of it. So I feel like this might be just perfect. thing about making these models is they just get cooler and cooler as you work on them. You know, the least cool they will be is when you start. And then from there, they just get better and better. They never dip. And I just love that. Steam Engines says, if he popped a squat... Oh, I can't read the pop a squat comment. I'm terribly sorry. I wish I could, but I can't. Wangan Driver says, what is everyone's opinion on Sodor Fallout? I'm interested to know. I think it's really creative and cool. I think it's cool to get more Thomas horror content because we don't have a whole lot of that. It's also horror kind of puts me in a sad mood, so it may not. You know, it's also maybe not the best thing, at least for me, to like expose myself to. But you know, it is cool to have that medium explored more. It's interesting is that like it really. Like everything that happens to the engines in Sodor Fallout has to do with like the faces, which is weird. You know, it really like kind of Sodor Fallout only works if you look at the faces like they are this physical human component on the front of an engine. But like I don't really look at them that way, so I kind of have to adjust for that when I you know look at Sodor Fallout stuff. I'm like, okay, well Thomas isn't just a locomotive; he's a locomotive with a face. Because the way I look at Thomas normally on a day-to-day basis, I look at him like he's just, you know, a locomotive. Like he's just an engine. And he can talk and he can express his thoughts, but they're train thoughts, right? You know, he's like talking about how he's, you know, his branch is the first on the line and stuff like that. It's not like he's like, you know, man, I really wish I could run for parliament. Like he doesn't say that, right? I mean, he's a steam engine. And, you know, I think it, like, at his core, he is a locomotive. So, you know, the face isn't like a tangible thing. It's just there so we understand it, but it's not there because it is. And so I don't think Thomas could ever get like radiation poisoning because he's a locomotive. He'd be fine, you know, in the same, like he's a train. He's made of steel, you know, bullets bounce right off of him, that sort of thing. Right. So, you know, that's how I see him normally. But it is cool to adjust, too, for things like Shed 17 and Sodor Fallout, where they do have an interesting vibe about them. Like, I do get myself very immersed in them. But then afterwards, I also kind of have a bad feeling where I'm kind of like, I don't know, I feel kind of gross. I feel kind of sad. But I think some people know how to handle that feeling better than I do. So, you know, I'm glad it exists. I do wish, though, like I've seen the same like Edward story done like 100 times. Like I wish people would take the general concept of Sodor Fallout, and just run with it and use it for, and like make their own timeline. It's like, oh no, actually the power plant exploded at Vickerstown and Henry was affected or whatever, right? Like you know, like it doesn't always have to be the same Edward story, literally quote for quote. Like it, you know, the concept is what's cool. It's not necessarily the exact timeline. I mean, that's not so much what I get out of it. Like, if I were to do any Sodor Fallout stuff, I'd probably rewrite it to kind of fit, you know, whatever I would think would be the coolest, but use the same kind of general atmosphere and tone. And the idea of, like, a power plant meltdown and that sort of thing is really cool. So, like, you know, I think that the basis is very neat, but I just think it needs... It's cooler if you make something kind of... If you make your own story from scratch, that's what would excite me more, you know, just personally. Okay. I will say though that the tugboats definitely have faces. Like they're like in tugs, they're like their heads turn, they wear hats, they grow hair, they receive wages from Captain Star and Captain Zero. They drive themselves. There's not a human in sight. Like it's pretty clear to me that in tugs the faces are real. So could they get radiation poisoning? I guess. I don't know if I necessarily want them to, but I think they probably could, yeah. Or some equivalent, right? Like in Quarantine where, you know, Burke and Blair are like, oh, Mr. Burke, I think I see rust spots on that Zoran. It's like, you know, like that's his version of a disease, some sort of rust, right? So like, it'd be something like that. Look at that. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna color that in. So, see, this is one of those stretches where, oh, that's cool. This is one of those stretches of the stream where I just like don't really show you all that much because there's not really much more for me to show. Like it's kind of, I've kind of explained it already. Could show it to you a few more times, but oh, that's neat. All right, everybody, are you ready for this to be recognizable? Because it is now. Look at that. That's pretty cool, huh? That's like, those are proper splash rails there. That's pretty neat. I think, though, I will push the thing down a bit if I can. Like, there's a little bit of a dip there, so I'm just going to put more tape over it to kind of counteract that. There we go. That's pretty. I hate when the iPad falls over and makes that slamming noise. I hate loud noises. That's pretty slick. I like that. Like, look at that. That's pretty good. It's hard to get a sense for how wide this is on camera. Like, it feels very tall. Maybe that's because it is tall. I don't know. But I think that's coming together. I approve of those splash rails, good sir, says Wangan Driver. Good to hear. Good to hear. All right, let's see. So, let's see. Steam Engines United says those are looking mighty fine, if I do say so myself. Thank you, Steam Engines United. Yeah, we're coming along here. All right. So I think I'm trying to figure out. So the Flex Seal doesn't add too much thickness, just a bit. The main thing that adds thickness is the water putty. And usually I put that all over the splash rails because, you know, I want to get rid of the seams because, you know, the shape of these is right, but if you look closely, you can see all the tape lines. And I want to get rid of those. So I put something over them. But that will also make the splash rails thicker. But also it'll make them a little bit bumpier. And I almost wonder if it would be better to just somehow tape over these. Like if I were to just, because I think I like Blue Nose a lot, but I feel like I overdid the water putty on him just a little. Like I feel like there were parts that I could have just done with tape that would have been just fine. This is me experimenting here. Like, I wonder if it would be cleaner, rather than putting water putty on it, if I were to just, after I was done, do something like that, where, like, compare this to the bottom one versus the top one. It's pretty clear the difference. Where, like, you know, you see all those lines, those vertical lines, and at the top, you see, you know, you see a few kinks in the tape, but it is better, and I almost think that's smooth enough. especially when you paint over it and add weathering and stuff. I think that'll do the trick. So maybe I won't put, I'll definitely put water putty all over this bottom part to make it smooth. Probably, but I may not do it on the Splashrails this time. I may just avoid that and just see how it works out. But for now, I'm going to take this tape off because that was more of a test. But yeah, I'm constantly changing little things, just tweaking the way I do this. I was thinking this would be a much shorter stream, but honestly, I think the Splashrails are going to take a while, so I think it's totally adequate. I could go like an hour longer too if I wanted to, because I started earlier today, but I don't want my British friends up until 1 in the morning. I mean, 12 is like, I lined it up this time so that nobody who's British is going to be up past 12. I think that'll work out. Hey, the camera rocked just then, said new storyteller. Let's see. It's not shaking anymore. It did before. Yeah, when I bumped the table up, I think, and then it hit the, because I've got the camera on a separate thing so that it's not affected by when I rock the table. You know, but that actually did bump it before, so that's why. But yeah, this is coming along. Coming along. So I think I'm gonna have to add. All right, so we've gotten pretty much, we've like kind of sheeted the majority of these first two straws. So now we're gonna add more straws along the side. And I think now that I've showed you guys kind of what I do here, I think I'm gonna just put straws the entire length of the boat. And then I'm going to sheet the entire length of the boat. And then I'm gonna tape off the entire length of the boat. Like I'm gonna do those all steps. I'm gonna do each step. I'm not going to do every single step each time I lay a new stretch. I think I'm just going to do one step, then the next step, and the next step. Just that'll be, I just like that better. Do you ever listen to Thomas in other languages? Asks Steam Engines United. I do not. I've like seen clips and stuff, but mostly I stick to what I can understand. I only speak English. Wangan Driver says, "Ha, mate, I'm fine with staying up till 3 a.m. Ain't working, so don't bother me." Yeah, that's. I'm sure a lot of people share that mentality, but I just want to make sure I'm not being a bad influence and convincing people to stay up all night. There's a lot of fools who have tried to do the Lemmy challenge despite my warnings not to, and they are fools who are dear to me, but still. All right, so I'm going to start the straws when I come back, and I'm going to go to the bathroom. So this is your chance for an intermission. And if you're watching this in the future, when it's not live anymore, I guess just skip to when I'm back. This is very unprofessional by design. Unprofessional is easier to make. All right, back to work. Get back to work, as the fat controller would say. He'd probably be a little bit more polite than that. Okay, so more straws. More straws coming up. I think I'm just gonna like mass produce all these straws. Like I'm just gonna cut a bunch of them, and then I'm gonna put these aside for now. I'm going to cut a bunch of straws, and then afterwards I'm going to tape all of them at the same time. I like to do that with stuff. Like, you know, if I need a bunch of, I don't know, like, what's something you make a lot of? If I need like a bunch of doors for Tidmouth Sheds, then I just do them all at once. Like I just do one after the other, after the other, after the other, till I have a stockpile of them, and then I start applying them to the model. I prefer to do it that way. Steam Engines United says, fools go to school. Am I right? JK, don't listen to me, kids. Finishing college work can be a rewarding feeling at times. In parentheses, listen to the latter part. I love that you just gave an opinion that you didn't believe in and then spent like the next 90% of your message making up for it. The new storyteller asks, which TUGS model of mine do you like the most? I've seen so many TUGS models. I can't remember what yours were. I think, were yours the ones that were made out of wood? I have so many names to remember, and so I always remember the models in vivid detail, and I remember like the personality of the people who made them, but the names elude me. The new storyteller says, hey, that piece of straw nearly hit the camera. Hey, that piece hit me. Don't you just love that? Like that scene in that shot in Munitions, rather, where Warrior gets hit in the head with that like shrapnel from the building. That was just by accident. Like that building just blew up, and like they didn't expect that piece to hit him in the head, but it did. So they added the metal clang sound effect, and then like they had they added in him saying, you know, hey, that piece hit me. Like I don't know if I heard that in an interview or if I just made that up, but like it has to have been that way, because it's not like they intended. It's not like they knew that like he would get hit in the head. How could they ever predict that, right? Unless they shot that same explosion so many times just expecting it to hit him in the head, but they couldn't have, right? So that had to have been an on-the-fly thing, kind of like Zoran's hat doing that thing, where it's like, you know, just those little quirks. I love those. I love that shot where Top Hat turns his head and he's like, I don't remember what he says. If he's like, you know, what? How could you suggest such a thing? Or something like that, right? And then his monocle falls off on camera. Like, I love that. Like, that's just so great. Like, I know that's an error, but like I think they left it in on purpose because it's so satisfying. It's just so funny. It's like that it just falls off. Like, all of his dignity gets smashed in that 1 second. It's just like, yeah, shut up, come on. Like, it's so entertaining. And it's like interesting because this is interesting here, is that I'm adding the splash rail here, and I'm making sure there's a little bit of a ridge once we get to the side, because remember, we're going to put the plate around it, right? The kind of half tube. And then we don't want it to go above the top of the hole. So this slot here is kind of where the plate is going to fit neatly. So, I'm kind of leaving a bit of a ridge that we're going to fill in later. But anyway, like, I just love that shot where Top Hat's monocle just falls off. And I like to believe, like, if Tugs was in CGI, I could so see it to be like, if his monocle fell off, he would then just kind of casually swing his head to the side and up a bit, and it would just fly back into his eye, and he'd pretend like it never happened. Like, I could totally see that, like, movement working, like, just flawlessly. Apart from that, do you want me to voice Sunshine and Grampus? I was involved in Lego Brum. And also, oh yes, and it's Big Mac, Warrior, OJ, Top Hat, Hercules, and Grampus, and even the Z-Stack, Zoran, Zebedee, Zach, Zip, and Zug I carved from wood. Yeah, I do remember that. It's hard for me to say. I don't remember them well enough to, like, pick a specific one that was my favorite. I love the style. I can't recall what each individual character, like, I remember them generally. I want to say Top Hat for some reason. I think I really liked Top Hat especially. And do you want me to voice Sunshine and Grampus? Voice them in what exactly is my question. I've not announced any project that would be of use in. I mean, I do intend to make something Tugs one day, but I imagine that's probably in the distant future, if I manage to make anything. But I do know that whenever I do a Tugs thing, I will have voice actors. Like with Thomas, I don't really desire to have voice actors, because it's just, even though I don't really write stories with a narrator, and I do try to do distinct voices for the characters that feel atmospheric, like you're actually listening to them talk. At the same time, I feel like it is easier to do all the voices yourself for a Thomas video, because people are used to one person doing all of them. That's how it works in the show. That's what the narrator did for a really long time. With Tugs, though, I feel like having voice actors, you don't need that, but I feel like it does make it a lot more atmospheric and a lot cooler. So I probably would try to find the best people I could for each role, And so, yeah, maybe if you're good at Sunshine and Grampus, then I see no reason why not, but it'll be a very long time until I'm in that position, and I wouldn't hold your breath. I didn't ask what Tugs film you would do when you didn't ask for auditions. I'm not sure what you mean. Then you don't. I'm trying to decode that. We're really chugging along. I wasn't expecting us to make it along this fast, but look at that. And again, take note of that ridge there, right? It's a little bit higher than the straw, because we're going to fill that in later. I wonder if I'll ever make a Tugs model that's bigger than the scale on the show. I've never considered that, really. Like if I made a 10 cents or something that was like that instead of being like 20 inches long was like 40 inches long, or was like, you know, like something really big. That would be weird because he'd be the same size as Hercules then. But like making a really big scale tugs model, at that point, I don't even know if I could still do the eye mechanisms effectively, because I'd need like bigger servos. Like it would be, I don't know if they'd have the power I need to like move those big components. I do want to make Izzy Gomez at some point. He would be really cool. And Johnny Cuba would be really cool as well. There's some characters that like I don't have any reference on, like Johnny Cuba, Izzy Gomez. You've literally just got what, you know, what we have from the show, and like that's pretty much it. And I think I feel like I would cheat a little bit on them. Like I know Izzy's supposed to be, allegedly he's 4 feet long, according to an interview with, I think it was Chris Tolich on Big City Port. But that's like a rough estimate based on like a 20-year-old memory. And so I'm not so sure, because Izzy seems like if he's 4 feet long, then that's only 48 inches. That's only 9 inches longer than Hercules. Like he should be a lot. I thought he was like 6 feet, not 4 feet. Let's see. When are we going to start the Hugs for Tugs campaign, says Steve, Engines United. I don't know. I don't know what it would stand for either, frankly. The new storyteller says, of course I'm good with voicing Grampus and Sunshine, and what I meant was there's no future films made from you yet. Yes. Yeah, no, I that is correct. I don't plan anything. However, you know, if I ever do, then that'll be, you know, I'll put out a casting call and you're welcome to step up to the plate. These streams are quite relaxing. What did I do here? Oh, I taped one side under and one side over, so the result was this. Okay, that's what I did. We're already to the back of the model. Well, this will be so I'll finally get to say something again, because this is actually something I have to explain. All right, so we're going to tape this on here to make the point. All right, so as you can see, we've been slowly chugging along with the Splashrails for a while now. However, and you can see they gradually bend with the model. However, when we get back here, we're going to have a bit of a problem, because notice it really doesn't want to bend like this. And what we're going to have to do is cut it. So I'm just going to, like, pretty precise. I'm going to go in here and cut, like, right there. but cut one half of it, but not the outside half. So that way it will bend, you know, that so that flex has somewhere to go. You see that, how it bends a lot easier now? So I just cut out a little chunk, and that usually does the trick. I believe how they did it in the show is they carved the hole from wood, and then they made a mold of it. And then they poured fiberglass into that mold. And that would be cool to do one day, but at the same time, that would be really expensive. And also, it just, I don't know, it lacks personality. Like, rather, I should say it lacks my personality. You know, that's not the way I would make a model. And also, like, it's kind of like you carve it, and then from there you just make, you know, you basically make a copy. And that's, like, I don't know, that's not quite my speed. I kind of want, like, the thing that you work on for hours and hours to be the finished product. And the thing is, if you spend hours and hours carving a hole, and then you just make a, you know, a replica of it, essentially, you just make a duplicate, well, then the thing you spent all that time carving never even ends up on screen. I mean, it does in spirit because it's the same shape, but, like, it's not, you know, like, you get what I'm saying. And, you know, with this, like, say with this, you know, I'm putting all this time into the thing that will be the finished product. You know, kind of like building a steam engine or a house or something like that, where you see the frames, the skeleton go up first. And then, you know, around that comes the cladding, and around that comes everything else. You can kind of see, you know, the thing in the early stages. This is going to wrap around the back, and so it doesn't bend like this. We're going to just cut some, be very careful not to, like, cut right through this. But we're going to cut some little tiny, like, triangles into here so that it has a chance to breathe. Floating Vessels Guy says, "Hi, Lemmy friend. Sorry I'm late." No problem at all. I'm surprised anyone even shows up to these. You know, I would think that it's only for the very, very desperate people who really want to know how I do this and are willing to wait through an entire very boring video. But apparently some people are actually entertained by this, and that's very nice. Glad I can be of some assistance. My arms ache. Thoughts on Gumby visits Hobart, Tasmania's very own modern town? I hope Carson's not in the chat. What is that? I haven't even heard that. Can I use paper instead of straws? Asks Floating Vessels Guy. I guess you could, couldn't you? Yeah, you could just roll paper, like, and roll it enough times that, like I think I have some paper lying around here. If you rolled it enough. I think straws are probably easier if you don't have them. I don't know how you'd roll this super small though, but you probably could. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, you could experiment with it, maybe discover something very cool. Did you write the story about Veil Bridge? Asks Iron Horse Productions. Yes, I did. That was I wrote that for Turtles in how long ago was that? That was like 2018. I wrote that for him, I want to say. It came out a year later than when I wrote it. I know that for sure. Worth the wait, though. He did a really good job with it. So did Enterprising and Tracks Made Easy. Yeah, they really captured my vision for that story very well. I was shocked at how well, especially Tracks Made Easy did Valesbridge, like as a location. The time of day was right, like the town style was right. The only thing I wish was different is that he used like a Peter Sam and a Sir Handel and a Rheneas to represent the other engines on the Mid Sodor, and that misled a few people, because I mean it really, if I had had my way, they would have all looked just like Duke, right? They would have been like kind of Duke styled engines. They'd be like, what is it, George England class Welsh pony fellas. If I had done it, I probably would have used like the 2 Bertrams and the 2 Dukes. That'd do the trick, maybe. Yeah, but it was really great, though. Did a great job adapting it. Let's see. Lemmy, can you show your Zoran model? Asks Floating Vessels Guy. Yeah, sure, real quick. Here he is. He's definitely quite proud of him. Like, he's one of my best models for sure. Oh, one of his rowboats fell off. Poor guy. Thanks, Lemmy. You are welcome, Floating Vessels Guy. Let's see. Did you write a part 2? Asks Iron Horse Productions. Part 2 to what? To Valesbridge? Valesbridge was concluded. I mean, you know, it's a horror story. It's kind of supposed to be left on a cliffhanger. Yeah, but it's cool when I write stories for somebody else. Like I've been thinking about this recently. It would be cool for me to write stories and then just put them out there for people to produce. It's like, hey, if you want to adapt this, you're welcome to it. Because it's a lot easier for me to just write a story in totality when I don't have the expectation of having to then make a bunch of models for it and produce it. Because it's a very, exhaustive process to actually produce my stories. I mean, for me, not for anyone else. If I wrote like a story about like Gordon, Henry, and Duck, right, and then I asked someone else to produce it, they'd have no problem. But I overcomplicate it. So it would be nice if I could, write some stories for people and they could, do something with them. It could be kind of cool. How heavy would you say the tugs are once they are completed? Asks Steam Engines United. Good question. The only real gauge I have for that is Blue Nose, because he's the only one I've finished, and he's heavier than you would expect. He's about, let me try to compare this to something. He's about as heavy as what? I'd say He's about as heavy as like a laptop monitor. That's what I'm gonna say. Or like a desktop monitor, like a computer monitor, or like a laptop. Some sort of electronic device that isn't too big, but it's not light either. It's fairly heavy. That's about how heavy he is. He's like your desktop monitor. Let's see. What do I do if straws that I use is too small? Asks Floating Vessels Guy. You just cut them. I showed this earlier in the stream. And I recommend. I mean, you can start from here if you want, but I recommend watching from the start. But you just take it and oh wait, too small. Well, I've got another one of these now. Oh, that's simple too. You just let's take another one of these. And let's just wrap tape around it. And that will add thickness. And you just keep doing that until it's the size you want it to be. So, you can see how that's making it thicker already. So that's what I would suggest. Iron Horse Productions says, I remember seeing a picture of your wooden Douglas Donald, and you said it was in scale with the NG engines. Do you still have it? Yeah, I still have pretty much everything. There's a straw just trapped in here now. Yeah, no, I do. I still have, pretty much everything. I trashed all the buildings from my series because they were taking up too much space and they were in a lot of disrepair. But pretty much everything else you've ever seen from me, I still have. I never get rid of engines or characters. It's always buildings that I get rid of. But yeah, that Douglas was exactly twice wooden railway scale, like literally, to the centimeter. And the track was exactly double, wooden railway scale. So, that was pretty cool. I definitely want to do stuff like that in the future. That was for a specific story where I needed Douglas to interact with Victor. And so to do that, really what I needed to do was to make a large scale, standard gauge engines. And then Victor would then run on normal wooden railway track, but the way he was scaled on it and like the way that I shot it, it would look like narrow gauge track. Because that's a lot easier than just making a really tiny cardboard narrow gauge Victor. So that was the plan. And I built Douglas, and I built a Skarloey as well. But I did not ever get to building Victor. I'd say I built about 20% of the models that I needed for that project before I canned it. It's a shame, though. It was going to be a really good one. They were all going to be really good. But they just became too much. I do wish I knew the answer to that. How to keep things simple. Just keep it simple, stupid. It's quite difficult to keep it simple, stupid. The problem is I constantly am changing styles, or I'm constantly thinking, oh, well, if I'm going to make this, I should make this, and I just keep escalating until eventually I just have, something that's so complicated that I'm like, well, screw this. I'm not producing this. So I have got to. Let me just show this again. It's like you see all these cuts in the straw. They're like little triangular cuts that allow for the thing to just bend a lot more easily. So that's the whole point of that. Can you write a full-length theater production based on my life that stars Lin-Manuel Miranda? Thanks, pal. So Steam Engines United 345. I don't think so. I'm afraid not. Full-length theater production. Where are you going to put all the TUGS replicas once you... I didn't see the rest of that, but that was from the new storyteller, and I assume it said finish them. And wherever I have room is the answer. I don't really think about where to display them. I just think about, the fact that I have them. I like picking them up, and I like controlling the eyes, and mainly what I like to do is take them out and float them somewhere. I mean, that's my intention. That's what I did with Blue Nose, and I only got one chance to do that before COVID. But it was, it was really cool, and I want to do that again. And my intention is to get to the point where all of the models are even RC, like you can RC control them. Like Blue Nose got close to that, but his propeller was too weak, and so was his motor. And so he has a new motor now and a new propeller, and he should work better now. He has a rudder that works as well. That's operational. Like all that works, but I've just not had the chance to test him. Because the first propeller I made from plastic, or I made it myself, and it didn't work, and it was too flimsy, and it wouldn't stay together under the pressure. So I had to, I had to go and buy a proper propeller. That's one of the few things that I didn't make myself, is the propeller. And I would love to try him out and see how well he actually works, now that he has those modifications. Wagon driver says, sorry, I had to leave for a bit. My stepdad's car was playing up, apparently. All good now. I is back. My stepdad. And I is back. Very interesting use of grammar. I approve. Yeah, but, don't worry about dipping out. I keep looking up. Jesus Christ, 18 people are watching this. I was expecting, it was 14 a while ago, and before that it was 11. And I was expecting it would go down as I keep doing this. It's like, who wants to see this, really? Like, the only people I can imagine watching this are people who really, really want to figure out how to do this. But, like, there's actually people who must be entertained, or at least be mildly interested. That's great. That's really, really nice. I'm hungry. A hunger has befallen me. I will eat. Well, let's see. How much time do we have left? We've got 2.5 hours left. I think I dare say that I intend to use all that time. I was thinking I'd only go for like 4 hours, because I thought I'd get through the Splashrails really fast, and then I would get to the point where I had to put the putty on, but no one has the putty yet, and they may. I feel bad suggesting to people to go purchase something, like it's because that's kind of taking a gamble, but at the same time, I'm just kind of telling people what I do, and that's part of what I do, is use that putty. So I think I should at least wait until, if people decide to use it, then that should be that they should have time to go and acquire it. But it also might not even arrive in time. So I'm not sure if I should, how I should approach that. Because everything else I've used so far is a material that somebody would kind of already have. That's really one of the few things that isn't like that. And I don't have enough confidence that I'm going to keep using that specific material to suggest it to people. I may try to make this model using nothing but masking tape, instead of kind of lathering the whole thing in putty and then sanding it. I don't know, it's a little too official for my liking. I feel like I might be able to get away with just using masking tape, and then like Flex Seal, would probably be part of that as well. But putty I may not need to, so I'm not sure. I'll have to see about that. But the point being, I couldn't really progress any further without getting to the putty stage, and so I had to wait. And so I figured I'd get to the putty stage today, and I'd be like, oh, well, we're only 4 hours in, and I can't start puttying now, so I'll just end it there. But it's taking longer than I figured. I don't mind it, but I am talking a lot more, so it's going a little slower.
See, floating vessels guy says, let me please show Blue Nose from top. I need to draw a deck for Boomer.
All right, but you have to remember, if you didn't have me, right, and you had to figure out what the shape of Blue Nose's deck was, then how would you do it? Well, you'd look at existing pictures and you'd make your best guess. And here's the thing, is that's what I did. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about. I just made my best guess. This model looks good and it looks accurate, but I don't know if it is or not. You might, your best guess might be more accurate than mine. So I'm just, keep that in mind. But here is the, precise silhouette of the model. Take a screenshot of that or something, maybe. So that's what I went with, and I would say this is very accurate. Like, I think it's a pretty good silhouette. I just love this. I love this. Like, I've got like his hole over here, and it's like I'm in the TUGS studio. Like, just look at this right here. This looks like I have the real Blue Nose. It's so cool. Just look at this guy. I love it. Dreams really do come true if you put in enough work, and also you only care about one very specific thing. I don't know what became of his. Oh, it's over there. These railings are a pain. They keep falling off. Like, these are not very rigid at all. I just love that, like, I can get to every part of this model. I can take off the hat, and taking off the hat feels like taking the hat off the real model. Like, I feel like I'm like, oh, I'll just look inside and see what's in there. I built it. I know everything about it. But it feels like it's more than that. It feels like it's the real thing. Like, I can actually have the sensation of, like, taking a TUGS face mask off, looking at it, and then putting it back on. Like, that's just so cool. And it just slides right on like that.
Let's see. Steam Engines United says, getting Lemmy to pop a squat is a running joke from past streams. He says to Thomas the Tank Engine fan 08. That's a very complicated name. James is here. I caught you this time, James. And he says, Lemmy, stop killing your TUGS. Look, sometimes you have to kill your TUGS in order to properly access their innards. Which, that doesn't sound any better, but I promise, I'm a licensed boat doctor. Train King James says, make top hat.
I will consider it, okay, James? I will. Look, here's the bad news, James. I'm considering just making another Big Mac. I know I already made one, but I feel like making a slightly better one. I think that's the second model I want to make. Zebedee and Big Mac. I know I could make Top Hat. Maybe that would have a better overall effect on the community. That's true.
But I could also make a second Big Mac so that I then own the two most accurate Big Mac replicas in the world. Like anyone needs to have that. Not to say that this one is even very accurate. It's just like, again, not a ton of people make TUGS models, so I just by default, like if I was up against the Thomas replica people who make Thomas replicas, I feel like I could get good enough where I could make something of comparable quality, but initially I couldn't compete. Like it wouldn't be anywhere close. But then again, I haven't attempted to make a Thomas replica, so I don't know how well that would go. It's a lot easier to make a boat. Boats don't have wheels. That's the main point. These splash rails are coming along. Yes.
Oh, yes.
I'll sink you for this, says James. I'd like to see you try.
Captain Zero will have my boiler for this.
It's so cool that the TUGS have boilers. Like they're steam TUGS. They're not just TUGS, they're steam TUGS. And that makes it like tangentially related to Thomas in a very interesting way. Like they didn't have to do that era. They didn't have to do the steam tugboat era, but they did. And I think it's because David Mitton had a soft spot in his heart for steam powered technology rather than like they could have done diesel tugs or something. 40s, 50s, modern day even. Theodore did diesel tugs, but not TUGS. TUGS did steam tugs, and they're just so much prettier. Like the really tall stacks, you can't go without those. They're so pretty. Steam Engines United 345. There has not been a singing outbreak so far. Thought? No, there hasn't. I haven't sung anything yet. I thought about it when you mentioned Hamilton. I was like, okay. Well, you didn't technically mention Hamilton, but you mentioned Lin-Manuel Miranda in a large theatrical production, so it's pretty clear what that's hinting towards. I know a lot more of Hamilton than maybe I should. I've watched that musical like 10 or 20 times. I mean, never in person, of course. Like it's, like the pro shot on Disney Plus. Serves you right, says Floating Vessels Guy. What serves me right? There's a lot of things this could be referring to. All right, I think this is going to be enough splash rails. Yeah, these two will reach the front, and then we'll be able to start the second row along the bottom. Yes, I think I'm going to do a few more of these first, just to have a stockpile. Floating Vessels Guy, Lemmy, when you make sunshine? Soon, I think, relatively speaking. Like within a few years from now, I would say. Because I really I think he's very high on my list of models I want to make. Like I do really want to make a Sunshine. I got very close to making one after Blue Nose. I'd say that like the highest models on my list right now, this is kind of a weird example because I wouldn't have done Zebedee if I wasn't live streaming this. Like I was definitely going to make a model, but it was very flexible as to who I was going to make.
And I decided, well, okay, I'll choose somebody who will apply to the greatest amount of characters. So I should make a harbor tug because the hull is very reusable and it works on a lot of different models. And so I chose the one I like best out of those, which is Zebedee. But in terms of who I want to make the most right now, it's actually OJ. He's the one I've been wanting to make a lot. Like I've been wanting to make him a very long time. And so I think that outside of Big Mac and Zebedee, I think the one I want to make the most is OJ. And it kind of fits with like I do really like making models that we don't have anymore. Like making models that like OJ's Lakesider now. So even though we have him, we'll never see him in yellow again. But I can make him in yellow. I can write OJ on his bow. I can do that sort of thing. And that would be really cool. So, I would love to do that. And then, we could have photographs of a modern OJ on Twitter in the community that is painted yellow, and sure, it'll be an illusion, right? It won't be real, but it'll be close enough that you can kind of get the feeling, and that's kind of what I tried to do with Blue Nose. Like, he's not perfect, but he's close enough that, like, you can kind of look at him and kind of envision that that's the real Blue Nose, that he exists again somehow, that we conjured him back up, right? And we'll never see him again because he's Sea Rogue now, and there's no getting around that. But, like, there is a Blue Nose, and I would love to, like, somehow put my Blue Nose next to, like, the real Sea Rogue and just have the two side by side just to see how close they are, firstly. I'm sure they have a lot of differences. But also just because that would just be so, like, that would just be so cool to see that they both exist, right? Because they never could have been in the same place at the same time before. But Sunshine's high on my list. I'd say it's like OJ and maybe Sunshine right underneath him in terms of like who I want to make next. Zip and Hercules are also on there, but I've already started them, so technically that whole thing is weird. Let's see. Toby or OJ, asks Malambeek. What does that really even mean? Like, which one do I like better? They're surprisingly similar to each other, except for the fact that, they're even similar in this regard. They're similar in the fact that they act old when really they're not that old. OJ was built in like 1906. Not even that. He was built in like 1914 or something absurd. He's like 6. And Toby acts old, but he was also built in 1914, which means that when he's only a year older than Thomas, but they both act really old. But with OJ, I like to believe, like, I think it makes sense that Toby kind of acts older. That's just his personality. He looks old, therefore he acts old, even though he's really not. But Tugs doesn't quite work the same way in terms of, like in Thomas, nobody ever ages, really. It doesn't really matter. Thomas could be 100 years old and still look young and spry as long as he has a rebuild. Tugs is different, though, in that I feel like OJ should be a lot older. Like, his official build date is 1914 or something, which is just gross. If I were writing a Tugs, series, I would just officially state that Eppleton Hall was built in like 1880. I don't know how that destroys history. I don't really care. I don't want OJ to be, so young. I don't want him to be 6 years old in 1920. That's disgusting. Let's see. James is older than Toby. Yeah, he is by 2 years. That's absurd. Okay, we have the straw all the way around the model now. You know, it's interesting. I don't really have any high quality like work in progress pictures of this model because I'm doing it all on camera on my phone. So usually I have a lot of high quality pictures, but with this I have the whole thing captured but not in great quality, which is interesting. Oh, this just gets cooler and cooler. Just look at that. So that's, you know, all the way along the side.
Hey Lemmy, will you make your own TUGS series? Asks Floating Vessels Guy. It's my dream to. Eventually, I would love to. Let's see. Iron Horse Productions says, will you do showcases on all your models like you said you would? No.
No, I did one and then I got bored and I stopped. I will not do that. And plus, I feel like, I don't know. I mean, I may, like, that's not to say I won't do showcases, but I don't have any planned right now. But eventually, I'll probably do a proper like showcase on Blue Nose or something. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how I'll go about it. It's interesting though, because with TUGS, I understand that I make models that are really cool and that people like to see, and so I show them. But I wouldn't say that like my enjoyment of the hobby factors into people seeing my work at all. Like maybe a little bit, but mostly no. Mostly it's, you know, like Thomas is interesting because I feel I'm a kind of a competitive person, and I kind of feel like I'm up against other people when I'm making Thomas stuff. You know, like when I'm making a series per se, I'm kind of obsessed with doing it right and making it really good because I don't want to, you know, I don't want to pale in comparison to other people. But for some reason, I've never developed that feeling about TUGS, partly because not as many people are interested in it. I don't know, TUGS feels more like it's mine. I know it's a lot of other people's too, but I mean, like, I identify with TUGS. Whereas with Thomas, I love Thomas, and it's a huge part of my life, bigger than TUGS is. But it doesn't, it belongs to a lot of people, thousands and thousands of people, many of which are bigger Thomas fans than I am. But I feel that I'm one of the biggest TUGS fans. You know, not the biggest, but like one of the people who's most dedicated to the show, I think. And I think that's kind of the difference, is I feel more at home with TUGS. I feel more like I don't have anything to prove. You know, I mean, I'm a TUGS fan, and I know I'm a TUGS fan, and I don't have to go and, you know, I don't have to rush out there and make an amazing TUGS series to prove that I love TUGS. And I kind of feel like I have to do that with Thomas. I feel very compelled to make a series. And, you know, and that's probably why I choke up so easily and don't, you know, and I cancel the project. But with TUGS, like one day I definitely want to make a series. And I think when I do, I won't be under any pressure to like get it out quickly or to make, you know, to make sure that people like it. I feel like it'll just be natural and fun and easy. Take a lot of work and time, but I think, you know, it won't be too difficult compared to Thomas. It's hard for me to make Thomas videos. It's like, you know, I really overthink them. I think partly because I just want my ideas about Thomas to succeed in the marketplace of ideas. And there's so many ideas out there that, you know, there's a million different canons and, you know, what makes mine so special. But with TUGS, it's a lot simpler. So I like that.
Hey Lemmy, how do you make wooden railway chassis? Asks Malambeek.
I really want to do a video on that. Maybe I should do a wooden railway model stream. Basically, I take paper clips for the axles and I bend the ends
so that they kind of form like L shapes on either side, and then they bend into like a G shape, and they kind of go flat on the wheels. And I cut out cardboard circular wheels, and I tape them onto those paperclip kind of flat bracket parts. And then I take clear plastic, like just thin, flexible plastic you get in like a, like packaging, like a blister package on like a Hot Wheels car. You take that type of plastic, and I cut little notches into it where the axles go, and then I just take the thing and I slot it down on the wheels, and then it rolls just fine. That's the rough idea of what I do with it, but it works really well. I've gotten really good at making like working chassis that I make entirely from scratch. And so I'm actually very glad I didn't make a tutorial about that back in like 2016 or 2017, because I've gotten so much better at it now. I think that's the type of thing that's simple enough that I could probably do a normal tutorial on it. Like, this is very hard to do a tutorial on. How do I describe it? It's telling someone how to sculpt this is like telling somebody how to sculpt like a statue. Like, it's not necessarily hard, but it takes forever, and it's not step by step. But the wheels on wooden railway engines are step by step. So, that's kind of a different story. But I think it would be cool if I do. I mean, would people be interested in that? I mean, tell me, guys, would you be interested in a live stream sometime soon where I just go through, like, I just build a wooden railway model from scratch and show you how I do that from, with cardboard, show you the wheels, the body, all of that. Would that be of interest to anybody? Or would that be boring instead, which is also quite possible. Oh, that's cool. Look at how this catches the light. I don't know if you can see. Like, look at that's really starting to develop some depth. Can you see that slope? How like this splash rail is out further than this splash rail? Like, I love that. That's so cool. I would definitely attend a wooden railway stream, says Steam Engines United. Thank you. I needed to know how to make chassis, says Malenbeek. I'm glad I could help with a little tidbit of information. I gotta go back for that one. It was all in all caps. Floating Vessels guy says, need luck from Lemmy to start making any tug. I need luck from Lemmy to start making any tug. I'm glad I can provide you with some luck. Lemmy, what do you think of Portal to Wheatley Cave Johnson? I don't know any of that stuff. But if you are passionate enough about it to ask me, then there's probably something to it. Portal 2, is that the game? Is that Portal? Like the game with the like the portal gun, and you go and you through walls and stuff and move boxes. All I remember is the song from the end. That's a really good song. Portal 2, Wheatley and Cave Johnson. I don't know where Cave Johnson is, and I don't know what Wheatley is. This is a triumph. I'm making a note here. Something success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction. Da, 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 da.
For the girls, except the ones who are dead.
Cave Johnson is who made a damn lemons meme. What? I don't follow. Cave Johnson. I feel so great when Lemmy sings. That's Floating Vessels Guy. I'm glad to hear it. Glad my sick tunes are resonating with the masses. I think I put these pieces aside. I should probably finish all the tubing first. I'm getting close though. Like, look at all that. Like, we're chugging along. Soon we'll have the whole thing decked out in straws, which sounds like some sort of lingo, but it's not. It's literally I guess decked out is kind of lingo. What I have thought about doing is just going back to basics and just making really simple TUGS models that still look great, right? But like painted splash rails, only like, 6 inches long, with like little turning heads, but they're not motorized, no moving eyes, but like a clay face, like good looking models that are nice and simple, just to represent all of the characters, and doing like a little series about that, or a series with that. That would be pretty cool. Like, and I wouldn't use real water or anything. I just use blue poster board for the water. Just make it nice and simple, but still make it nice, right? And and just make a big city port and make everything I needed. But it would be easy because of how straightforward it is, and just not overcomplicating it. Like, that's what I struggle with, is overcomplicating things. That's I guess why it's nice to make these TUGS models, is because I've kind of hit a ceiling where I can't really make it any more complicated than it already is. Like, I'm making the one from the show. I can't make it more complicated than the one from the show, because then that would be in the opposite direction. That would be worse. So, like, there's a certain level of complexity I cannot surpass because I'm mimicking something that already exists. But it's a lot easier to make other things complicated. But if I could just keep it simple, stupid, if I could just make a TUGS series that was nice and straightforward and sweet, and the models were simple, but they were still cool. Because I have such fondness of those early days back when, I would take this table, the very same table. I mean, there's a drywall board over it. Really, the table makes that sound. But this drywall board sits upon the table, in order to, support it. So anyway, this table is a 4x8 table. It's the table I film my series on. That's the table I'm sitting at right now. And it's like, I've used this table all my life. I built it with my dad when I was like 8 or something. It's always been my play table. And this thing is just a tank. It's just over-engineered to the point where it's like, it's so sturdy, it'll make it through the apocalypse. And I just love it. It's such a great space, just a 4x8 table that you can just do whatever you want on. And, for years I would make TUGS models to run on this table, where I would have I'd put down blue poster board all over the table, just a dark blue, and then the whole table just covered with dark blue. And then, I'd just make flat bottom models that just cut off at the water line and just drag them across the table. And that was enough, right? They didn't have to be complicated. And it'd be nice to go back to that. Like, in the same way that people, make just excellent videos that are, literally them pushing their trains on the carpet. And it's
so immersive somehow. Like a talented person can make anything, you know, great. They can use any tool at their disposal. And, you know, I think that you can make, if you can make that style work, and you can, you know, you can move people with stories that are filmed on a carpet when you push trains with your hands. And if that style, even more so, is nostalgic and is rooted to something in our childhoods, then I feel like I could do the same thing with my childhood playing experience with tugs, which was playing with my own models when they were a lot smaller, and when, you know, on this table when I was younger. I mean, making a tug series like that, that's nice and simple and that's easy to produce, could be really fun and really nice. So I don't know. I mean, I overcomplicate everything. Like, you realize the last 3 or 4 years, I could have made like 10, 20 projects. They would have been great. You guys would have loved them, but I just always make it too complicated. And it's like, you know, when I finally figure out that balance, when I finally figure out how to avoid overcomplicating it, that's when I'll make a really great, you know, tug series or something like that, or Thomas series or whatever, right? It's just when I keep it simple, stupid. And, you know, I have not figured out how to do that yet, but eventually I hope I will. And when I do, you know, that will be, you know, I'll have a lot of great stories to tell. So, you know, hopefully I get there eventually.
Let's see. I mean, they didn't have to kill that American spy car, says someone. Lightning McQueen is in the chat. Hello, Lightning McQueen. Floating Vessel of Sky says, I'm not talented. I just make my model tug and trash it.
I would beg to differ. Everybody, I don't even know. I don't even know how to judge that because I haven't even seen your model tug. What do you mean by you trash it? I have a firmly held belief that creating anything at all is impressive because it demonstrates that you have the spark to make things. And, you know, it's so easy to tear things down. Everybody can do that. Everybody can criticize a movie. Everybody can listen to music and say it's trash. Anyone can do that. It's easy. It's common. But for somebody to actually make something from scratch, to create something, to bring something valuable into the world that didn't exist before, no matter what quality it is, no matter what it is, that is impressive. That is valuable. That is magical, even, to be able to do that. And even if it doesn't look, you know, great to you, even if it's not, you know, the best model, it's like still amazing because you made it, you know, and that's so much more difficult than not making it, which is the easy thing that most people do. You know, and I just think to create is, you know, it's really valuable. So my heart goes out to people who are struggling to make something great and who feel as if they won't accomplish their dreams because, well, they're already doing something that most people don't even dream of, which is making something, contributing something that doesn't already exist. Not to say that you have to contribute something and to be creative, you know, you have to make something. However, you know, I think that, you know, it is something to be proud of if you do pick up the pencil or if you do pick up the cardboard, I guess, because that's a difficult thing to do, to go and just begin creating, despite the fact that, you know, you're not exactly sure how you're going to go about it. You know, so it's something to have pride in, even if you're not super happy with the results yet. You know, it doesn't matter. You know, you're making something, and that means eventually you will have something great by your standards and by everyone else's.
It's good to you. You don't see it. ... I didn't see the rest of that. I'm jumping out of my bed. I'm going to table and draw a deck. Yes, well done. The passion. Excellent. Melon Bike says, I think it's about using what's at your disposal, but accepting that it won't always be what you picture in your head when it comes to making a series. Yeah,
I agree with that. And that doesn't mean that I practice that, but I agree with it. Like, it's so true. You can't
make the perfect series. You can make something truly amazing, and to a lot of people it will be perfect, but you can't make exactly what you see in your head. You have to make concessions somewhere. And the problem is I have not learned that humility. I continually try to make my perfect series, and I keep canceling it because it can't be made. It's too complicated. And I mean, maybe it could be, but it would take forever, and I'm clearly not willing to wait that long. So, it's silly to keep trying to do the same thing. I should just keep it simple, but it is so insidious how I will complicate things because I don't realize I'm doing it. I start out with a simple series, like the concept I just told you about, the whole TUGS thing. I wonder if I'm going to pan up for a while so that I'm in view, at least. A little bit further. But it's so insidious, right? It's like the whole TUGS idea I just told you about, where I'm like, okay, well, I want to do a nice simple series. I'm going to film. The water will be poster board. The models will be super simple. The Splashrails will be painted. The faces will be clay, but they're not going to have moving eyes or anything. Nice and simple, right? It sounds like you can't mess it up, but you can, because I will then think to myself, okay, but I could put a servo in the head, so even though the eyes don't move, the head could turn. That would be pretty cool, right? That sounds cool, right? And so then after that, I think, well, you know what? Even though these models are small, I have this ingenious new method to actually make the eyes move too. I could do that if I just build it like this, and I'll draw it. And the problem is, I can't. Like I draw up the plan, and then it works, and I'm like, okay, that's amazing. I've got to do that, right? And it sounds like an improvement until you remember that TUGS has 18 characters with eye mechanisms, and so now all of a sudden the eye mechanism takes 3 times as long as the model itself, and so you've just made the character making process 4 times as long, and it's absurd how long that's going to take. And it seems like an improvement when really it's just holding you back. And so then all of a sudden you're like, well, you know what? The railings that go on the deck of the model, that would be really cool if I actually made those 3D, or if I included them rather than making them, just painting them on or whatever. So you go and do that, and then you start adding more and more and more, and it gets better and better and better. And when you tell people about it, they don't say, oh, I think you're going too far with this. Instead, they have the natural reaction, which is, wow, that's amazing. Because it is amazing, right? That's the thing. You're improving the thing. I've built a lot of amazing models and written great stories and all that, and I'm way too good at pitching them. I tell people about them, and I'm like, oh my God, this would be amazing. And I get them all riled up about it, but it's not sustainable. And that's the problem, is really, I've got to not make these projects too big. And no one holds me accountable, and nor should they, because it's not their job to. It's their job. Your friend's job is to support you. It's to say the right thing. It's to say you're making something amazing, regardless of what they're doing. Now, of course, don't lie to them ever. Be very honest. But the facts that you project about somebody's work need to be true. But the feelings, those can be as inflated as you want, right? It's like I could see a model that factually I know isn't very accurate, but that doesn't matter, because when I look at it, I'm like, wow, that's amazing. I'm so proud that this person did that. That's so cool, right? And that's the part that really matters, is that emotion. And I think that's the job of your friends, is to show you that support, and to just, you feel like no matter what you make, it will get a good response. It might not get a great response. It might not get an amazing response, but bare minimum, it needs to get a good response. And then what you seek is getting an amazing response. That's how I see friendship anyway. So I don't blame anybody around me for not chiding me and not being like, hey, Lemmy, stop making these projects so complicated. You're going to cancel it later. I don't blame them for that at all. But also, it's interesting because it would probably help to actually help me get something out. Is like when I make something really amazing, it's like, well, is this too much for you though? And it's like, well, I mean, I guess, yeah, but I don't feel that way in the moment. I feel so energized and excited about it. So it's interesting. It's this real complicated give and take, and that's why I haven't released anything. But we're getting pretty far along here. Look at that.
Let's see. Watch out, Lemmy! I'm drawing a deck. All right, good to know. Thank you. I will watch out, floating vessels guy. Insane Edward says, Lemmy, you saved my life. No joke. That's really sweet to hear.
Very sweet. I know. I definitely saved your life, convincing you to clean out that wound you got on our stream. But I know what you mean, though, Sam. There's such good people in this fandom. There really are. But you have to get to know them one by one. Don't go on Twitter and look at people ranting about something and say, oh, the community's toxic. It's like, okay, but all of you guys as individuals aren't. If I just respond to each of you in an orderly manner one by one, you're all great. I really like everybody that I've come across in these streams, and I've made a lot of good friends through this whole, through doing streams. So it's a lovely experience to have. But you have to encounter people one by one. Like, I don't know how I would handle it if this stream had like 1,000 people, like those streams where the chat just streams by, like it's so fast. Like, no way, I couldn't. I'm so glad that this is the perfect size. I hope the TUGS, the Thomas fandom, but mostly the TUGS Thomas intersection fandom that this kind of is. I hope that this stays the same size. I also don't, because I want new kids to discover it and get the joy out of it that I did. But just like on a personal, selfish level, I like how big the TUGS fandom is. It's not too big. It's not too small. It's nice. It's quite nice.
I read an entire book, and when I came back, Lemmy was still streaming, says Redding 3640 Studios. Okay, then you've saved my life 2 times, says Insane Edward. Good to know.
Yeah, but I'm glad I'm a positive influence on some people. That's very nice to hear, Sam. Very nice to hear indeed. There's got to be people watching this who just want to know how I make the boats. They're watching it 2 years from now, and they're like, why is he going on about his life story? And it's like, that's because that's who I am. I can't not talk. I have to. I always have something to say. I will never shut up. I wonder how long I would, if this stream was just lasted forever and I could just not sleep. I wonder how long I could talk for before I just didn't want to talk anymore. Probably never. I don't think I'd ever run out of things to say. I'm just such a long-winded blabbermouth, and it's not like an insult. Like, I don't know. I find that quality endearing in myself, but I am also quite aware of it. It's how I met some of my dearest friends, though, was through lengthy comments. So, having a lot to say is good if what you say is kind. I think is the answer to that. Except if you make a movie trying to convince the whole community that a movie they like is bad. That's a time when it's not good to be long-winded. It's the only time I've come across, though. That and James rolling his eyes in calls where I go on a tangent and he's like, oh, here we go. I haven't talked to him in a few days. I gotta catch up with him. Go watch Train King James's series. It's absolutely wonderful. Okay. Okay. I think we're almost done. So what I'm noticing here, for the first time in a very long time, I'm going to do something vaguely tutorial-y. I'm going to point out that these two are not at the right levels. So the one on the, think this through. The one on the left. Okay, there. It's reversed in my view. So the one on the left is the right level. I like where that is. The one on the right, on the other hand, you can see how like we haven't added the cladding around like the tube yet, but you can see it should be centered with the other ones, and it's not. So we're gonna have to take that, and we're going to have to move this up a little bit just to match. What has been your worst injury caused by working on a model? Mine was almost stabbing my vein. Jesus. Steam Engines United said that. That's like, I actually haven't had serious injuries, because the thing is, this is exactly why I use cardboard. It's safe. It's nice and malleable, and like you don't have to use crazy tools. I hate box cutters. I hate X-Acto knives. I hate them. Don't ever use them if you can help it. They're terrible. They're just dreadful. You slice yourself open. The worst I've had, I've got a scar from it, is I almost needed stitches for it. Is you see that kind of that V shape? That came from scissors. So like I was cutting and then I just, snipped into my hand. That was like in 2012, I want to say, around there. I was working on something. I don't remember what. But the point being, it was quite a sight. But that was not a terrible wound. Like, I've always been very careful. I used to cut myself on accident a lot more. But then I started to kind of, I guess I just learned how to like cut away from myself and be careful. And it's kind of, when they say cut away from yourself, it's kind of misleading. It doesn't necessarily mean always cut away. This is away from myself. Well, I'm here. This is me. My hand is here. This is away. So if it's you could hurt yourself easily. What they mean is when you're cutting, place your hands in a way that if you slip, the pressure you're putting on the scissors or the knife or whatever thrusts it in a direction that does not hit your hand. Like, if I was cutting this right here, right? Imagine I was holding it like this and cutting it like this, it might go fine. Or if I push too hard, it goes right into my hand. So instead, you'd hold it like this. So if if it goes out of control, it could go over there, there, but my hand's back here behind the scissors, so it's not going to be a big deal. That's a simplification, but that's like the idea. As you avoid putting yourself in a position where if something goes wrong, you get hit. In the same way that you don't stand by the side of like a race car track that doesn't have any railings, right? Because you might get hit if there's a crash or something. It's the same thing, right? It doesn't mean you're gonna get hit, but what it means is that if there is a crash, you will be in the line of fire. So don't put your hands in the line of fire. That's I guess what I've learned, and that's why I don't have as many injuries these days. It's because I'm just more careful. I still do get hurt sometimes, but not nearly as much. Edward, why are you insane? Asks Floating Vessel Sky. That's a good question. Sam, care to elaborate? That comment is cut off, unfortunately. I wish I had a bigger screen here where I could see a lot of them. I've just got this tiny little phone there. That's all I have. Still way better than some people have. Let's see. I think I'll trim this down a little bit. It's interesting. This has overtaken the other Harbor tug I'm making now,
Like it has surpassed the point of completion that it's at. It is so satisfying that I made this one, the one you've seen me make, without looking at this one. And they ended up very similar because I used the right measurements and everything. Like, they're so close. It's like freaky how close they are. I really know my stuff. And you will too, if you make a lot of boats.
Lemmy, your favorite engine is definitely Gordon. Gordon's my favorite by far. But it's interesting because I think I relate more to Duck. Like, no one wants to relate to Gordon. Gordon's not, he's an asshole. But I have a respect for Duck, and I appreciate Duck's obsessive qualities and his kind of, the way that he fixates on things. I relate to that quite heavily. So I have an admiration for Duck. I'd say if I chose favorite characters the way most people do, where they like relate to the character, I would choose Duck. But Gordon's the one I think is the coolest and the one I write the most stories about because he's just so epic and awesome. He's just this big, famous, powerful engine that pulls the express. He's the best. Like, you gotta love him. He's got that Flying Scotsman energy. You'd hate to hear that. Okay, I think we're finally in the position where we can... Oh, hold on, let me just move that a little bit. All right. So that's aligned better now, as you can see. And I think we're finally... Oh, that's so cool to see just those lines. The slow curvature of this going along the side. That's awesome. So now I think we can do this part to everything. We can clad everything, essentially. So let's do it. We've got these pieces to start with. I was thinking, like, I must be doing something wrong because this is taking a really long time and it didn't last time, but it actually isn't. It's taking about the right amount of time. It's interesting. You'd think it would take forever to slowly clad all of this, but I've already done this stretch, and that's like, I want to say 8% of the overall thing. Let's see. One thing we do want to pay attention to as we clad the sides is how thick is this supposed to be from the top? Like, when you look at the Splashrails, the top ones, from the top view of the model, they are going to be all white on the top. And that is, that may be kind of overwhelming to look at. That might be a lot of white. So I'm trying to figure out, is that how they're supposed to look? It seems like it. Yeah, if I look at Warrior, and if I take this part of the iPad off for no reason, then you can see he has like you see like the very top of the Splashrails, like it's very thick when you look at it. It's like a thick white line there. So that's what I shall do. If it was too thick, then you would just cut the straws to be even smaller and just cut them down more and more until eventually they, are the size you're looking for. That's pretty cool. What's interesting is that I have a lot of tugs at varying stages of completion. Like, if everything I have in the works right now was done, I would have a Zip, a Zebedee,
a Big Mac, a Hercules, and a Blue Nose. And that's pretty good. That's like a lot of tugs. That's 5 tugs, 2 from each fleet and Blue Nose. So, like, if I actually stick with it and finish them, then, which I suspect I will. Like, I think there's, like, Zip's hull is really good. Like, it's the right shape. Everything's right about it. I think I will indeed finish that. And then with, like, with, who is it? With Zebedee and with Big Mac. You know, I think I'm excited about them as well. And with Hercules, even though he's old and, you know, he's existed for a while, I don't usually like to go back to old projects, but he's, like, perfect. I don't think there's anything I need to change about him. So I think I will just return to him and finish him, you know, which will be really cool. I guess part of that too is I'm not prepared to make another Hercules. Like, just because I expected, I should rephrase that. I'm not prepared to make another Hercules whole because there's only one of them, right? So I always expected I'd only have to make him once. So my expectations are kind of tied to that. It's like, oh, with this, I'm totally fine with making tons of harbor tug holes because I always knew I'd have to do that. But with Hercules, it's a different story.
Whilst you're all here watching Lemmy, a man has fallen into the river in Lego City. Oh my God. I'm so concerned now. Wangan driver. Jesus Christ. Do we need to build the Lego rescue tugboat? Do we need to build the Lego fire tug? Is that what we need to do? Boomer and sunshine in my mind, says floating vessels guy.
Yes. Boomer's interesting. I thought about making Boomer for this tutorial series, but then I didn't really feel like making Blue Nose's whole again. Not this soon. And also, like, I'm not a huge fan of Boomer. I like him, but not enough. Like, I thought about making him for this because he's like the central character of Jinxed, which is the first TUGS episode I ever saw in this very room. So I thought that would be pretty, like, poetic, but I didn't feel like making him. I wanted to make a harbor tug. Wanted to make Zebedee or Big Mac or whoever. And he has the exact same hole as Blue Nose. Boomer does. So, you know, that would be a little bit boring. You know, I want to wait a while. I tend to, like, wait. I cycle through. I would guess after I make these 2 harbor tugs and finish them, the next I will work on. Next I'll probably do a switcher hole, and then next I'll probably do OJ because he's a new hole, and then after him I'll do a switcher, and then after him I'll do a river tug, and then after him I'll do a harbor tug, and then after him I'll do a switcher tug, and then after him. They're all men. All the boats are men. That's not enough female characters in tugs. I know it's the 20s. But, like, also the boats have faces. Does it really need to be the same gender distribution? That's kind of out the window. Anyway, Wangan driver, we need your help to assemble the Coast Guard and Mighty Mo to help this man out of the river. Would Boomer be okay? Asks Steam Engines United. I'm not sure. What do you mean by that? Would he be okay? Not without 10 Cents and Sunshine's help. He would have been dead a long time ago. So that's Boomer's situation. That's what you wanted to know. I don't think it is. Man has fallen into the river in Lego City. I'm admittedly concerned for that man. Still 15 people. It fluctuates between 10 and 20, I think, with these.
was going for okay, boomer, but that works too. Billy Jordan says, are you going to make more videos of the Fat Controllers Railway? Not of the Fat Controllers Railway, but I will make similar stories with wooden railway models and that sort of thing in the future. Like, I'll rebrand it for sure, just because the old name is old. However, you know, I think, like, I've been trying to, like, release new Thomas stories for quite some time, but I keep overcomplicating the process to the point where I just have to, like, cancel the project and start another one. So, like, I've been trying to make more episodes, but it just hasn't worked out for whatever reason. And I haven't really diagnosed the problem yet. But whenever I figure out how to make more episodes without getting in my own way, I will certainly do it. I mean, that's my, number one creative priority. I already told how big Sunshine is for Lemmy, says Floating Vessels Guy. Yes, you did. 17 inches, I believe, which is great. That's a really huge deal. And that's interesting, too, because that explains why Chris Tullich said that 10 cents, his whole formed the basis for Zip and Zug, and didn't say Sunshine because it didn't. There were different shapes. It's so good to know. I knew he was smaller. I knew it. I knew he just looked a little bit smaller. His hole was a slightly different shape, but I wasn't sure. I couldn't tell from the pictures. I really do wonder if the best way for me to make the Splashrails appear smooth is just to put tape on them. Like, just one big layer of tape. I feel like that might honestly be the answer, because I like I said earlier, I tried. Blue Nose has pretty good Splashrails. They're nice and they are smooth, but I feel like they could be smoother. And I think tape might honestly be a lot better than putty. Like, I should maybe just stick to the old method. That may be a better method. And then I don't have to worry so much about, like, the putty bunching up around it and making the Splashrails so thick. Because I'll be honest, I think I kind of like the thickness of the Splashrails right now. I don't know if I want to make them any thicker. An hour and 30 minutes left. I think might be just enough time for us to finish the Splashrails in totality. We haven't started the, I'm just going to call them the wave breaker Splashrails, the V shape at the front. We haven't started those, but, I'm hoping we could get those done today too. That'd be nice. I'm so glad I have the other Harbor Tug though, because otherwise I would be just on the edge of my seat waiting for the next stream because I wanted to work on a model. But it's like, now I can just, work on that. I think this might honestly be the way. Yeah, I'm liking this. You're witnessing in real time me making an alteration to my methods. Okay, look at this. So look at the bottom one versus the top one. The bottom one is really smooth, wouldn't you say? Like with that tape on it, it kind of does the trick. whereas the top one's a little bit bumpier. You can see the seams and stuff. I feel like that might be good enough, that on the bottom. Like, it's not perfect, but it's pretty damn smooth.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That's good.
Oh yes.
Steam Engines United. Did you ever finish building that Tidmouth Shed set? I only asked because I built the exact same set and managed to film every scene from the classic series in that amount of time. Oh my god, you're really flexing. I'm the one who's supposed to flex. Wagon driver says, yeah, sex is good, I guess, but have you seen Lemmy's Splashrails? I swear to God, you guys have a lot of zingers. And to answer your question, Steam Engines United, I'm still working on it, actually. I thought I would have abandoned it like I have everything else. However, the other day I actually felt inclined to start working on it again. It was actually on this table earlier today, and then I had to clear the table off to do this. But after this is done, I think I'm going to pull it right back up here. In fact, let me just show that. It's kind of under some stuff. It's looking really cool. It doesn't have the walls on it right now, but this is what we're dealing with at the moment. And I'm excited for when this gets further along, because it's really an immense thing. It's really huge. I love it. So yeah, no, it's pretty exciting. I do hope to actually finish it. Like, I'm hoping to make some TV series Wooden Railway videos. Like, I'm excited for the prospect of doing that. We'll see if I, don't overcomplicate this to the point of not being able to do it. But, if everything goes to plan, yeah, I would love to finish that set. And I have a lot of other sets planned and a lot of custom engines that are really cool and some really daring new ideas for their designs. So yeah, I definitely want to get back to that. Let's see, 10 cents rocks up to the poor 10 cents. Hey guys, look, I got all decked out, Hercules. Yeah, no shit, 10 cents for all decked out. God damn it. Gotta do it in the voice. Hey guys, look, I got all decked out. Yeah, no shit, 10 cents. We're all decked out. God damn it. He posted the same dialogue twice, but it made it easier to find, so there we go. Zach is really cool. Let's appreciate Zach for a moment. It's kind of hard to see him, but he's cool, I promise you. It's like, that would be really fun to make. I am considering, my idea before, I'm either going to turn the other Harbor Tug into Zach or Big Mac. I'm not sure. I'm leaning towards Big Mac now, but Zach would be cool. Imagine that if I had Zebedee and Zach, like that would be such a great set, It's like, who's that one person on Twitter who made I think made the first 4 engines, but made Edward and Henry replicas. And when I see pictures of those two together, it's so cool because it's like, that's an actual combination of characters that makes sense to see next to each other. Like, that's so cool. Like, it would be cool if I had if I'm gonna have, an incomplete set of TUGS replicas, then I at least want characters that have something to do with each other. That would be kind of cool. Burke and Blair are 2 characters I really want to make at some point. They might be, those two are
They're almost my favorite characters in TUGS. I love Burke and Blair. They're so cool. They're just the best villainous, borderline villainous characters. They're just so good in that respect. Maybe I should turn the lights on in here. How would that affect things, I wonder? You know, it's interesting. Like, Zach's splash rails aren't even necessarily consistent in this picture. Like, his top one is way thicker than the bottom one. Like, look at that. That makes me feel better. So if they got to do it, and it's still amazing, then I can do it too. Just to remind you, basically what I'm doing right now is I'm just taking these little strips that I cut out that are 10 masking tape pieces thick, and I'm just slowly bending them, you know, rolling them, whatever you want to say, into kind of a half tube shape, like this. And then I am just fitting them onto here, like this. Burke and Blair are here in COVID, like, you know, so what do you think? TUGS Spot 19? Right. Is that TUGS Spot 19? That's what they call it. That's what they call COVID. I really, really want to know why there were no visible humans in TUGS. I know that there had to have been people, right? Like, I doubt the show's intention was people don't exist. Like, of course they do. We just don't see them. It's like it's a stylistic choice not to include them visually. But Captain Star's a human, Captain Zero's a human, the quarry manager is, you know, garbage manager. They're all human. But why didn't they show them is what I want to know. And, like, what was David Mitten's answer? Because we never asked him. We never got the chance to ask him why exclude humans? And I have this pet theory that I don't have any real foundation for, but it just is a cool thought, is like, what if the reason there were no humans in TUGS is because one day David Mitten wanted to have live action humans in TUGS. And so he couldn't do that at the time, so he just didn't include them. Because Thomas was kind of pigeonholed in that way, where it couldn't show the Fat Controller alongside Mr. Conductor in Magic Railroad, because, you know, they were two different types of person, right? One of them was a figure and the other one was a live action person. So maybe David Mitten had foresight to avoid giving Captain Star and Captain Zero that same fate. He realized that, well, okay, if I show them as figures, then they will be cemented as figures forever. And then eventually, if I want to do live action stuff, they won't be able to interact with those characters. And also, you know, or also just the fact that it fits the aesthetic. You know, TUGS is grittier, it's realer. It's like the faces are actually flesh tone. It's like it's a lot, you know, different from Thomas. It's a lot more real. And I could see it where, like, they actually do just green screen live action people. Like, I feel like that might work better for TUGS than for Thomas. And maybe, you know, David Mitten wanted to wait until he could actually do that before he actually showed any humans in person. I mean, I'm not sure what the reasoning really was, but I mean, that's like, that would be pretty cool. Because I think that's probably what I would do. I mean, I think, because can you really imagine TUGS with figures? You know, with like
using what Thomas used, it wouldn't fit for some reason. It's just not real enough. It's not immersive enough. I feel like live action would fit Tugs better for some reason.
Let's see. He's streaming to give us a tutorial on building a tug, not your personal use to take screenshots. You can wait and be patient. Hold on. Who are you biting the head off of? Who's asking me a question? Zoran didn't self-isolate at the end of quarantine, and that's how the pandemic started, says Carl Matthews 8. Insane Edward asks, Lemmy, please give me an idea how long would a double low gauge sunshine be? I didn't mean to highlight that, but I guess that's helpful.
Double low gauge sunshine. Well, let's see. I can give you the equation for that. Let's see. So the show Thomas, I believe, is 9.3 inches, I want to say. And then I guess sunshine is 17 inches. Thank you very much. Who was it again? Who gave me that information so kindly? Still getting used to your name. I remember it was 3 words, and it floating vessel guy. Thank you. And let's see. Oh, here's the equation.
So you plug in, so 9.3 inches. I'm pretty sure that's how long Thomas in the show is. So then take a Bachman Thomas, I guess. Here. Take a Bachman Thomas and then plug it in there. And then put 17 inches for the length of sunshine. So then 9.3 divided by 17, whatever you get there, is equal to, our variable, which is the sunshine length, under divided by, how do I put this? Let's do this equation. That's your way to figure out how long he is.
Ballpark idea, 8 inches long.
There's your easy answer. Steam Engines United says, "Don't worry, everyone. I found the sandpaper." I'm so relieved. Jesus Christ. You don't know how worried I was. Watch out, lads. Lemmy's got his notepad out. Fear him.
I don't think there's anything to fear, Wangan driver. I could just do this forever. I'm in no hurry whatsoever. It's so peaceful to just work on this.
Sunshine in my series, Lemmy, gonna kill me, says Insane Edward.
I'm not going to kill you. It's not a decision I would make personally, because firstly, is your series set in America? And secondly, even if they were in the same universe, what are the odds that if Sunshine made it to Britain, he would end up on Sodor? And thirdly, they're like just not in the same, like, they're just not. Look, I understand the appeal of crossing over to Thomas and Tugs, really I do, and it's a great thing to do, and I encourage it. But for me personally, I can't help but shudder a little bit at the thought, just because I used my reference thing. Shouldn't have done that. I shudder a little bit at the thought, just because I feel like it robs both universes of, at least it takes something away from at least one of them. Either it takes away, the really cool, gritty elements of Tugs, like the fact that they all are paid workers who earn wages and have total self-control and can get involved in the mob and stuff. All of a sudden, if they're in the Thomas universe, they're just boats. That's it. They're just a boat. Like the way those two worlds work is so different. I think a lot of people really do see Thomas and Tugs as just a vehicle with a face. That's the story. And the drivers are there, but they're not really a huge component. And I get that. And I saw it that way for most of my life. And anyone who still sees it that way, that's totally valid. And, you should just follow whatever your vision for Thomas or Tugs or both is. But for me personally, I don't have any desire to cross over Thomas with Tugs. I don't have any desire to put them in the same universe. Crossing over sounds cool. Like if they were literally like to jump universes, that would be awesome. But, if you were to just say that they've been in the same world the whole time, it's like, okay, but like, what about all these differences though? Look at 10 Cents next to Thomas. 10 Cents has a flesh tone face and like rosy red cheeks, and he's got like his face totally covers his wheelhouse, and he can turn his head. Thomas didn't learn how to turn his head until like a few weeks ago when the season 25 thing came out. So, I'm just saying, right? I mean, think about how different they really are. But also, they have a lot of similarities. Probably more similarities to each other than they do to most things ever created. So that's true. Floating Vessels guy says, Lemmy, I appreciate that you thank me, and when you when you reply my comments, I'm glad that you are appreciating my reading of your comments. Yes, no, you've had some very good comments so far, Floating Vessels guy. Very, very interesting insights and ideas. Certainly one of the staples of this stream. You really have to enjoy the work that you do when it comes to your hobby, because otherwise it just doesn't work. Like, I've worked on so many projects that I just don't enjoy working on, but I'm like, it's okay, because when I'm done with this, it'll be really cool. And it's like, but it needs to be cool before that. It needs to be cool, while you're working on it. You need to enjoy working on it. Even if you never finish it, you need to enjoy it. And problem is, I work on a lot of projects I don't feel that way about. I like the idea of having like a series that's like, like a Thomas series that has really great writing and build up and all that. And it's like, okay, but do I enjoy writing it? Do I enjoy making models for it? Do I enjoy filming it? And it's like, Well, not really. I mean, it's like it not like this, right? Like I like with this, right? With this, with TUGS models, I just enjoy it. Even if I never finished this, I would still enjoy it. I just like doing this, and you know, I don't necessarily with a lot of other projects. I just like the idea of telling stories and actually seeing them to to fruition. That's like an exciting idea to me, but I get bogged down by all the model making involved in it. But when I just have to make a single model, when that's all I'm trying to accomplish today, well, that's really nice. You know, and that's probably something I could learn from. Oh, look at that. We're coming along now. Look at how thick that top one is. That's nice.
Wagnon Driver says, right, I'm going to shoot now because one is very tired. Thanks for the stream and the chat, Lemmy. Hope to chat again soon. Take care, Lemmy, and everyone else, and stay safe. Yes, thank you for joining us, Wagnon Driver.
You have been a very interesting participant, for sure. I appreciate your comments.
Steam Engines United, I could see Lemmy rocking the daycare teacher gig.
Yeah, maybe I could. Yeah, I don't know. I like, you know, I'm quite patient. You know, so I think that makes me good at entertaining large groups of people without getting at all tired or frustrated. Especially if they're like toddlers. I don't think I get annoyed by kids as easily as a lot of other people would. I'm running out of these little plates. I'm working at a breakneck pace. My God. Oh, yeah, that's looking pretty good. That's doing the trick right there. Can't wait to do the splash rail underneath this, and then I can, like, how I drew in purple here, I can do that all along here and see how that looks. That's gonna be great.
Friend, can you show Big Mac's face, please? Asks Floating Vessels Guy.
Yeah, sure.
Here is Big Mac's face. I think it's a lot taller than it's supposed to be. That's one of those problems I hope to iron out when I make him next. But I love Big Mac. Don't you just love that expression? Just like he's so chill. Just look at this guy. Hey, warrior. What are you doing with that barge, warrior? Get the hell away from that barge, warrior. It's going to blow.
I love these things. Why do I love these so much? Why is it that, like, they took the wheelhouse and they made it a head? That's the best thing I've ever seen. It might actually be.
For the record, Big Mac's head is smaller than Blue Nose's, despite Blue Nose being much smaller than Big Mac. That'll tell you how big his head is. Blue Nose is an ugly character. His head is huge. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. But like he's cool. I love him. And I did a really good job on him. But what an ugly character to make too. Like it's gonna be so much more attractive to have Zebedee or Big Mac or someone with normal proportions. If I made a Sea Rogue head and put it on Blue Nose, you'd be like, wow, oh my god, I didn't realize how big the other head was.
My god. Let me scroll up a small bit.
I don't know. It's gonna take some time to scroll up. Thank you, friend, says Floating Vessels Guide. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Let's see. I'm gonna need more of these. You know what I'm doing by now. Or I should think. It's interesting because like this stream, the primary point of this series of streams is just to make sure, it's just to document in entirety the experience of me making a TUGS model. And hopefully, you know, even if I never get to making a tutorial properly, this will be enough for people to dig through and at least discover how I did this. Like, it's almost more like, it's like a fail-safe. It's like a last resort. It's like, okay, if I make no other tutorials, at least there's this, right? At least people could dig in there and be like, okay, I think I see how he did it, right? Whereas before, people had no clue. So, yeah, that's the point of this. But it's also kind of like a cool thing to do, you know, for me to make an entire model from start to finish on camera. Because once this is done, once it's Zebedee or whoever, right? And you guys see this, you'll be like, I saw him working on that. I saw the entire process is on camera. There is not a single thing that I've done on this model that wasn't done on camera. So like, it's just definitive proof that I made it, for one thing. It really should, what I really should do is make Top Hat, because that way I had like, whenever if someone sees it and they're like, oh my god, that's the real Top Hat, and I'm like, no, it's not. Look at this video series where I literally show me making it every step of the way, just to like, that would immediately disarm it. It would immediately be like, oh, okay, all right. You know, because if people are squinting at it, like, I don't know, is he playing a prank? Does he actually have Top Hat, but he's not revealing that it's the real one? Then, like, you know, I just send them this video and be like, okay, well, if I was pulling a prank there, I would have had to also make an identical Top Hat in this series. So why would I have done that? Like, clearly, the real answer is just that I didn't, you know, I don't have the real Top Hat. But like, that would be like really, it would be cool. It would be like restoring. It sounds so arrogant to say this, but it would be like restoring Top Hat to the community. We've got a Top Hat, you know, once, if I were to make one and it looked pretty accurate, then it would be like, at least people could, you know, take solace in the fact that there was like a Top Hat, and you could kind of get those, because what's so cool about the Star Tugs Trust having rescued the models is that we have all these cool pictures of them that are on modern cameras. And somehow the models look better in the present day with modern cameras that weren't even invented yet than they did back in 1989 when they were shot on film. Like, that's real quality. The fact that we've discovered that the models, not only do they hold up, they look even better than they did back then. The cameras couldn't keep up with their skill. That's amazing. That's the coolest thing ever. I love it. But we're reaching an interesting part here, is that we're going to have to make this bend here.
And I think to do that, we are definitely going to need to cut out a lot of different pieces. Carl Matthews 8 says, in my series canon, the Grampus model isn't missing. The Fat Controller had it in his office.
Yeah, I guess you could just do that in your fiction. You can just declare that everything's okay.
Has anyone ever done a series where Steam just doesn't end? A series where like British Railways tries to get rid of steam engines, and then the country's like, no, wait, don't. And then they just don't. They reverse it. They're like, oh, sorry, our bad. And then there's just steam engines running all over Britain in 2020. Like, it's just not a big deal. You could do that in your fiction. Like, there's nothing stopping you. Let me want to hear the backstory of how Sunshine got to Sodor. Maybe one of these days, Insane Edward. Maybe one of these days. I feel like I do get nervous about, reading off people's, in-depth lore for their series on a live stream. It's like, I'm so much more secretive than that. But there's really no reason to be secretive about it. Steam doesn't end. Steam is right here. That's right. He's uniting the steam engines is what he's doing. That's right. I do fear that this is just a little bit too bulbous. It's giving me flashbacks to that 10 cents that I made. I'm not sure how I feel about that exactly. Like the Splashrails, I mean. It's so weird to me now that I did not reveal to the community for so long that I was so into making TUGS models. Like, I revealed that in like 2018 or something like that. That's a really long time, because I had this big plan. I was going to do this whole big TUGS Continued project where I was essentially gonna, I was gonna I was going to make a season 2 for TUGS, and I didn't want to reveal it until I was done with it. And that was the plan, but it became too extreme. So I had to, can that whole concept. I want to do something like that one day, but I couldn't do it in secret before people even knew. And so, I finally revealed everything. But I used to be so skittish. I didn't want to reveal to anybody that I was so into TUGS, because if I did, then they might, the conversation might lead to the point where I was like, oh yeah, well, I am doing this series, and I'd spoil the surprise. But it's interesting because it's just such a big part of my interests, and the fact that I didn't reveal it until like 2018 is crazy. How long that took. I attempted my first replica in 2016. That was 10 cents. And I made my first TUGS models in general in 2007. So, like, it's been my whole life. I've been making TUGS models, like, I've made way more TUGS models than Thomas models. I'll say that much. You should write a book, says Floating Vessels Guy. I actually did attempt to write a book about the metaphor in Thomas in 2015. I think I tried. Keep in mind, in 2015 I'm 22 now. So when I was 15, I was like 16 or 17. So not many people write a book when they're that young, unless they're like escaping gunfire in a foreign country. Yeah. Steam Engines United says, wait, he's into tugs? God damn it. Lemmy, can I call you friend? Asks Floating Vessels Guy. Yeah, sure. I mean, anybody can call me friend. I'm not weird about it. Insane Edward. Lemmy, war breaks out. The Sunshine goes over the Atlantic to escort Vienna with Big Mac, Warrior, and 10 cents from the U-boats and arrive in Sodor. All right, well, that sounds pretty cool, Sam, I'll be honest. Would you use this scale for filming? Asks Rolling Duck Studios.
It depends. I could see myself like 10 or 20 years from now doing like a full scale tugs series that like is the same scale as the actual show. So yeah, for that, if I like had my way, I would do the same scale as the show because I think it's the best scale. But I feel like within the next 5 years or so, it's possible that I could do a series on a much smaller scale. I've thought about this recently. It'd be really cool. I developed mechanisms that work in models that are only like, 10 inches, 12 inches long. And that's like a harbor tug, right? So like, let's use the small end of that spectrum. Let's say 10 cents is an 8-inch long model. I've developed some mechanisms that can get the eyes and head to move in an 8-inch long 10 cents. So if you think about that, well, then a harbor tug would be like 1 foot long. And that is actually manageable. Like I could have the space to film that, make a very small tank and make all the models a foot long and, make it a lot smaller scale while still having the eyes move and the heads move and all that. And all the things that I really want in tugs, I could do. So I feel like that's my semi-long-term goal, is to make a series like that that's smaller scale, that's good, that looks great, but it's still not the scale I really want to do, which is this. This is the best scale. And these, I'm really just, I don't know if I ever intend to use these for filming purposes. I like having the replicas. They're really cool. But I don't know what I would do if I actually got to the point where I had like, I could actually film, this scale. If I had a tank that was 45 feet by 25 feet, probably not exactly those dimensions. I'd probably change it a bit, but like that would be crazy. I don't know what I'd do then, but ideally in my perfect world, yeah, I use the show scale. But I think whatever you're likely to see from me in the future, the next serious tugs film or series or whatever that I do, really the first one that I do will probably be I might do more fun stuff before then. Like I talked about earlier, like just putting down a blue poster board, making waterline models, and that would be fun, right? But like the first real serious production that I'd be super proud of, I think I'd do it in the foot-long scale. And then one day in the distant future, my dream would be to do a proper show scale, deal. So those are all different tiers, though. I'm not exactly sure, how likely any of that is.
Lemmy turns his room into a tank for filming. I would do it if it wouldn't cause severe water damage. I mean it. I've tried to turn this room into a tank, but it's risky. There's actually a tarp. Listen to this. It's not what a floor is supposed to sound like. This is carpet, but on top of the carpet is tarp, and that's because it's meant to catch water. And that's because there was something I wanted to film that required water, but then I ended up canceling it. So, it didn't end up seeing the light of day. Why don't the diesels have separate gray faces in the Railway series? I think because Carl Matthews 8 said that. I think that's because there's a good place to put them. Like, I think the only time something has a gray face in the Railway series is when there's no way to embed it properly. Like, I think Audrey would have embedded everything if he had the chance, but on a smoke box door, you've got all this stuff in the way, and the whole thing is black.
And you know, on like a on a say a you know like diesel, right? Like he's got a grill in the way. You can't embed a face on a grill. How would that work, right? So it had to be gray. But every single time he has a chance, he has a nice, relatively smooth surface to put a face on. He embeds it. Think about D199, this nice bright yellow surface that's smooth, good place to put a face. Boko, you know, I mean, he's a dark green, but it still pops enough. And then the yellow right here along the mouth, like it embeds very nicely. I think Audrey preferred embedded faces because that brings the face closer to the machine, right? In the show, the faces are these big gray bulbous things that are just tacked onto the front of an engine, like they're a separate component. It feels like something you could go and pick up, which is weird. But in the Railway series, they're so well integrated. You know, they feel like it's hard to say where the face ends and the engine begins. And that's good because it's supposed to integrate. It's supposed to be, it's not an engine with a face, it's an engine. And the face is part of the engine. It just integrates well, you know. So that's what I've, you know, always thought about it. And it's in, but the, you know, the short answer is, as a rule, mainline diesels have embedded faces. Diesel shunters don't. All steam engines, apart from maybe a very small handful that we haven't seen, have gray faces.
Floating Vessels guy says, "Hey friend, can you send me tutorial where you made zip in Twitter?"
Can I send you a 12-hour long tutorial through Twitter? I'm sorry, friend, but I cannot send you a 2-minute long video through Twitter, let alone a 12-hour long video. If I could upload it to YouTube, I would, but even that is a hassle for my computer. It's a lot, right? It's a whole lot. There's a reason I'm doing this stream instead, right? If I could just pop the zip tutorial up there, that would be much better, but it's so much to edit. And if I just did put the 12-hour one up there, it's like, it's not, you know, it's not worth it. You know, so the alternative is this stream, where if you care enough, you'll watch this. But otherwise, I don't see the zip tutorial going up. Also, my hair was really short in that. That doesn't really factor in. I just find it a little weird. I'm very hungry. It's almost dinner time.
See, we've got 43 minutes left.
I could go longer, technically, but I don't think I will. Okay, so that should be enough to illustrate what I'm doing. So back here, notice I'm having to make this curve. And so the way I do that is I just, you know, it's the same as I do the rest of the sides. I just curve the thing, and then I just put it on there like that. Now you'll notice that gap right there, right? That right there. But you can just bridge that with tape. So you're basically just putting these relatively close together, but and you want to make sure they're shorter too. You know, these sections of the splash rail. So you just tape right over that, and then that slowly makes the shape for you. It's a little rough right now, but you know, we will refine it. So basically a bunch of straight half tube pieces, which you put side by side, and then slowly, you know, they form a curve. That's basically the way everything works. It's like you don't really curve cardboard or curve anything really. You just bend it enough times that it looks curved. And that's what we're doing here, and that's what you do in anything really when you need a curve. If I had done like a river tug hole, then I could have, it would have been so obvious what the second one should be. I could have done Burke, and then I could have made Blair. I'm excited for when I finally do Burke and Blair, because I'll get to put eye mechanisms and head mechanisms in them. And they never had those in the show. So like I'd actually get to add a feature that wasn't there. Same thing with the fire tug. Like that would be so cool. I've thought about this too, is that I can use the same hole for multiple characters. Like Zebedee and Zach pretty much have the same hole. If I just make the nameplates removable, then that'll do the trick. And I could just make a superstructure and a head for Zach and Zebedee and just swap them out. And a different deck too to swap out. I wouldn't necessarily want to do that. I wouldn't want to have half a model just lying around, but I could do that if I wanted to. And I could also do that with Top Hat. Like, cause there's two types of holes that I can think of. There's the ones that have, you know, the V shape down here in white, and the ones that have the V shape down here in black. There's also weathering differences. Like Zach's hole is really weathered to the point where this bottom splash rail isn't even white. But they're close enough, right? Like Top Hat is oddly painted closer to Zach and Zebedee than he is to Big Mac. Big Mac and Warrior, they have the same thing going on, where they have the splash rails in white, and they have the same thing going on as Zoran, who has slightly different rails up here, like how these things, you know, stick up from the white. But other than that, he's pretty much the same as Big Mac and Warrior. And they're all the same shape, of course, but the way they're painted is something that's harder for me to change and swap around. And so, you know, if I made that one Big Mac and this one Zebedee, that makes a lot of sense, because this Zebedee one could double for Zach, that Big Mac one could double for Warrior and for Zoran, kind of. I probably wouldn't want to do that, but it's something I could do. Are you a Total Drama fan? Asks Steam Engines United 345. Not actively, no. I remember when it was out, and I did, like, I enjoyed it as a kid. It's part of my childhood. I do remember when they do like parodies and crossovers with Thomas all the time, like the fandom would, which was just that was pretty entertaining. I remember this one video. This person actually managed to get in contact with Chris, whatever his name is, you know, the guy who does the voice for the host of the Total Drama show, and he actually got that guy to voice for him, I think. And I was like, that was crazy. That was so cool. I was like, whoa, got a celebrity to voice for you. Okay, I think rather than continuing on to the other side, I'm just going to keep on adding the splash rail to the bottom here, so that I can get the whole side fully done. Splash rails are taking longer than I anticipated. I would like to get them done today. I wonder if I will just stay on an extra hour. I could, and then all the British people are going to go to bed at 1 instead of 12. Oh dear. How do you feel about drivers? I'm writing a bunch of Railway Series styled stories recently, and I feel like the drivers are restricting the story. But if I don't include them, then
That's where the sentence ends. But I assume what he was going to say is, if I don't include them, it's weird. And yeah, it's Carl Matthews 8 who said that, by the way.
I have a lot of thoughts on drivers. I think they can be really great. But firstly, you have to have them say something. They can't just be there, right? I feel like, they can be really good straight they're the straight man to the act, right? It's like, the engine does something wacky and the crew is kind of pissed off about it. Like, here's the way I see drivers. And I guess this ties into the way that I see, like, the engine's free will, too. A lot of people say that, like, they're confused about what an engine can and can't do. Hold on a minute. Can Thomas drive himself or not? Like, when can he drive himself and when can he not? And the answer is, well, he can never drive himself. He's a locomotive. But that's not to say Thomas doesn't have any agency. It's not just, the question is framed incorrectly. It's not, is Thomas the one driving or is the driver the one driving? It's both at all times. Like, that's the whole point, right? There's a great line in Mountain Engines where Colby says, an engine can't stop at once unless it's ready to obey its driver's controls. He says that line. And it's a really good explanation of how this works. It's basically like, it's the fact that for the engine to start, the driver pulls the lever, and then the engine either responds to that or doesn't. So if the engine doesn't do anything, if you pull the lever and the engine doesn't go anywhere, well, you curse and you kick the thing and you say, God damn it, take it to the works. But if you pull the lever and it goes somewhere, then it responds to your controls. Now, in the Thomas universe, that would be the engine acting up or playing ill or being, some sort of nefarious character, right? That's the idea, is that everything that an engine does, like, basically an engine's agency lies where everything that an engine does in the real world that we don't want it to do as humans, that like the driver and firemen are frustrated by, that's all agency. That's all, in our world, it's a mechanical failure, but in the Thomas world, the engine meant to do that. Thomas meant to break down. Thomas meant to run away. Thomas meant to stop there. Thomas meant to, that's like, it's taking a kind of a basic mechanical failure and turning it into a personality trait, turning it into something that the engine's actually responsible for. That's how I've always seen it. And so back to drivers, I think that it can be really, really, it's really grounding to have drivers in it. Because otherwise, I mean, if you don't have them in there, then it's just, then at that point, it's just like the Cars universe, which, is cool. But it's not really the draw of Thomas. The draw of Thomas is taking actual things that real locomotives do and finding clever ways to describe those events and to kind of put them into a context where the engine had some sort of intention. They did that for a reason. It's not just that they broke down or crashed. It's that happened for some reason. James didn't crash because his brakes failed. And, he crashed because he was thinking about what to say next to Toby. And then he wasn't paying attention. A steam engine can't pay attention to anything, but in the story he can. So that's why he crashed into the tar tankers, because he wasn't paying attention, because he was holding a grudge. That's the reason. And I think the crews are an integral part in that, because otherwise there is really no clever metaphor there. Otherwise it's just an engine doing something and the crew's along for the ride. But in terms of how to like practically include them, I think that they can be really funny or also really dramatic. Like, it can be really funny if they're dealing with a really ridiculous engine, and there's a point where Thomas's crew must be so frustrated with him, that at some point his driver must just throw his hat down and just be like, God damn it, this engine, he's constantly just causing mayhem. And I feel like you do that in the real world too, right? Because it's like, that's just, whether he has a face or not, that's Thomas's personality. That's how he behaves as a locomotive. He is temperamental. And I think seeing the crew's reactions to things really helps ground it and reminds us that this is about trains. Otherwise, you might as well make a humanized series of some sort, which is cool as well, but it's not quite the same thing. And I suppose there's definitely a place for stories that just get rid of the drivers entirely. I feel like there's merit to that, but I feel like it's better with humans in the mix. It's interesting. They're kind of a surrogate where you can have Thomas's crew in the room with the Fat Controller when Thomas isn't there. They can be in his office and they can kind of vouch for him on his behalf. Whereas Thomas can't ever really enter that human space. He can't. So I guess the point is you need to think of something to kind of do with the drivers, right? They need to be reacting to their engine's antics, and it needs to either be funny or it needs to comment on the character, right? I mean, it's a lot more obvious how vain James is if his crew is constantly rolling their eyes, or alternatively, it's a lot more obvious how vain James is if his driver is constantly wearing a feather boa and has a feather in his cap. And shades, clearly that demonstrates where he's getting it from. So I think that you need to treat the drivers and firemen as characters, not as props. They don't have to be major characters, but they have to say something now and then, and they have to be kind of almost a part of James, right? To me, saying the drivers are a hindrance, I get it, but to me that's kind of like saying that it's like saying that the coaches are a hindrance, right? It's like, oh, I've got to write for all these characters that James pulls around. It's like, well, they could be a hindrance, or they could add a lot to a scene, right? Imagine, for one thing, when you need James to talk to somebody who isn't a major character, imagine he's had a fight with Gordon, and he needs to vent about it to somebody so that the audience knows how he feels. However, you need to find somebody for him to vent to that doesn't impact things. And if he goes and vents to Henry, that's a problem because Gordon's going to find out about that. It'll affect the course of the plot when all you were trying to do is just inform the audience of James's internal motivations. And so really what you've got to do is have him talk to his crew or have him talk to the coaches. Or his crew is always with him, but also there are times when they don't give a shit. They're talking to each other. They're over by the water cooler and not minding their own business. It's very easy to toggle the crew off. When Thomas is out on when Thomas is out on the line, right? He could either be talking to his crew or his crew could be busy. They could be talking to each other, right? But what you don't want is for the crew to just be standing in the cab going all the time. You want them to you want to make it clear that they're either busy with something else and don't care about Thomas's bullshit, or they're talking to him. And I don't think it's too hard to do that once you kind of get in the habit of it. So if you want to make crews work, I feel like there are a lot of great ways to do it. And I feel like it's really useful to have them kind of around as as kind of sounding boards for what the engines think and feel. And also people who are kind of on their side, but also frustrated by them, who can speak the truth, but who also understand that, they need to stand by their engine. So I think they're a really useful concept that's kind of unique to Thomas. And I think it's of great value, but only if you have ideas about how to use it. And I know I like using it a lot. There's a lot of ways to handle it.
Lemmy, when you come to the UK, we need to, 1, meet up, and 2, you need to bring one model. Which would you bring? Asks Insane Edward. One more thing. Malum Beak says, I like how Gordon refuses to try and pull the trucks on his hill in Gordon and Edward.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's he's just in reality it's just gravity. He can't get up the hill. But in the way that he's describing it and the justification he's giving, he's it's he's throwing he's just throwing himself down. He's like, I won't, so there. It's that's not that's not what's actually happening, but also it is, right? Because if you were to look at a steam engine and try to think about like the way you would feel as a driver in that moment, you would feel like your engine has just given up on you and slighted you. You'd be pissed off, right? In the same way that if your car breaks down 30 miles from home, you're pissed off and you kick the tire, right? It's the same thing. And so, I think that's how I tend to view Thomas. And that doesn't mean it all has to be just, like, oh, that wacky steam engine, I wonder what he's saying. It's like, it doesn't, it's not Ivor the engine. I don't know enough about Ivor to say, but it's not Ivor the engine, right? Like the engines can have deep, monologues, and the engines can have like really emotionally drawn out conversations in private. That can all happen. It doesn't need to just be all about them being a locomotive. Sometimes they can be human. However, it always does need to come back to the fact that they're trains, I think. I mean, it doesn't need to, but if you're trying to write this type of series which is more like the railway series, I would say that, yeah, I mean, that's in your best interest. The one model question. If I could bring one model, well, if it was right now, Sam, I think I would bring Blue Nose. I think I would have to bring Blue Nose. I don't think I have anyone really, because he's my only finished model. But if I could choose from like everything I have going, probably Hercules, if he was done by then. Like that would probably be my pick. If I could bring something of that size. Realistically, I would probably bring Zip because he's the smallest. Let's see. What are your top 5 Railway Series stories so I know which ones to adapt, says Rolling Duck Studios. Well, don't base your answer around me. But best Railway Series stories. I love the Fat Controller's engines, just for what it represents. Like, it's so epic when the engines all go to England. I don't know what city, they refuse to tell us, but just the idea of the Fat Controller being so pissed off that people don't believe his railway is even real. This railway has been through so much to get to the present, right? It has struggled through thick and thin to survive and to bring a service to its passengers and to its constituents. And then all of a sudden, he's realizing, wait a minute, this book series came out and now no one thinks we're real. Like, Jesus Christ, that's infuriating, right? And so the Fat Controller, for just a split second in his otherwise very practical mindset that he's kept for all these years, he just snaps and he's like, you know what? We're going to England. And Edward would just be like, sir, what do you mean we're going to England? We're going to England, all of us, at the same time. Who will run the railway, sir? I don't care. We're showing them the truth. And they just go, right? It's insane. It's like Audrey just snapped. All of his realism in his head just disappeared. And he's just like, you know what? I just want them to be real. And the engines just charge out of the page, just towards the viewer. And all of a sudden, it's the most ham-fisted, immature way of just saying, like, no, my characters are real. I just brought them to England. It's just such an extreme solution to that issue of like not feeling real. It's like only Thomas would do that. Only Thomas would break the fourth wall so aggressively. And I just love that. So that's a great story for sure. But it's more about what it represents. I think, let's see, what else is there? There's tons of stories. That one's more about the kind of the meaning behind it. The deputation is very powerful because it's just it's a story about immense sacrifice. Donald and Douglas sacrifice a lot for each other. The engines on the island all band together and endanger their own reputations for the sake of these two engines they just met. It's very touching. Duck Takes Charge is amazing. It's one of anything with Duck, really. Duck and the diesel engine as a whole too is also just amazing. It's because Duck just has such integrity and honesty, and it's just such a good person, and I just love that. I just I aspire to be like him. And it's interesting because he has such quirks and he drives everyone crazy. But like when it really matters, when he really has to put his life on the line or his reputation on the line or anything, he's there. And Duck Takes Charge. He risks everything. It's his first day on the job and he stands up to the big guys because Percy's being bullied and he doesn't stand for bullying. And of course he doesn't. He's a Great Western engine. Everyone's equal on the Great Western. That's how it works. Everything's standard. Everything's fair. You don't have that sort of hierarchy. And so, you know, he stands up for what he believes in, and at great personal risk to himself. And it blows out his reputation with Gordon, James, and Henry. So by the time we get to to Duck at the diesel engine, things get even worse when City of Truro shows up, and then Duck and Gordon have this huge clash between them. And that sets off the whole thing, and Duck almost gets sent away for just standing up for his beliefs and for standing up to Diesel and for standing up to the big engines. So anything with Duck is amazing. So that's great. But yeah, just in general, I think James and the Diesel engines and Gordon the High-Speed Engine are great Christopher books. Anything from those, the concepts are really good if you were going to adapt them. If you were going to add some stuff to them. But yeah. Malambeek says, what do you think of Lady? I think Lady's really cool. I think Lady has like immense potential. I don't like when people turn her into an industrial engine. I feel like that's just neutering her. Like I think Lady, I don't think Lady's magic should be ignored. I think it should be exaggerated. I think she should go from being like a slightly magical engine that connects to two continents to being like a god of engines. You know, that sounds amazing, right? With just immense magical power. That sounds really cool. I would love for that to be the case. So yeah, Lady's one of my favorite characters. I think she has immense potential, and I really hope to do stuff with her one day.
Just noted all those books down. Lol, says Rolling Duck Studios.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Her character gallery on Lady Wen, says Flying Scotsman 4472.
Me and Matt really love Lady and have a lot of ideas for her. So we're probably going to save her for a special episode because we are very much looking forward to her.
Just going to say that Gordon is one of the easiest characters of the show to write, says Scottish Twin Productions.
I agree. It's hard to get him wrong. Same thing with James. They haven't had a lot of egregious moments. I don't think prior to like Big World, Big Adventures, I don't think Gordon or James were ever egregiously out of character. And I think the reason is that they have such a wide range of ways they can behave. Sometimes they are just so, ridiculously arrogant and rude and bullies, but other days, they're quite kind and generous. And I think they have that whole spectrum because I think they have the mask that they put on to protect their own grandiosity. But then I think they also have the true self deep down, which is a lot kinder and sweeter and more vulnerable. And so I think on their better days, they're very kind. And on their worst days, they're just absolute devils. And I think that's why you have so much leeway with them, is because they can literally act any way under the sun. As long as Gordon doesn't like trucks and James likes his paint, you're good. They need to care about the right things. But in terms of them being, like with Edward, you can't have Edward be a dick. If you ever do that, it backfires badly. Because we know Edward is supposed to be kind. He's supposed to be, he's supposed to be a sweet engine. And even if he's not even his intelligence can vary, right? You can make him a genius, or you can make him just kind of wise, or you can make him just kind. I think even that can go. But it's the fact that if you make him unkind, that's his key principle, is that he's this kind mentor figure. So if you take that away, then it's catastrophe. And Gordon and James, aren't like that. They have good moments and bad. They're not overtly good-hearted characters. With Thomas, I feel like his major thing, at least for me, people get Thomas wrong, and the show gets Thomas wrong, according to my personal standards. They get him wrong when they treat him like a little kid. Because Thomas is kind of a little kid, but he's trying really hard not to be. Thomas is quite dedicated to the pursuit of convincing you he's a lot older than he is. That's the whole point of him. That's his whole personality, is desperately trying to convince everybody that he's a grown-up. Desperately trying to convince everybody. You know, he's the type of guy who comes straight out of college. He's only 20 years old, and you know, he thinks he knows everything. He thinks he's hot shit, right? And he buys a really expensive suit right out the gate with all the money he has, and he blows it all on a nice car, and like and you know, he's trying to look the part, right, and convince everybody that he's in his 30s or 40s, but it's obviously he's just a kid. He's in his 20s. But he's not 8, right? He's not, Thomas is not 8. He's like 20. He's like around there, right? You know, he's not an adult yet by any stretch, but he's also not a child. He's in that period where he could kind of convince some people that he's mature, but those who know him well know that he isn't. And I think that's when the show messes up, is when they try to make Thomas too young, when they try to make him like really, and when they just make him too positive overall. Because Thomas is great when shit hits the fan. That's when he's really an amazing and heroic character, right? When he has to, you know, when he has to throw Diesel 10 off a viaduct, when he has to, you know, when he has to get a safety valve to Gordon in time, when he has to, you know, when he has to save James after his crash, that sort of thing. Those situations, Thomas is badass, and Thomas is a hero. But day to day, he's kind of like a smug jackass, you know, and he has a bit to be proud of, because, I mean, he did like get a branch line against all odds, and, you know, the same day that like James arrived on the island, like an engine who would have been a much better fit for a branch line. But instead, Thomas gets a branch line. Despite having been built for shunting duties, he gets his branch line. And that's, you know, he's an underdog. And that's really cool that he manages to pull that off. So he has something to be proud of. But he's still a lot more smug than he should be. And after he gets his branch line, he will never let it go as long as he lives. He's constantly, you know, he's constantly gloating about that to people. So Thomas is smug, and he's cocky, and he's like a little bit of a smartass. And he's not, you know, he's not a kid. He's not like pretending to be, you know, he's not pretending to be the you know, the cool kid. He is the cool kid, but he's still a kid, you know, just not a young kid. You know, he's a kid straight out of college. That's what he is. You know, so that's what I think about Thomas. But yeah, Gordon and Thomas is easier to mess up. Edward's very easy to mess up if you're not careful. Gordon and James are very hard to mess up. Duck is interesting. I think Duck is hard to mess up too, because he's, as long as he cares very deeply about something, as long as he has deep integrity, whatever his principles are, I feel like you can really mess it up. You could have Duck come from the LMS somehow. But as long as he really, really believed in the LMS and its doctrine, I feel like it would still be Duck. So like, as long as he really is obsessed with a certain code of conduct, whatever it is, I think it will still be Duck. You know, it's, I guess what helps is that they all have something really big to focus on, you know. Gordon's huge thing is his express and his speed. James is his style, his fashion sense, his paint. Duck is the Great Western, you know, and his you know, abiding by, you know, that code of ethics. But Edward, what's Edward's thing exactly? Being kind. It's just his personality. He hasn't artificially globbed onto something that is unnatural, or that is, you know, like a desperate attempt to build himself up. He hasn't done that. Edward is just, you know, he's secure enough to know that his personality alone is enough to define him. Whereas Gordon needs his express. James needs his paint. Those are, you know, very necessary foundational pillars in their lives. And that's why Thomas is in between, because Thomas is easy to get wrong, but not as easy as Edward, because he still does have the, you know, he still does have his branch line. He has his number one. He has, you know, that'll only get you so far, but Thomas does have a lot of really, you know, clear, defined motifs. And if you have a motif, you can write a character pretty effectively and pretty consistently. It also gives you something really great to circumvent. If you want to do a story where Gordon stops caring about the Express or loses the Express, then that also has a lot of power in it as well, because you've established how big of a deal it is to him. So yeah.
I've got 11 minutes left.
We'll see how far along I get. I have a feeling I've got to stop myself from talking so much because I'm getting less done that way.
I really like how Thomas, after Toby tells Thomas Percy died, he's just like, okay, and says Rolling Duck Studios.
I thought that too. I was like, Jesus Christ. But I realized a few years ago, Toby isn't saying it looks like the ghost of Percy. He's saying it looks like Percy's ghost he mentioned the other night from television. Like, that's what he's saying. He's like, it looks like, Percy's ghost that, he talked about the other night, right? Wait till we tell Percy that we saw his ghost, right? Like, it's not the ghost of Percy. It's the ghost that Percy saw on television. And Toby's calling it Percy's ghost because he's the one who brought it to their attention. And when I realized that, I was like, okay, that makes way more sense. Way more sense. Thomas really is like an asshole for most of the Railway series, though. Like, I mean, not quite. He's not a bad person, but he's very impatient, and he's very smug, and he's very defensive, right? He's just incredibly defensive because he had to fight really hard to get to where he is, where he actually is the passenger engine that he always wanted to be. And so I think he's got a lot that he's kind of fighting for, and as a result, he really, he's not going to give it up for anything. And that sometimes means biting the head off of people who, didn't even intend to be a threat to him, like Percy and Toby, and but he always feels bad about it.
OMG, I never saw it like that, Lemmy, says Scottish Twin Productions.
I'm not sure which thing you mean. I assume you mean the ghost thing. But yeah, that blew my mind.
Mind explosion, says Rolling Duck Studios.
Yeah, I agree.
Keel has entered the chat, says Roblox Zoran74.
It has indeed entered the chat.
I found Mavis hard to write for, says, oh, hey, Will Thomas 199.
We haven't spoken in a while. That's interesting. Mavis. I don't think I find Mavis too hard to write for. She's hard to write for if she stays the kind of immature teenager that she was in Tramway Engines. The thing about Mavis is I think that Audrey and Toby ganged up on her. Like, I think she isn't actually an immature teenager. I think she's just here to do a job that the Farquhar Quarry Company bought her for. Like, imagine, the Farquhar Quarry manager must have come up to Toby and been like, look, Toby, we appreciate that you constantly hang around here and shunt our trucks, but, like, we don't own you, and, like, you keep moving around our stuff, and we've got this other diesel that's, like, here to do the job. We, like, bought her for this, Toby. And Toby's like, nope, I know the way to do it. And that's that, and the manager's just like, all right, you can hang around, I guess, but you're not really welcome here. Like, that's the situation, right? Why do you think Mavis has Farquhar Quarry written on her, right? And Toby's just having trouble letting go of that whole thing because he's been doing it unofficially this whole time. But it's just kind of like a latent sexism from the Reverend. That like, he's treating her like, oh, she's got all these new ideas and she's got this whole, this whole, you know, she wants to come in here and change everything and thinks she knows what she's doing, and it's like there's definitely a place for that type of story, but I feel like you can easily rewrite like Mavis's. You could rewrite tramway engines from Mavis's perspective and reveal that she knows what she's doing. You know, she's good at it. You know, sure, she still makes some mistakes, like, you know, slipping on the crossing and everything. But that's like, you know, the shunting is not one of them. Toby should have let her just do her thing. You know, but anyway, so that being said, it's interesting because once Toby just backs off a little bit, I think Mavis becomes incredibly responsible. And actually, you know, she becomes like a really valued member of the quarry company and of the Farquhar branch. And I think that, like, I really like how she acts in the CGI series and in the TV series in general past a certain point. I really like how mature she becomes. Like, she's so in control. And, you know, I think that, like, fits her really well. That once Toby backs off, she would show that side of herself. And, you know, she'd really, like, it's interesting. I think her and Duck would get along great. They would, like, be really great friends if they met. Because I think Mavis is really a stickler for the rules and quite dedicated to the, you know, to the quarry. Just the way that she behaves. Just think about her in the CGI series. Think about her in, like, Hero of the Rails, where she's like, the second Spencer shows up, she's like, Spencer, let me show you around the quarry. Like, she's just so proud of her work, and she's just so, like, she's so professional. And it's interesting because I feel like at some point she would have to actually, like, be convinced to take a vacation because she'd just be so, you know, focused on work, you know. Like, I think that would, you know, that would have to happen sooner or later, where, like, she would just get, you know, a little, you know, too into her work, you know, where she would just never leave the quarry. She'd be always so busy shunting everything and making sure everything's, you know, up to snuff. And it's like, you know, she wouldn't have time for a break. You know, so it's interesting. Like, I could definitely see a lot being done with Mavis, where she's just kind of, it's interesting the difference in perspective between how Toby sees her versus how Mavis sees herself, and versus how engines who aren't Toby see Mavis. I think, like, Percy probably, I know Percy's way older than Mavis, but I think Percy kind of looks at Mavis like an older sister almost, you know. It's like, it's kind of like, it's almost like having a little brother who, you know, you take to work with you and he just hangs out there, and, you know, you know, serve him, you work in an ice cream parlor and you serve him sundaes and stuff, right? It's like that sort of thing. That's kind of how I see Percy and Mavis, where, you know, the two of them just, you know, it's a cute relationship where Percy's just young at heart and Mavis is kind of the one who's working, and Percy can help to a degree, but he'll get distracted and he'll just kind of mess around in the quarry, and he might accidentally, like, dump a bunch of quarry dust on himself, not, you know, because he's being careless, but just because he has terrible luck, like, you know. And Mavis would be, like, happy to have Percy just hang out there. That would just be, she'd be cool with that. Like, you know, I think that would be really sweet.
Lemmy, I wrote a whole scene of my TUGS models escorting Vienna with machine guns on the Texas in St. Edward. Sounds scary, but also very cool. Mavis was probably the best. Oh, it just disappeared. Mavis was probably the best character in the CGI series. Her character development stuck, says Will Thomas 199.
I think it's a bold claim to say she was the best character because the CGI series had so many great characters. But I think that she's probably one of the characters best served by the CGI series who didn't get served in the model series. Spencer's another one of those, and maybe Salty a little bit. There's some characters that got a lot of attention that they really needed. And it really changed the way that everybody looks at them. So those are always appreciated. Come in. Oh my God.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just found in the closet.
I've been looking for this for years. All right. I lost this years ago.
Really weird that you're doing this while I'm not.
I know. All right, so y'all just witnessed me find nothing to declare for the first time in like 7 years. I've been looking for this book. Man, I think I still need to find. I think I found Run Aground. So I think I have all three that I have. I don't have Treasure Hunt. I never have. But like, I lost this years ago. It's a very valuable thing to lose, but I lost it. But that's amazing. That is amazing. It's just a relief to have it, like, because I lost this, like, and it's just a bad thing to lose. You're supposed to like take care of really rare TUGS books. A whole book about Johnny Cuba. Who would have thought? Just look at this. Isn't that great? Look at OJ. Look at that. That scaling is not right. Oh my god. But yeah. So that's a pretty. Oh, and the stream is almost over. I almost feel like we should end it here just because of that very significant discovery. Just for the ceremony of it. But alas, I can't end it just yet because I think I do need to at least finish the Splashrails on the left side and color in this area. I do wonder though if I should work on this outside of the stream because it's not like I'm providing any insight, right? Oh, 6 hours. There we go. It's not like I'm providing any insight that is actually like needed at this point. I'm just doing the same thing over and over again. But yeah, nothing to declare. Nothing's lost except my hope in myself, said Reading 3640 Studios. I'm sorry. I think Diesel and Zoran are a little different. They are very similar, but I think they may be slightly different, says Trainmaster 16. I think they're very different. Because I think Diesel is like, I have a weird admiration for Zoran. Because I feel like he's dealing with a lot more than we realize. Like, I feel like we look at the Zed stacks like they're just these evil, villainous people. It's like, no, they're not villainous. They're just, they just can't get any damn business, right? I mean, Zoran is probably desperately trying to hold the company together, you know, and so he has to do these villainous things. And it's easier to just appear like a villain than try to justify to the Star Tugs why he is economically, you know, forced to do what he's doing. You know, they're never gonna understand, so I'm not even gonna explain it to them. You know, it's like that sort of thing, right? You know, like I think that's the situation he's in. But I think Zoran is doing what he has to do because, you know, it's the whole, you know, there's no rest for the wicked thing, right? It's like, you know, he acknowledges that he is he's a villain, but he's a villain for not terrible reasons. It's because him and his fleet desperately need money, and so he's cutthroat. He's like, you know, all right, fine. If I've got to kill everyone on the Starfleet, that's what I'm going to do. But at least he will keep my fleet alive, right? You know, it's war to him, right? Almost. I don't think he'd kill anyone, but you get my meaning. You know, and whereas Diesel doesn't care about anyone, I don't think. I think Diesel is just, I think there's only one actual psychopath in all of Thomas, and I think it's Diesel. I think he actually does not have empathy for anyone. Like, genuinely. That's not, you know, he doesn't care. He cares about a concept. He cares about one thing in the whole world, and that is efficiency. He wants everything to be as efficient as possible. Even if that means getting rid of every steam engine and human on the planet. I feel like Diesel is like the paperclip machine AI that just keeps making paperclips and ends up killing all of humanity because it was told to make paperclips. That's almost like what Diesel is. Except he gives off the impression that he's not that way, because if he did give off that impression, then he would, you know, it would be a disaster and he would be caught. But I think Diesel doesn't care if all the steam engines are scrapped. He has no empathy for them. If you ask Bowler what he thinks about dieselization, he'd say, well, it's dreadfully sad, of course, you know, the poor steam engines. However, we're better, and we're going to be the next ones in the row. But like, you know, if you ask Diesel, he would be like, you know, it had to be done. I feel nothing about it. You know, like if he was being honest about, you know, how he actually feels, he'd be like, I'm glad things are getting more efficient. And if I have to give my life one day in the pursuit of efficiency, that is exactly what I will do the moment that I'm asked to do it. Like, you know, that's I think what Diesel does. He's almost like I mean, I know he is a machine, but he's like a machine, right? He lacks personality. He's ground zero for all of the kind of stereotypes about Diesel's lacking personality. And it's interesting that in that way, I think he's the only character who's truly evil, because Diesel really is just that obsessed with efficiency. I think all the other Diesels that arrived, they had like some other scheme in mind. They wanted power. They wanted to, you know, to be adored. But Diesel, I think, is just stating the facts when he says that he, you know, he's superior. I think that that's just his, you know, that's just something that he believes fully to be true. It's not something he's trying to bolster. I think the only, like, I don't know if, like, I think the only thing that makes Diesel happy is true efficiency. And I think that he doesn't exhibit happiness often. However, I think what he does exhibit is anger, right? Because Diesel has a very big ego. And I think that's just because he's so convinced that he's right about the state of the world and the fact that efficiency should be the end goal of all things. And so when somebody contests that and contests his superiority, it's infuriating to him. You know, but yeah, Diesel's a whole different ballgame in my opinion. He's a psycho. He's a well-dressed psycho in a suit is what he is, but he's still psycho. He's the type of guy who could become the president or the mayor of a town or the prime minister, and no one would realize because he'd be able to smile for the crowds, but that's not a real smile. There's nothing behind those eyes. Like, that's what I see with Diesel. Zoran has a lot of personality, though. I think Zoran, I mean, I think this gets quoted to death, but there's this one scene in Munitions where OJ's like, get out of there, 10 cents, it's not safe. And Zoran's like, you know, don't be a fool, 10 cents, get out of there, he's right, move. And he just says that, right? Like when you know, when the heat is on, Zoran actually does have empathy. Like, but Diesel isn't like that. I mean, he is in the later series, right? When he sounds like this all the time, sure, all of a sudden he acts that way. But I don't care for that Diesel. I know a lot of people do. It's a good character, but it's just not my Diesel. It's not Duck in the Diesel Engine Diesel. Duck in the Diesel Engine Diesel is an efficiency-obsessed, you know, he's a psycho. He tries to literally, he lies to all of Duck's friends. He turns his entire friend circle and support network against him. And then he tries to send him to the other railway, which he just came from and is aware that steam engines are being scrapped. He knows that. Diesel just came from there. He knows what's happening, and he's sending Duck over there. That's murder. That's all that is. And it's like, that's just nuts. And Zoran, I feel like, has standards, you know, moral standards. There's things that he won't do. Or there's things that he'll have internal regret for doing certain things. So that's the huge difference I see between Diesel and Zoran. I think Zoran would work with Diesel if he had to, but I feel like Zoran wouldn't. I don't think he would, though. I feel like Zoran is smart. Diesel's like a genius. He can come up with a brilliant plan, and Zoran knows that if he works with Diesel, he doesn't want that ball game. He's going to get used. That's what's going to happen. Diesel's going to use him. And so Zoran's not even going to enter into that conversation. It's kind of like, you know, when Zoran's around Blue Nose, who's a dumbass, by the way, but when Zoran's around Blue Nose, you know, you notice that he's kind of a little bit more buttoned up, and he doesn't kind of throw insults at him as easily. He's kind of like, you know, it's like, you know, like, I think there's a scene in Munitions where Blue Nose is like, you with a circle on your funnel, move. And Zoran's like, you know, you're not talking to me, mister, are you? And it's like, mister. He adds that. That's, you know, it seems to me like he is actually careful to not piss off the people in power. And I think that means that Zoran is I think Zoran is surprisingly humble. He does not have Diesel's ego. Zoran has anger issues and maybe some sort of PTSD, but he does not have. He doesn't have Diesel's anger issues at all. Diesel is smart enough that he can get away with having a huge ego that's way out of line. He can get away with that because usually he can outmaneuver himself from angry situations. But Zoran isn't quite that smart. Not even close, I think. So for that reason, he's kind of got to be. He has to know when to keep his head down, and Zoran keeps his head down. So I don't think the two would ever meet. Or if they did, I think Zoran would kind of just. He would look in Diesel's eyes and be like, "I've been to prison. I know what a psychopath looks like. I'm getting out of here." And he'd go and not talk to Diesel ever again, right? He just one look in the eyes, and he would realize that. He'd realize there was nobody. The light, the lights might be on, but there's no one there. But it would be really cool to see. Like that's the thing. Like it's cool to cross over Tugs and Thomas. It'd be really interesting to see how the characters would interact. I couldn't bear to do it in a way that didn't acknowledge their differences because I think that they have so many beautiful differences that get wiped away when people just put them in the same universe indiscriminately, without thinking about the differences, without even caring about them. I think this is. I worry that the Splashrails are too thick, but I think they're fine. I mean, look at that. That's kind of cool, huh? Oh, Lemmy, I'm back. I just took a little nap, says Floating Vessels. Well, I hope you enjoyed your nap. I've been talking about Zoran and Diesel, and Diesel's my second favorite Thomas character. Gordon, Diesel, Duck. Those are my top three. Let's see. How is it that you, Train King James, and Hero the Japanese Train do perfect voices for every character? That's interesting you list us three because we constantly role play with each other, or we constantly come up with improv situations. So we've all actually played off of each other a lot. So I guess the answer is partly that we're good at it before meeting each other, but also that I think we've helped each other workshop our voices a lot. There's been so many times where me and James and Matt have played off of each other with our voices. We're constantly doing scenes between Gordon and Henry and James, and they're all speaking to each other. And Henry, for the love of God, where are my car keys? Oh, I don't know, Gordon. I think James misplaced them. I did not misplace them. It's a stupid scenario, but you get my point. It's become a really, we had a lot of practice. We've practiced with each other essentially, so that's part of it, I think. But they both do great voices. They really do. Okay. It's getting dark in here. Which is weird because we're only... It's almost 5. How is that? All right, well, we're 12 minutes after, and I started 30 minutes late. That's how. Guys, my book. I have my book back. I should just hang it up on the wall back here. The Coast Guard threatens to come aboard in high winds. He says, "I'm coming aboard." What the hell does that mean? What is he threatening exactly? I don't really know my top favorite Thomas character, but I know the top favorite Bob the Builder character is probably because there are less characters in that show than Thomas, as Train Master 16. Yeah, that's true. The fewer characters there are, the easier it is to decide, I think. With Thomas, it took me a long time to come to a decision, and you don't ever have to come to a decision. Some people just don't think that way about Thomas characters. Oh, that's pretty cool, that look.
it's not like you have to have an answer to that question. You don't have to have a favorite. You could just like all of them. But you know, I decided Gordon was definitely my favorite around 2014, 2015. And he's been that ever since. He's just so cool. Okay, I'm going to continue to kind of put tape on this to give the impression that it is smoother than it is. I think to really teach people effectively, not just like I think to really teach people effectively, I'm gonna have to bring people into streams at some point. Probably not with this model, but like a dedicated stream where I explain to people how I do this and how I work them through. I walk them through how I do this because I think it's like it would help to like have specific questions answered because that kind of that helps you identify patterns more. Like, oh, okay, when I'm in this type of jam, I do this, you know, and that's the thing. It's like, you know, you kind of need clarification, I think, with something like this. That's pretty cool. That's honestly really smooth. I wasn't expecting it to be that smooth. The bottom splash rail, look at that. That's really cool. You know what I always think of when I look at these tugs from the back? I think of the scene in Pirate, the shot where Top Hat and Warrior are taking the pirates away. It's really cool. I love that shot.
I think that's a good idea, Lemmy, says Will Thomas 199.
Yeah, thank you. I think it is too. I think that's probably the best way to because the thing is, I've been doing this so long that I don't fully know what needs clarification in the first place. Like, I can do my best to explain it, but the way I explain it may be different from how somebody needs it explained. And I think, you know, you're much more likely to relate to a person I'm bringing on as a guest and explaining this to, who's asking questions, than you are likely to relate to me. Because, I mean, I've been at this a long time. Whereas somebody who's more new at it, that is asking all the same questions that the viewers are, is probably just what I need to make, you know, for Duck's new branch line. What was I saying? Something about boats, probably, I would guess. Oh, that's the most beautiful thing in the world. Ooh, that's really something. It's really, really something. Why do I like boats so much?
What is it? What is it about the boats exactly? Lemmy, why does Zebby doesn't have a poop deck or whatever you call it? That's stern part on deck. So it asks Floating Vessels. Floating Vessels. I could have sworn you had some other word in your name, floating vessels. Just floating vessels. But anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, I don't believe he does. I don't know why. Yeah, he doesn't. That's another cool thing about him that's different. It's like, yeah, there's just no deck here. There's no risen part over here, which I think is the poop deck. Yeah, it's just, and so you really get a sense for how tall this like wall right here is. You know, it's really cool. Bring me on, please. I got new mic, he says Insane Edward. I will definitely, I mean, I'll bring, I don't want to make any promises in case there's somebody else who needs to go on more, but I would very much like to, Sam. Let's see. Changed my nickname. It says Floating Vessels. Okay, I thought so. What was the name before? I forget like what part of it is gone because. Okay, so what I'm realizing is that it works really nicely to just, instead of putting putty over the splash rails to smooth them out later, it works really nicely to just put tape on them. And just lay the tape on really delicately and make sure to not get any creases in it. But one thing that is still important, I think, is that you want to make sure you line the tape up, right? So like the seam is right here is where the last piece of tape ended. And that is where I'm going to start the new one. So I'm going to line the bottom of the tape up down here. I'm going to really cut in there with my thumbnail to make sure that it gets, close to the cardboard. And then I'm just going to kind of carefully do that, right? Where I kind of almost massage it into place. Look at how slick that looks. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, sometimes it's the simplest method that works the best. I think Chris Tolich or someone like that. One of the interviews on SIF maybe. I think they said one of the people on TUGS said something along the lines of in special effects or in visual effects, it's always the simplest solution that works the best. And I don't know if that's true or not, but that always stuck with me. Really is just a supreme test of your ability to eyeball something to get the splashers right, because they're very difficult to measure.
very difficult. And they change so easily if you're not careful. The thickness will change. You wrap too many tape, layers around the thing, and then it's all of a sudden a different thickness and looks totally different. So I'm going to call it a day once I have this side totally taped off and nice looking. I think that's the plan.
Insane Edward, you've said night about 5 times already. Haha.
Yes, well. Let's see, what time is it in Britain? It's after 1 now. Who stays up for this? I'm sorry, but if you've got a choice between sleep and this, well, don't deprive yourself of sleep. Oh, wow. Very crisp.
Help, my dog's laying on me, says Scottish Twin Productions. Get off of Scottish Twin Productions. That's what I have to say to your dog. Hope that works. I have a feeling you probably don't, says Train Master 16. You probably don't. I would like to learn more about pyrotechnics to help explosions in my videos, says Will Thomas 199. Careful.
I mean, I guess that's a good start. Is you're not like, I want to use more pyrotechnics. You're like, I want to learn more about pyrotechnics. That'd be cool. It's interesting. It's like, I've never been too into like explosions and stuff, and action scenes and stuff. Like munitions is probably one of my least favorite episodes of TUGS because there's so little dialogue in it compared to other episodes. And I do love it still, right? Every episode of TUGS is a masterpiece. And, it's a great character episode for the parts that are character driven. But there's a lot of other episodes that have way more character driven parts in them. So, of course, I'm going to prefer those instead. But, yeah, munitions it didn't appeal to me as much as the other episodes did. Like, I never felt the desire to recreate what happened in munitions. There's a lot of other things in TUGS I wanted to recreate, but like the damage, the destruction, those never really appealed to me for whatever reason. But they can be really cool to like recreate, to use. I'm gonna have to find a way to connect the keel to the Splashrails. You see how it just kind of cuts off there? I think no matter what way I do that, I think I'll either use aluminum foil or I'll use
I'll use clay. Either way, I think I should probably wait until next time to do that part, just because it. But I can do it on the other side. So I can probably just do it with cardboard, honestly. Really what I should have done is I should have extended it so that it didn't end prematurely. I should have cut it so that it, so that it reached. But I can fix that now. So I'm cutting out kind of like a very tiny half circle there. And then I'm just sticking it in right there. You see that? Just to fill the gap. And then I'm just going to go over that with tape. See that? Like just wrap right over it. I'm just kind of pushing it into shape, into position. Like I'm really just pressing on it with my fingernail, kind of sculpting it almost like clay, so that it gets in position. Okay, so that worked. Now I'll do that again for the lower one. Basically just crumpled up some cardboard that was like roughly the right shape, and then I just went over it with masking tape, and then I just kind of molded the masking tape into the shape that I needed with my fingernail. Like I kind of just winged it. Same thing here. Like I just put the cardboard in there and I went over it with tape. Now I'm just going to kind of press it in like that and just, kind of turn that into the shape that we need. Maybe use the pencil to like kind of press on it. All right, there we go. So now that kind of meets the keel properly. Question is, how do I go over that with tape so that I make it look smooth? Okay, so what I'm going to try is I cut the end of the masking tape into a curve shape, and now I'm going to apply it starting on the bottom. And just kind of wrap it around.
like that. You see how like it kind of matches the curve when you cut it, you know, into a curve shape beforehand. Okay, that could be good enough. Yeah, look at that. All right, I think that might do the trick. It's tricky to make that bit smooth, but I think that might do the trick. Floating Vessel says, friend, show your putty. I need to buy it for my tug model. All right, so there's other ways to do this. I use Durham's water putty, but I would suggest getting a way smaller can than this. And also clarify with your parents before you buy this. And they can do their research into it. Unless you are 18 or older. It's my official disclaimer. Okay, I think I'm on the verge of being able to use the purple marker and draw over all the spots that are supposed to, you know, eventually be black, and get an idea for how that's going to all go together. I really wish Sodor was real, especially because of how real it feels. It says bad animations pile. Yeah, I kind of don't, because the thing is, like, it sounds cool at first, but then you think about the fact that, so we're basically all writing fan fiction about real celebrities then. If Sodor was real, it would become like the Kardashians, where it would just be a real place that we're obsessed with. And like the engines would be like, think we're all weirdos because we're constantly obsessing over them. And I'm like trying to like talk about Gordon's character, and it's like, you know, I know what my own character is. Thank you very much. Like, it would be a little bit weird if they weren't fictional, if they were real. It would be so surreal, though, to just go to a real railway, you know, where the engines didn't have faces or anything, where they're just like real engines, except they're all, you know, the real locomotives. They're all the Thomas ones. You know, like if, you know, there was like an actual A1 that, you know, was, you know, modified in 1939 at Crewe, and there was actually like a real E2 that, you know, had the flattened running board and like all that, right? If you could go to a Sodor that had like, was just like the Railway series, you know, I mean, it wouldn't be they wouldn't have faces, but like everything else would be the same. The liveries, the locations, the people. You could meet the Fat Controller. That would be really cool if that was the case.
How would you react to seeing a train with a face?
Ask Rolling Duck Studios.
Well, at first, I would ask the people around me if they were seeing it too. If they were, then I would ask the train if it realizes it has a face. I would then ask why it has a face, and if it was confused and didn't understand how to answer that question, I guess I'd determine who owns the train. I'd take photographs and determine whether the face still appears in the photographs. If it doesn't, then I guess there's no way to document it, and we're living in a horror movie. And if it does, then I put it on social media, and then everybody would be like, "Oh, good edit." They wouldn't believe it. You realize if Sodor was real, no one would like think that it was real. They would just think that they were really good edits. For all we know, we've seen photos from the actual Sodor many times, and we just don't know. Okay. We are close to the end of our journey.
Tell me, Lemmy, what kind of radioactive spider caused you to transform into George Carlin-esque superhuman you are? Says Steve Engines United 345. I'm sorry, what kind of radioactive spider?
If I did tell you a specific breed, then would that be something you could actually adequately interpret? Okay.
All right, so I've got the splash rails taped off very nicely and cleanly. And now I think what I'm going to do before I color them in is I'm actually going to cut out strips of tape that fit in the gaps and also along the bottom, just to kind of properly tape it off. Like I'm just putting the bottom of the tape right up against the bottom of the splash rail. Floating Wheels asks Lemmy, why do you use putty? I just use PVA glue and paint it with spray Phil Swift flexing seal. PVA glue. I'm not sure what PVA glue is. But also, because putty you can sand. And so you can apply it rough and then smooth it down later. It's also rigid. The problem with Big Mac when I made him is that like you have to like cover. I used clay on him instead of putty, and the problem is the clay would just crack and crumble so easily that you have to like cover it with some sort of sealant like Mod Podge really fast before that happens. And you don't have that problem with the Durham's water putty. Like I covered Hercules and the stuff, and he's had that on him for over a year, I think, and he's still totally solid. So, very different ball game, that stuff. I've taken to cutting out specifically shaped pieces of masking tape to cover certain surfaces to just smooth them off. Because you see all this like jagged tape work all over here. If you can just cut something out that masks all that, it's much better. And that's what I'm doing here is like you've got jagged tape work in between, like you see all the like tape lines in between. So I'm cutting out strips that cover that. So then all of a sudden it goes from all these jagged little seams to just a seam every few inches from the tape. It's interesting. You can tell from my workbench the type of work we've done today because it's like it's mostly like masking tape and like cut up straws. Not a lot of cardboard because we haven't really cut any today. Because we got the shape out of the way last time. You know what I thought was so cool was when the Star Tugs Trust
revealed that Sea Rogue has a bunch of electrical tape on the hole. Like when they were converting Blue Nose back into Sea Rogue, they did a really quick, sloppy job of it. So they painted part of the hole, but then like the splash rails, they didn't separately spray paint. Instead, they put a bunch of masking tape and electrical tape on there to create the white and black contrast. And that just seemed so cool to me because it's like this model is so sturdy that you could put tape on it and then take it off, and it's like not a big deal. It's like it's fiberglass. If you tape on it and then take all that tape off, you know, you can do that as many times as you want. It's tough enough for that. And I just thought that was the coolest thing. And that's kind of what I'm doing here. I'm putting tape along in between the splash rails. Anyway, that looks really slick. So already you can get a sense for how that's going to look. But the real test, and this is what I've been waiting for. The real test is to color it in. I love how it just guides my pen. Like it really is so defined that I can literally just put pressure and it knows exactly where to go. It's like a track just guiding my pen along. Oh, wow. That's really cool. I dare say that does the trick. So look at that. That's pretty good. So those are the splash rails right there. So that's not the V shape here, but that's the entire left side completely done when it comes to splash rails. So that's pretty good. Yeah, look at that. I do feel, though, that it's compromised the shape on this. Well, or has it? Actually, I think it's fine. Yeah, look at that. I think I'm going to draw the water line on the other side as well.
Okay, there we go. So that gives you an idea then, doesn't it? Something like that. Let's bring over our stand. And that's today's work. That's pretty good. Okay, so today we added the keel. We added these little raised bits on the bow and the stern. We added the splash rails. We did the straws all around the entire model. We added the full splash rails on this side. And we made the base, which is more of a tool, but still. So yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty cool. And also backwards. Now that's pretty cool. All right, so I think that pretty much does it. Does it feel like a football, says Steam Engines United? More like a football than it should, I'll say that. Epic work, says Reading 3640 Studios. Thank you very much. Still doesn't beat the Gauge 1 Oliver. Fantastic, Lemmy, says Will Thomas 199. Thank you. It's fantastic, Lemmy. I always miss the first part because of the way it positions it. If your name's too short, then it'll just put I or it's or and earlier. I love this, says Scottish Twin Productions. Glad to hear it. But putty stick to cardboard nicely? Asks Floating Vessels. Yeah, no, it sticks just fine. Better than clay does. The putty will surprisingly it sticks very well. The putty that I use at least. So I mean it works nicely, and I'll use that for the underside of the model. So I think next time it's dubious whether we'll actually get there because I didn't realize the splash rails would take so long. Next time we're gonna have to do what we did on this side on the other side, and we're gonna also have to add the V on both sides. And after that, we will be ready to putty the underside of the model. I don't think we'll even touch this top part with putty. I think this is just fine. But the underside will receive that. What do you know? All right. Okay. Well, thank you everybody for showing up. I'm glad I managed to do this before it got super dark. And we've been going 7 hours. Oh, okay. So I'm going to wait until we get to the 7-hour mark, and then I'm going to end it right there. Let's see. You use brush to cover. What do I use? I use my fingers a lot, but I also do use a brush, to like smear it first and foremost. What do you think of Salty's Lighthouse voices? I think Grampus's Salty's Lighthouse voice is pretty good in my opinion. Some of them are pretty good. I can't remember quite clearly. 10 Cents is very fitting, like almost more fitting than the TUGS voice, because as an American voice, I feel like he would be that. He's kind of a goody two shoes, just very positive, very, no, don't go. I don't want no excuse to go to bed. It's Rolling Duck Studios. You shouldn't be using me as an excuse for anything, especially to go to bed. Do you think Spencer could work in the Railway series? Asks Will Thomas 199. Absolutely, because it's a very Railway series-y thing for them to do, to put Spencer in the show, because Audrey always paralleled the Big Four and what was happening on the mainland on Sodor, and that's like the ultimate parallel of what was happening on the LNER. Is like literally, Gordon being phased out and succeeded by an A4 Pacific. That's a very Audrey thing to do. So yeah, absolutely. But he wouldn't be a private engine. He'd have to be visiting from some private preservation organization or something. Anyway, I've been Master of the Lemons, aka Lemmy. Thank you for attending, everybody.